And hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today as we are continuing our coverage of Arizona versus Ian Mitcham. This is the Allison Feldman murder trial. It's a cold case trial from 2015, so it's taken 10 years for this to go to trial, but here we are. So welcome in, everybody. Garden Critters, hello to you. Andriel, Deviant, nice. There you go. We figured we don't know what kind of music to pick for Ian, so we figured he kind of looks the part, right? I have no idea. Good to see you. Dream Horse, excuse me, heading to the barn. We'll be listening. We're above zero. Wow, feels like a heat wave. It is all relative. Amber, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. And I have to pull up. Where's Aussie? There's our Aussie. Aussie Gardner is back. Whoop, whoop. Thank you for being okay. If you guys don't know, Aussie Gardner obviously is from Australia, and with the shootings over there, our hearts and everything that is possible that we can send off to you, we are sending to you, and it's just horrible what happened. So we hope that we know that you're doing okay. And welcome back. Welcome back. Good to have you back. JP Rabbit, good morning to you. Iowa backyard starting out at 20 feels like 11. Expect a high of 40. Wow. That is a heat wave. That is definitely a heat wave. Allie, good to see you. Shirley Roth, good to see you. Welcome in, everybody. Richard in the kitchen. Let's see, Hell Rider. We got Red Snap, Crazy Mary Joe. Someone has to be first, of course. So Shoshana, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. All right. Sherry, good to see you. And yeah, thanks for sending that thing about Brian Walsh. So Brian Walsh is going to be sentenced tomorrow. I believe it's at 9. I think it's 9 o'clock. So we'll switch over to him. We're not going to dual stream. We'll do him, and then we'll focus on him, and then we'll jump back on this trial because this is from Arizona and they start late anyway. Granted, we are behind a couple days, but we're hoping that we'll catch them probably by Thursday or Friday. Alice, good morning to you. Deviant, good. I'm glad you're okay too. Still can't believe what happened. I know, just horrible, absolutely horrible. So, sending lots of love to Aussie. Yes, for sure. Thank you, Amber. All right, stand for the truth, Frigid and PA. Yeah, Sherry, I know we all did, right? And Deviant too, for sure. He is. It's really weird, Amber. I looked it up, and he's facing life in prison, but then it's also 25 to life with parole. I don't know. It's hard. It was hard to figure that out. I think it's weird. Arizona is weird. I don't know. For whatever reason, it said there were two. He's facing life without parole, but then he's also facing life with possibility after 25 years. So I'm not quite 100. I'm not 100% sure. So anyway, all right. Let's get to it. We're going to pick up on. Let's see, where's my, we're going to pick up on day 4. So we're going to get through 4, 5, and 6 today. We're going to go through 4, 5, and 6. So here we go. So on the stand is Kathleen Palma. If you guys remember, she was the crime scene specialist. The state was going through all of her photos. Remember all the photos? That's, actually, before we start, I want to show you this. This came the other day. I thought this was pretty cool. So Aaron designed this, right? So let me see. Live trials, real cases, no hype. So this is cool. So this is like my new drinking bottle. So I don't have to get up all the time. And then I got my mug still. I got my mug. So we're waiting for our shirts to come. We still haven't gotten our shirts. So, all right. Day 4. Kathleen Palma is on the stand. She's the crime scene specialist. She took a bunch of pictures. Hey Sharon, thank you for sending the obituary or the PDF that you sent. I'll read that later. Thank you for that. And Selena K, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Hector's mom, good morning to you. Now that is a heat wave, Shirley. That is a heat wave. That is definitely a heat wave. Red Snap, good to see you. Pammy, haven't seen you in a while. Good to see you. Nana, good to see you. Selena, yeah, it is cool, right? And Red Snap. Yes, Amber. It's cool. We got a lot of cool things. If you guys want to go check them out in our store, hopefully there's something that you guys see there. So, all right, let's get to it. Day 4. Here we go. Kathleen Palma on the stand.
Please be seated. Let the record reflect we are back in the presence of the jury. Good morning to all of you. Thank you all for arriving on time this morning. And we will continue on with the state's witness. We have Ms. Palma on the stand who continues to be under oath, and you may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
So I'm just going to jump right in. We're pretty much done with the house, but I just had a handful of questions. This has previously been admitted as Exhibit 251. I understand, did you do this?
I did not.
I'm just showing this to kind of reorient. Does this appear to be kind of an overhead diagram of the home itself?
Yes.
Does this look generally accurate if this is the front door that I'm pointing to in the left middle of this exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. And so we looked at a lot of pictures that you took yesterday, and just kind of to understand, the 4 bedrooms are up here on what would be the north side of the house?
Correct.
Okay. And obviously the backyard here to the east?
Correct.
When I was going through some of the photos that you had done, I went through them by number, but we skipped 139. So for any astute, this is already admitted by stipulation, but for any observers, this is 139. Does this appear to be what we've already talked about? What is this?
Yes, photo marker 31 located in the master bedroom on the nightstand.
Okay. What do you remember what you wore on that following day?
At that time, I was still in full protective equipment.
As you process the scene over a multitude of days, including going back on the 20th, do you remember, did you do Tyvek every time, or did you do something else?
I think toward the end of the scene, as hot as it was, people were sticking mostly to their gloves and their booties and less of the full suits, being that they were not a breathable material, so it was not very forgiving inside the home.
And we talked about that dresser in the master bedroom. Can actually see it in 139, so just to orient you on the left side here.
That's correct.
When you were in here taking photographs that we've already shown, I'm not going to go back to, was there, for your workspace, was there a lot of room to maneuver in this bedroom area?
No.
And at the time you were taking those photos of that dresser, was that a time you were still in the Tyvek?
I don't know.
Okay. If it had happened on 2/19, would you have been wearing the Tyvek to your knowledge?
I believe so.
Okay. And Judge, I'm going to now talk about some exhibits that defense has agreed to stipulate to 278 through 298.
And is that correct?
Yes.
It's ordered admitting 278 through 298 into evidence.
And while you're writing, Judge, we also discussed and defense has agreed to stipulate to exhibits 503 through 508.
And that's correct. It's ordered admitting exhibits 503 to...
Did not agree to these.
No, that's okay. I do agree with this. I just wanted to add that that's subject to a foundation being laid as to what they are.
Okay, sorry.
Source of them.
Could you tell, I'm so sorry, you said 278 through 298, correct?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. And then you're not admitting the other ones at this time?
I'll wait until I talk about them if defense wants to object.
All right, thank you.
So did you also, now we're going to kind of jump in time, okay? So we talked about February of 2015 and a few days that you were at Allison's home, right?
Correct.
At that point, did you go about your work and have other crime scenes that you responded to in the years between that and what we'll talk about in 2018?
Yes.
So were you then tasked in April 10th of 2018 with responding to 3724 East Earl Drive?
I did.
What was your job then when you responded to that scene?
I was also directed to take photographs at the direction of detectives.
Do you remember if a crime scene specialist, Metz, was also present in that?
She was.
So were you tasked with going to this scene because you happened to be on duty that day, or because you had been a part of the investigation years prior, or something else?
I was on duty, but I was also assigned by my supervisor to respond there.
You would have obviously known within Scottsdale PD that you were someone who also had been part of that initial investigation.
Yes.
So in going there, did you take some photographs of the home at that address?
I did.
And the day after that, did you also take some photographs of a vehicle that was, a vehicle on the day after?
I did.
So I'm just going to ask you, we don't have too many photos for each of these, but I'm going to just ask you about what you did since you took the photos. Again, we have your card here,
That's correct.
and this is Exhibit 278. $279. Did you take this photo?
I did.
And what are we looking at?
That's the front of the residence on the search warrant.
And you can kind of see an address, almost a full address here on this pillar in the middle of the picture?
Correct.
Okay. Would it be standard, again, for you to take some kind of pictures like this, general, what you called overalls?
Yes, an orientation.
Okay. 280? What is this?
And that is the residence, I believe, in the backyard.
Okay. And again, we're at kind of a loss in that I'm asking you about these photos you took, but there may be other people who did additional work or documentation as to what happened inside of this home or did not happen?
That's correct.
Okay. 281. What is this?
That is a doorway into the residence.
Okay. And we're essentially talking about, going back to 280, sort of a detached building in this backyard?
Yes.
Okay. So that's 281. Now we're going to 282, moving into the residence. Is that right?
Yes.
It's like the focus is off. There we go. Is this what is this?
That is also the north arrow to delineate which side of the wall points north.
$283. What is this?
And that is also inside that small outbuilding, a small office area within it.
And if I go back to 282, you can kind of see the corner of the chair here on the right.
That's correct.
And then here you can see that chair on the left side of 283.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Now I'm going to 284. What is that?
That is a piece of mail with the name and address on it to show an occupancy.
And is this the address you were at?
Yes.
Okay. And can you read that name for us?
It's Ian L. Mitcham, 3724 East Earl Drive.
Now, did you also photograph some additional mail? And I'll show you here, 285. Did you photograph some additional mail?
Yes, sir.
Does this have the address? It's hard to see probably, but can you read that address for us, please?
338 East Pierce Street, Tempe.
And the name?
Ian L. Mitcham.
And again, your role at this time is not to say when that address was connected to him necessarily, but that you photographed this mail at this home on April 10th, 2018.
Yes.
Okay. Now I'm going to 286. We're going to ask about this real quick. Do you know what this is?
A check register.
Did you find, was this something you photographed inside of that building area on April 10th, 2018?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to go now to 287. Can you tell me what we're looking at here?
That is the inside of that previous check register.
Okay. And we've got some, again, you may not know what any of this signifies, but you can read. Fair?
Yes,
So does this appear to say 2/3, this top entry?
correct.
Okay, and I'm not going to ask about all of these, but I have another picture as it goes through. This one ends about 2:15, 16, and then at the bottom you can kind of see it's 2:20 perhaps.
Yes,
Kind of see some numbers there. Maybe harder to read there, but we have 288. Is this still that, would you call it a check register?
yes, sir.
Can you see those numbers?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you see in the middle of this column, what does this say?
Payment fee withdrawal,
What is this column here?
deposit credit.
Okay. Can you see, again, I won't have you read every single one of these, but can you see that there are payment fee or withdrawal column entries corresponding to the little 2-16 on this side,
Yes,
going into 2-17
yes.
to include, can you read this word?
ATM,
And this one?
ATM. Oh, OSO,
Yeah, my finger is moving slower on the monitor than it is on my in life. But what, this one?
ATM,
And then this one?
OSO,
This one?
Twin Peaks.
Okay, and I already asked you about that one. So then we have those four, and these have corresponding payment fee or withdrawals, correct?
Correct.
Now, I'm not asking you what these numbers mean necessarily. You didn't obviously talk to anyone about this, right? You just took the picture?
Correct.
But you do see, what does this say on 217?
Deposit,
And over here?
1,000.
And then we have this one
SWG.
corresponding to this 2/18
Yes,
or a related withdrawal or payment fee.
283.
And then I'm going to just move down a few more of these. This one,
218. B of A, MTG.
and here.
848.99.
And then I suppose we'll go through just a few more. This one,
218. Deposit.
and I'm at about the fourth column down or fifth, depending on which one you start counting from in this exhibit 288. So over here we have a number as well.
1,500.
Okay, and then it looks like a couple more of these. I mean, I suppose you can read this one
Verizon.
on 218,
Yes,
corresponding number.
224.95.
And then again, 218, what does this say?
Cox.
And the number?
129.58.
Okay. We can all read. I'm not going to have you just read every single one. I'll stop at what is the upper half of this checkbook for now. Is there a column all the way to the right here with no label?
Yes,
Okay. Okay. Ask me more about this before I move on to the court. That's 288. I'm going to move on now to 289. What is this?
that is a placard for 4/11/18 at 9:31 a.m.
And before I show you just a handful of pictures, did you go somewhere on 4/11/18?
Yes, to
And-
our vehicle bay at our office.
And what is that? What is your role at that point?
To take photographs of a vehicle and items at the direction of detectives.
So again, you're tasked with being sort of the photographer for the processing of the vehicle.
That's correct.
Do you assist in processing the vehicle as well, somewhat?
I do.
Tell me about that.
In addition to photographs and photographing items on the interior, I also used an alternate light source to see if any objects, materials, chemicals had a luminescence to them for the detective to then collect. Also, a coworker and I used the Blue Star forensic spray, which works kind of like a luminol, and we use that on the inside to detect any presence of blood. And then also I did a Kasselmeyer presumptive test for blood on an item within the vehicle.
And so I'm going to slow you down a little bit. You said you use an alternative light source.
Yes.
What does that look like?
That is a light that can work on different frequencies, and it removes that color from the material you are looking for to make that pop or luminesce.
And so you looked inside of this car with that alternative light source?
Yes.
And what would be the purpose of that? I think he's mentioned it, but I might have lost it.
To see if any body fluids or any other questionable material would come to light with the chemiluminescence.
And did you see potentially some luminescence when you were looking with the alternative light source?
Yes.
Do you remember where?
There were some floor mats in the vehicle and areas in the trunk, I believe.
Did you or someone with you collect those floor mats?
Detectives collect those.
Okay. You also mentioned you used some, you called it Blue Star, and then you said it's like luminol?
Yes, it's similar to luminol, but it does not need complete darkness.
So tell me, just let's focus a tiny bit on Blue Star. What does that application look like?
It is a spray that, with the phenolphthalein that's in it, it reacts to the hemoglobin and the iron in blood to produce a glowing blue material, which would signify a positive reaction.
And in this case, when you used the Blue Star in this car, did you notice anything?
There was a small area in the center of the back seats.
What happened with that area?
I marked that area, photographed it, and cut it out for collection.
Did you ultimately impound that cutting, or did someone else?
I did.
Is that impounded, and your documentation, are you B1162?
Yes, sir.
And -101, does that sound like the correct markings that you may have given to that cutting when you impounded it?
The item number, yes.
Did you also notice, well, let's just talk about the photos for a second. 290, I'm going to focus on this one. What's this?
That is the back of the vehicle so that we can identify it via license plate.
And we can see here in the background, there's sort of, can you describe the background for us, the edges of the photo?
We are inside a vehicle bay, so it has like a concrete treated floor. It has mops and sinks and tables and hydraulic vehicle lifts, anything we would need to process a vehicle.
What's the license plate on this Mustang?
Arizona, C as in Charlie, A as in Adam, W as in William, 9036.
Okay, that's 290. So now I'm going to 291. This same, what is this?
That is the passenger side of that vehicle.
Is that vehicle bay we see in the background?
That's correct.
And you may have mentioned this. Where is this vehicle bay?
It is attached to my office at 7601 McKellips in Scottsdale.
Now I'm directing you to 292. What is this?
That is the interior of the trunk of the vehicle.
Now we're going to just have a few pictures of the trunk, but what's on the right side of this photo generally? Can you see that?
There is a crate filled with various materials, fabrics, and on top there was, I believe it was a hooded sweatshirt.
That's 292, going to 293. What is this?
That is a tool bag from the trunk with its contents displayed.
Okay. 294. What is this?
Some gloves that were also located in the trunk.
295. What is this?
Tape and scrubbing material and a roll of paper towels that were located within the trunk.
And did you ultimately do anything with that paper towel roll?
I did.
What did you do with that? I'm going to just zoom in on the upper left corner for a second. What did you do with the paper towel roll?
I photographed it, and we noticed the stain that you can see in the image, and I then tested that with a Kastle-Meyer reagent, which is presumptive test for blood, to see if it had a positive reaction.
And did it?
It did not.
And now going to 296. Do you recognize, probably can't see that at all. Oh, there we go. Do you recognize some of this?
Yes, that is pawn paperwork from within the vehicle.
Okay. It's a little, well, we'll get to it in a couple later pictures. 297. What is that? Just a close-up of those papers?
Yes, of the pawn shop and the address.
Okay. And 298. Can you?
Objection relevance.
Could you approach, please?
Sure. See it. It's a little bit clearer on the photo than it is on that screen. Judge, may I just, well, can you read this? Probably can't. Can you read this?
It appears to be under the borrower, Ian L. Mitcham, and I believe that says 338 East Pierce Street.
Okay. That's 298. Okay, I'm going to move on now. And these have not been admitted by stipulation. So, Judge, may I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm handing you 503 and 50 through 508. Do you recognize those photos?
Yes.
Without telling me, exactly what they are they photos that you took during the processing of the car?
Yes.
And are they a clothing item?
Yes.
Are they a fair and accurate depiction of that clothing item as best you recall during your processing of the car?
Yes.
Judge, the state would move to admit 503 to 508.
No objection.
It's ordered admitting 503 through 508 into evidence.
Just 6 more photos for you. I'm going to go back real quick. So I lied, 7. Back real quick to 292 to just, so you had mentioned there was a clothing item in the trunk?
Yes.
Okay, so that's 292. So now I'm going to go to 503. Does that appear to be that clothing item removed from the trunk?
Yes.
Okay, and just, why do you lay it out like this?
So we can photograph anything that might be on it in all areas.
Okay. So now we're just going to move through different angles. 504.
That is the front of the same sweatshirt.
Okay. 505.
And that is the right front arm and chest area.
Can I approach, Judge?
Yes, you may.
I'm going to ask you to look at 505. Are you able to see on the actual printed picture some discoloration?
Yes.
Okay, and where is it?
There are several areas of discoloration. There is a discoloration to the ridge of the right side front pocket, to the lower hem, and also to the lower hem of the right sleeve.
And then I'll grab that from you. So again, 505. Oh, in between projecting it and seeing it, can you still kind of see some of that?
Yes, I can see.
Can you see it a little better in the actual piece of paper?
It's similar.
Similar. And could you see this with the naked eye? I mean, when you were actually processing this, to the best you can recall?
Yes.
So now I'm moving on to 506. Again, just another same sweatshirt?
Yes.
Okay. What sleeve are we looking at?
And that is the left sleeve.
And 507. This is going to be this way. What are we looking at?
That's the lower hem of the right sleeve and the lower hem of the front of the sweatshirt.
And in this photo, are you able to see more of that discoloration that you described a little closer?
Yes.
507. And now lastly, 508. We'll do this way, just the other sleeve.
That's the left sleeve, correct?
Ms. Palmer, when you're processing the Mustang, did you also find a wallet with a driver's license and social security card? Do you remember?
I don't recall.
And if I show you a picture, might that refresh your memory?
Yes.
I'm showing the witness exhibit 299. Does that look at all familiar to you?
Yes.
And does that appear to be a photograph of a license and a social security card?
Yes.
Was that the license, to your knowledge, belonging to Ian Mitcham?
Yes.
I'll grab that from you. To your knowledge, have you ever had any personal contact with Ian Mitcham prior to February? Well, I should say at all, ever?
Ever. Never.
But especially prior to February 18th, 2015.
No, sir.
And that's all I have. Thank you.
And cross-examination whenever you're ready.
Tell me to leave these.
Yeah. Just to be like today's. Yeah, and I've had exhibits 510 to 515 marked as defense exhibits, and the state is stipulating to their admission. I move to admit them.
Okay. It's ordered admitting exhibits 510 through 515 into evidence.
Are we going to be taking a break sometime this morning, or are we going to go till 12?
We'll go till 12 unless you needed a 5-minute break somewhere.
I may need to take a break to organize some of the information that the state put in this
Okay.
morning that I wasn't expecting.
Did you want to do that right now?
No, I'd rather go for it.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Ms. Palmer, do you recall speaking to me and some other people from Mr. Mitcham's team a few years ago?
I do.
Okay. Is there anything that you would like to change as far as the comments you made to us during that interview?
No, sir.
Okay. I kind of want to go through some pictures, not as many as you've already looked at, but there's some interesting features that I kind of want to ask you about.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, let's see. Okay. to start with photo number 211 or exhibit number 211. And do you recognize that exhibit from yesterday?
Yes.
Okay. And what is that?
That is a placard stating that it's the entry.
Okay. Now, you talked, I believe, about having protective equipment on?
Yes.
Okay. And are the gloves that you have in your left hand, I believe, is that protective equipment that you would use?
Yes.
Okay. What type of gloves are those?
Those are white nitrile gloves.
Okay. Is that the type of glove that you would have, that everyone from the CSS unit, at least with Scottsdale, would have those types of gloves?
The type, yes, possibly not the color, but yes.
What other colors might you have?
A purple.
Okay. I'm going to keep talking about the gloves if you don't mind.
Sure.
At that point in time, what were the rules as far as how you handle removing or putting gloves on your hands as you're looking at a crime scene?
If we touch anything, we change our gloves. That's standard operating procedure.
Okay, so how many gloves do you think you might go through in a day if you're in a house looking at different items of evidence?
Several pairs.
Okay, now how would that work if you're taking photographs?
If I wasn't touching anything, I likely wouldn't change them until I needed to.
Okay, so say in this picture, it looks like, at least it's at the beginning, where you go in the entry, would you have changed those gloves anytime during that day?
Possibly.
Okay, do you recall picking up any items of evidence as you're photographing the house?
No.
Okay, do you recall touching any part of a dresser or cabinet
No.
when you're in the house on that day?
On that day, no.
Okay, and if you would have taken your gloves off and put on another pair?
That's correct.
Okay. Is there another process that's used sometimes where if you're going through a lot of gloves, you spray the gloves with the bleach solution so you can keep wearing them?
At that time, that was not a process. It is currently a process.
Okay, and how would that work?
That we take a 10% bleach solution and spray down the gloves and make sure they are thoroughly saturated and air dried to kill any material that may be on the gloves.
Okay. So if you sprayed the gloves, and we had pictures of the gloves as you were using them in a crime scene, would they show droplets of the bleach solution on them?
Possibly, but not necessarily.
Okay, so even though they had been dried, some of the droplets would remain of the bleach
could.
solution? Okay, should there be any liquid droplets?
No.
Okay, so it would be just like the stain of a droplet?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Okay, I'm going to show you exhibit number 221. And this also is from yesterday. What is the item on the couch?
There are several items on the couch.
Okay, what are they?
There is a remote control, a laptop, and a cord along with pillows and things
Okay.
for the sofa.
And as far as you know, that laptop was sitting on the couch the first time the police entered, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And here's another photograph of the same laptop. Is that the same laptop?
It appears so, yes.
It's a little different because there's a placard.
Correct.
Okay, so what does that signify?
That it has been marked as evidence.
Okay. And that would have been the next day that you went back to take pictures then?
I don't know which day that was.
Okay. Do you know if they marked any placards on the first day?
I don't know.
Okay. I think I understand. Thank you for being clear. My understanding is that you went through the scene initially before anything had been changed.
Correct.
Right. And the photographs that we have where there are no placards, that would be from that first event?
That's correct.
Okay. But on that same day, you went back through the house with other people?
Correct.
Okay. And so in that case, there could be a placard from that day?
There could be. I don't know which day these particular placards were placed.
Okay. So thank you. That clarifies it. So this is another placard from another room in the house?
Yes, sir.
And those will be the same gloves that you had on in the beginning because you didn't touch any furniture in the house?
Correct. It should be, but I don't know that for certain.
Okay. Your normal process would be that you wouldn't have changed gloves?
Unless I had gone outside and left the scene.
Okay. Okay. While we're talking about that, that brings up another question I had. And that is that as you're processing the scene, you and your team, can you go through a box of gloves while you're in the house?
Certainly.
Okay. What do you do to get additional gloves?
We either go outside to get additional gloves, or many times we will stage additional materials just outside of the ingress where we may have donning and doffing area for those materials.
Now, you talked about vans that you have with supplies yesterday outside of a scene.
Yes.
Okay. And would additional supplies be in the vans?
Yes, sir.
And would you go out to the van to get the supplies?
Yes.
Okay. And in a scene where you have a lot of personnel working, would you have one person that was tasked with going out to get additional supplies from that van?
Not necessarily, but it's possible.
Okay. Now, I believe it was on the 18th. Were you working on under the direction of another CSS person?
Yes, I was directed to someone else through that supervisor. Yes.
Okay. So when I say CSS, that's crime scene
Specialist.
specialist. Okay. And you have a lead at the home that's also a crime scene specialist?
Yes, they are now called supervisors.
Okay. Thank you. And who was the lead on the first day?
That was Mark Carpenter.
Okay. But then you're also working with a detective?
That's correct.
And that detective, what was the name of that detective?
Hugh Lockerbie.
Okay. Was Detective Heinzelman in the house that day?
At some point, yes.
Okay. Who did you understand was the case agent at that time?
My contact was Lockerbie.
Okay, so you're really focused on who you report to versus the overall person in charge of the crime scene?
That's correct.
Okay, so do you know who was the crime scene, the person in charge of the overall crime scene on that day?
No, sir.
Okay. 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 I'm going to show you item number 225 also from the 18th, I believe. What is that a picture of?
It is looking from the dining area toward the living room with the kitchen visible on the left.
Okay. Based on the lighting and the lack of placards, would this be a photograph that was taken on that initial walkthrough before anything was changed?
It appears so.
Okay. So would you agree with me that I'm going to point to, if I can here, that this item here would have been there when police arrived at the house?
Yes.
Okay. And this item would have been there when police arrived at the house?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Coming to show you exhibit number 123. Do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. And what is that?
That is the pillar from the entryway looking toward the hallway where I had previously noted a kind of red discoloration on the corner of the pillar.
Okay. Now, there's an open closet door in this exhibit. What is that closet?
It is the hallway closet.
Okay. And there appear to be items on each of the shelves in the closet.
Yes, sir.
What are those items?
Purses.
Okay. Now, how many purses are in there?
I don't know.
Are you a purse person?
No.
Okay. So you can't tell me if they're valuable or not,
No.
or whether or not they were collected and they're important.
No.
Okay. Can I have just a moment?
Certainly.
Going to show you exhibit number 86. Can you tell us what this is?
That's a photograph that I was directed to take by laboratory staff.
Okay, so that's you. I want to figure out how to introduce the laboratory staff. So, do you know whether or not laboratory staff would have been at the house on the 18th?
I don't know.
Okay. When you say laboratory staff, what do you mean?
My contact for the scene to take these photographs was Eliza Smaltz.
Sorry, what was that?
Smaltz?
Small.
With the laboratory, yes.
Okay. Okay, and so, at least as of our discussion now, there are three groups of people in the scene. It sounds like there are people that are from the CSS people, at least you and your supervisor are your lead
Yes.
offender, right? Any other CSS people in the scene?
During the duration,
No, I guess when you might have taken this photograph.
that would not have been on the first day, so
Okay.
there would be, yes.
Okay, and why do you know it wasn't on the first day?
Because I was called back on a different day to contact Analyst Smaltz to take these photographs.
Okay, and who are the lab personnel? What do they do?
They process all of our physical evidence in our Scottsdale Police Department laboratory.
Okay, so you mentioned yesterday that you collect some evidence yourself.
Correct.
Okay, I think you talked about the buccal swabs that you collected from Alex Stone
Yes.
at the scene yesterday.
Yes.
Okay, now you don't yourself process those buccal swabs, right?
Correct.
Okay, you take them to the laboratory?
I take them to property and evidence.
Okay, what is property and evidence?
They are our storage and chain of custody area where they then will get picked up by the laboratory for processing.
Okay, so do you put them in some kind of storage device?
Not in this instance that you're speaking of.
Okay, what happened with the buccal swabs from Alex Stone?
I took them and provided them directly to a member of the property and evidence staff because they were a rush item.
Okay, did you knock on the door, or how did you get a hold of this staff?
I don't recall.
Okay. Did you carry them in your hands?
I did.
Okay. Okay, back to picture number 86 or exhibit number 86. This is a photograph you took because you were directed to take by lab personnel and it wasn't the first day.
Correct.
Okay. What is the picture of?
It appears to be a footwear transfer on the floor.
Okay. Do you notice anything unique about the pattern?
I can see what the pattern is. I don't know that there's anything specifically unique about it, but it looks like a sneaker pattern.
It's the Star of David pattern, right?
I don't know that I would call it that, but I guess you can say that along the edge.
Okay. And do you know what type of shoe has that type of pattern?
Normally a flat skate type shoe, but I'm not an expert in that.
Okay, so you don't know the manufacturer of that particular type of shoe?
No, there are several.
Okay. There are several manufacturers that have a Star of David pattern on the sole of their shoes?
Possibly.
Okay, all right. Okay. I want to show you exhibit number 117. And you may remember this picture from yesterday, I think. Mr.
Yes, sir.
Rosemary asked you about this. And I want to point out to you this small item here that's along the track.
Yes.
Do you recognize that as being a part of a sunflower seed?
I don't know what it is.
Are you familiar with sunflower seeds and chewing them?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Could that be a sunflower seed?
Certainly.
Seed? Okay. Okay. I know this doesn't make logical sense, but these are the ones that I picked out to ask you about.
Sure.
I'll be more linear, hopefully later. Okay. 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 Now, yesterday you talked about taking photographs in the office at the house?
Yes, sir.
And I think we had a placard to that effect.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are these pictures of items that you took in the office?
Yes.
Okay. And there's two different items?
Yes.
Okay. And one appears to be a laptop?
Yes.
Okay. 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 I kind of want to go between three different pictures. This item on the left has a placard number 29 on it, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And this photograph has the same placard on it?
Yes.
Okay. And this photograph has the same placard on it.
Yes.
So it appears that as to items 29 and 30, they were actually one laptop, correct? And number 30 looks like a laptop.
Yes.
And then number 29 looks like an iPad.
Yes.
And those were on the floor?
Yes.
This is the same track from the back door that we had talked about, there being this at least small item that I mentioned might be sunflower seed.
Yes.
Sunflower seed, right, okay. Okay. This is a photograph of the sliding door with the same placard. I don't see the sunflower seed, but is this the same door that we had shown in the previous picture?
I believe so.
Okay. Do you know who the person is in the backyard?
I do not.
Okay. Does he have any protective equipment that you can see?
No.
Now, you had talked about yesterday that you had a placard from the northeast master bedroom.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is that the sheet that's on the bed in the master bedroom?
I don't recall.
Okay. Would there be reason that you would put the placard on something that wasn't in the bedroom?
Many times we will.
Okay. Okay.
Richard.
Does this help kind of center your thinking as far as whether or not that particular sheet was in the master bedroom?
Yes.
Okay, so this shows, you recognize that there are other items by the bed now that tell you that this was in the master bedroom?
Yes.
Okay, this is exhibit number 513. Okay. Do you recall yesterday that in this nightstand, I'm going to go back, which is number 513, in the lower drawer of the nightstand, there was a black object that looked like a rectangle that you weren't sure what that was?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does this appear to be the same black object that you saw in the bottom drawer?
Yes.
Okay, and this is placard number 31, so it would have been either later the first night or the next day. Does it look to you like that case contained a Canon camera?
It appears so, yes.
Okay. Okay, we should. Okay, good, thank you. Okay. For the record, I need to say what the exhibits were. There are 3 photographs that I missed. Okay, I think the first one, I guess, was 515 we just talked about.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that's the photograph of the case in the camera that was
Yes.
in the bottom drawer of the nightstand.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the placard that was on the sheet was exhibit number 138. And that's the placard that's on the blue sheet that later you said was the sheet from the bed in the
Yes,
master
sir.
bedroom. Okay. And item number 512 is the person on the back porch that doesn't have PPE on.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, this is exhibit number 227, and this is another view of the same kitchen scene that we had looked at earlier, and I just want to point out to you that white sack,
Yes,
or
sir.
white bag that looks like a bag, but beside the cabinet,
Yes.
and does not appear that there are any placards,
Correct.
and that would suggest that this is an undisturbed scene.
I don't know when that was taken.
Okay. If it was taken at the same time as the other picture that had a different angle and had the lipstick container, would it have been a picture of an undisturbed scene?
Likely.
Okay, thank you. Your Honor, I need a couple of minutes.
Okay,
Make
no
it
problem.
finish up. Okay.
Sure. So ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a quick 5-minute break. Please remember that admonition, and we'll call you back in shortly.
Please rise for the chair.
Let the record reflect, we are back in the presence of the jury, and I'll turn it back over to Mr. Randall for his cross-examination.
Thank you. Okay. I have back on the screen exhibit number 227, and that was a picture of the kitchen that we talked about with the sack.
Yes, sir.
Recall that. And I just wanted to point out, do you see a basket there above the washing machine?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. Do you recall Mr. Roseberry showing you a couple of pages of a check register?
Yes, sir.
And you don't know whether or not those pages were complete?
I don't.
Just have to figure out how to back it up.
And for the record, the exhibit number is?
287.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're looking at check register number 287. And can you read the entry that is here on 214?
214, deposit payroll,
And how much was that deposit?
$2,061.95.
Okay. Then I'm going to show you exhibit number 288. And also point your attention to this entry here. And what is this?
228, payroll,
Okay, and what's the amount?
$2,061.95.
It looks like Mr. Mitcham is getting paid every 2 weeks about $2,000, correct?
Appears so.
Okay. This is Exhibit 175. And there's no placard on the nightstand. Does it look like this would have been taken before there was anything disturbed the scene?
No, sir.
Okay, explain.
It has the sticker markings, which are essentially placards, which are placed on them to make note of evidentiary items.
Thank you, okay. And a couple of items. Do you recognize what this bottle is?
A pill bottle.
Okay, like a prescription bottle?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell what pharmacy it's from?
No, sir.
Okay. Okay. Now, yesterday, Mr. Roseberry talked to you a lot about this chest. You recall?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I believe he suggested to you that the fact that there were so many placards on the chest meant that someone thought it had high evidentiary value. Will you agree with that?
Some type of evidentiary value, yes.
Okay. And the fact that there are placards on each drawer is important because whoever suggested you take this photograph wanted to point out that each drawer should be looked at individually.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you actually took pictures of each drawer individually.
Yes, sir.
And for the record, that was 162.
I'm going to do better.
That's okay.
I probably won't do better, but I'm going to try. Okay. This is number 173. Does this appear to be a picture of one of the drawers in the dresser?
From that photo, I can't tell which it is, if it is a picture of the dresser or the nightstand. I don't know in particular.
Okay. Will you agree with me that this is a picture of a drawer in the master bedroom?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you familiar with item K? Do you have any personal knowledge about what DNA showed up on item K?
I do not.
Okay. At any time that you're on the scene, would you have touched item K?
No.
Were you part of the group of people that removed furniture on the 21st of November?
No, sir.
Okay.
And that was Exhibit 173.
Yes. Okay. Has anyone from the crime lab talked to you about contamination as on the knob on K?
No, sir.
Are you aware of any contamination at the scene?
No, sir.
So you don't have any personal knowledge of that?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you have any personal knowledge of the people that might have been associated with the knobs in that bedroom?
No, sir.
Was Lockerbie with you during part of the time you were in the bedroom?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you notice that he touched any drawer?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you know if he had PPE on?
He did.
Okay. And you definitely had PPE on.
I did.
Has anyone talked to you about a lab report about the knobs in that bedroom?
No, sir.
You aware of anything about the lab report?
No, sir.
Okay. I believe we're just about done. You talked about the Mustang and that you had seen some items in the Mustang fluoresce.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I think you talked about some fluorescence in the trunk
Yes.
and on the seats.
Yes, sir.
Did you do any type of testing to determine whether that was blood?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you know if anyone ever did?
I do not know.
Okay. So you don't know of any testing that came back saying what fluoresced was blood?
No, sir.
And you'll agree with me that other things fluoresce other than blood?
Blood actually does not fluoresce with the alternate light source, if that's what you're speaking of.
Okay, all right, no, explain that. I didn't see that issue when you were asked the question before.
Blood actually looks darker using the alternate light source. It is not something that fluoresces. It does not have the materials which chemiluminescence creates a glow. That doesn't happen with blood.
So when you talked about seeing the fluorescence in the car, you weren't suggesting that that was blood in the car?
No, sir.
Okay. When we talked during our interview, we talked about other things that might fluoresce. Do you know whether or not bleach itself is fluorescent?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that would be with, if you're using spraying Blue Star?
That as well could be a false positive, yes.
Okay. In our interview, you talked about some information that you had received, but you weren't clear on as to whether or not Blue Star would affect DNA. Have you found out any further evidence, any further information on that?
Looking at the packaging, it does say that it is not known to disturb the DNA in a sample.
Okay, thank you. Okay. I kind of want to take a different tone just for a second. During your interview, you talked about the overall feeling that was in the house that first night that you went there.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And can you describe that to us?
It was overwhelming. It was the smell, the general attitude of everyone is very somber, very traumatic event. Everyone was very pointed, had a job to do, and it was very serious.
And this is one of the most complicated scenes that you've had in your 20 years, right?
One of.
Okay. Sometimes people talk about gallows humor in circumstances like that.
Yes,
Okay. Was there any gallows humor that night?
not at all.
Did that continue with the scene?
Yes.
Do you have any protective measures that you use when you're dealing with those type of issues and you're having to focus on your work?
Such as?
I don't know. Some people do breathing exercises. Some people try to focus on their work and put out of their mind what they're actually dealing with.
While we're on a scene, we can speak to each other. We have a crisis person that's available. We can take a moment, take a break, get something to eat, whatever we need to do. But we are very focused on our work at that time and deal with everything personally afterward.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Okay. And Mr. Roseberry, did you want to start on redirect? We've got a couple more minutes. It's up to you, or we could break for lunch.
I have an additional question. I'm sorry.
Okay. Please be seated. Let the record reflect we are back in the presence of the jury. Welcome back from lunch. And we continue to have on the stand Ms. Palma. And we will have a redirect by the state at this time. You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon.
Hi.
I just have a handful of questions to follow up with you. I wanted to make sure the timing of this was correct. So when you first go there on the 18th in the evening, kind of the tail end of your shift, is that right?
Yes.
The photos that you take on the 18th, what we've discussed, are those the overall photos?
Yes.
At that point that you're there, are there any placards other than the little north thing that we've talked about?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Now, whether or not anybody else continued at the house on the night of the 18th after you left that evening is beyond your knowledge?
Correct.
Okay. Then you return on the 19th around 9 a.m.?
Yes.
And at that point, we've seen a bunch of your photos with a bunch of placards in it at that point?
Yes.
Okay. You mentioned that on the 18th, when you went to the police station where Alex had his buccal or buccal swab taken from him and or was obtained from him, you took it straight to property and evidence?
Correct.
And you used the phrase that you carried it over. Help us understand, what does the process look like to take that buccal swab from the collection point to property and evidence?
When I received it from Detective Lugai, it was already packaged, it was already sealed, so I had no contact with the evidence itself. I took the envelope, drove it in my secure vehicle directly to property and evidence, where I handed it over physically to a property and evidence supervisor at that time.
And in your experience as a crime scene specialist in the crime scene unit, are there other ways where swabs or pieces of evidence might make their way to property and evidence that don't entail this sort of direct hand delivery that you just described?
Yes.
Okay, and we may hear about those later, but in this case, you didn't do anything like that with any other samples.
Correct.
You were asked about the dresser in Allison's bedroom. Do you recall taking photos that included that dresser in your overalls on February 18th?
Yes.
And again, taking photos of that dresser once there had been the stickers placed on it on February 19th?
Correct.
And at that point, you are taking those photographs. Did you also take individual photos of each drawer
Yes, sir.
on the 19th?
Yes.
And is that sort of you're in a bedroom now, right?
Yes.
What does your camera look like? What are we talking about?
It's a large DSLR camera with a extended lens on it, so it's not your average point and shoot. It's a professional, larger camera.
It's not like an iPhone.
Correct.
It's not like the little photo that we saw with placard 31, that little silver thing.
Correct.
When you say a DSLR, can you give me like an approximation of how large that thing is?
Oh goodness, it's probably maybe 8 to 10 inches in width, and probably sticks out a good 6 to 8 inches as well.
And so you're in the bedroom, you've been asked to take photographs, and now you're having to take them between the bed and the dresser?
Correct.
And you kind of have to get, to some degree, up close and personal with that dresser.
If you could rephrase, please.
Do you have to get up close and personal with the dresser to take photos of each individual drawer?
Overruled. She can answer.
Yes.
You were asked if you ever intentionally or with your knowledge touched those dresser drawers. Do you remember that question?
I do.
Did you have any role in opening those drawers?
No, sir.
So when you're in there first on the 18th, we talked about you're in a Tyvek suit,
Correct.
and we talked about what that looks like already. You said it's not very breathable.
It's a non-breathable
And
material.
what does that mean?
That it's solid, it's non-porous, so your body heat, nothing's getting in, nothing's getting out, so you're getting no air. It's very hot in that suit,
Are you sweating?
profusely.
And how long about, we talked about this before, but if you know from your memory, about how long were you there on the 18th?
I'm not certain, but I think it was upwards of 4 hours or more.
So you get there kind of into the evening. Initially, you go, we saw your photos of Alex when it's still light out.
Yes,
And then you kind of stay into the sun's gone down and you're still taking overalls of the house?
correct.
Well into it's dark out now.
Correct.
And you come back on the 19th at about 9 a.m.
Yes,
Do you stay for a full shift roughly on the 19th?
Yes.
Or even later? I think we saw some placards even after 7 p.m.
yes,
And so during your time at the house on the 19th, I think your testimony previously was you may have been wearing a Tyvek, you're not 100% sure.
correct.
And so again, would that have been the same sweaty suit?
Not the same, but the same type.
Fair
Yes.
enough. But you're in there now working again. So you not only did you take photos of this dresser on the 18th, we heard you took photos of it on the 19th. Is it, again, I'm not going to ask you about any sort of DNA results. That might be a better question for another witness, okay?
Yes,
But knowing that you were present in the house, for, we'll call it 2 days, but multiple hours on those 2 days at least, just focusing on the 18th and 19th, you were there, right?
yes,
Would it be possible that you brushed up against that drawer inadvertently?
yes,
Or that you wiped your brow at some point and brushed by it when you were trying to maneuver in that bedroom somehow?
yes,
And again, you were asked if you intentionally touched any drawers, and you said no, right?
correct.
But that's not to say that your presence in the home, you might not have touched the drawer without your memory or knowledge of it.
Sustained. Could you rephrase?
Sure. Would you have in that home, just going back to the questions that defense asked you, you didn't intentionally touch any drawers.
Correct.
So it's hard to ask about something that you don't know, right?
Correct.
But were you present in the home for most of that time on the 19th? You arrive at 9 a.m.
Yes,
Is most of your work done in and around Allison's home?
yes,
The whole day?
yes,
And so if you had made contact with something without your knowledge, there's really not much more you could tell us about that, right?
correct.
Were you taking precautions to the extent that you could to not touch anything?
Yes,
Yeah. That's all I have for you. Thank you.
Okay. And ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if anyone had a question for this witness, we would collect it at this time. And seeing none, may this witness be excused. I'm sorry, we've got one. Thank you. And you may approach.
he,
Bleach. With respect to spraying 10% bleach water on PPE gloves in 2015, 2018, and today.
that policy came into play in, I believe, 2016 was a time when it was regular practice. So prior to that, that was not a regular thing that we did, but we did have the glove changing policy, which we still retain as well.
Any follow-up by the state? Any follow-up by the defense?
I guess the only question is, has that changed again since 2016?
No, it's still a practice that we do today.
Any redirect? And the next question is, was there bleach water at the scene from the investigation team being used while processing the scene in 2015?
I don't know that, as I didn't process anything. I just merely photographed.
Any follow-up by the state? Any follow-up by the defense? And those were all the questions. May this witness be excused, subject to recall.
Yes, Judge.
You may step down. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And the state may call their next witness.
The state called Lieutenant Hugh Lockerbie.
Good afternoon, sir. And we'll have you come up to this podium right here and we'll get you sworn in.
So, can you state and spell your name for the clerk?
Hugh Lockerbie, H-U-G-H, L-O-C-K-E-R-B-Y.
Okay, please raise your hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
And I'll have you take a seat up here in the witness box. Thank you.
May we approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Please rise for the jury.
Let the record reflect we are back in the presence of the jury, and I will turn it over to you, Mr. Roseberry, whenever you're ready.
Thanks, Judge.
Good afternoon. Would you please just introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, my name is Hugh Lockerbie, and I'm a lieutenant with Scottsdale Police Department.
How long have you been a lieutenant?
I've been a lieutenant with Scottsdale Police now for over 6 years. I've been with the police department for over 27 years.
With Scottsdale?
Yes.
Can you tell me, we've heard from patrol officers already, but I'm curious, how does one become a lieutenant?
Well, throughout my career, I started obviously through the basic police academy, field training program after graduation. I spent 6 years in the patrol division of the Scottsdale Police. In 2004, I went to the violent crimes unit, where I was a detective there, and I spent the next 11 years there handling investigating death investigations, officer-involved shootings, homicide investigations, kidnappings, aggravated assaults. In 2015, in April of 2015, I promoted to the rank of sergeant, and I was assigned back to patrol, where I spent the next 16 months there. In July of 2016, I transferred back to the Violent Crimes Unit as the unit supervisor, so I was a first-line supervisor for the Violent Crimes Unit. In August of 2019, I promoted to the rank of lieutenant, where I was assigned back to patrol, and I have done some various opportunities there with patrol, and I was also a special investigations lieutenant overseeing our special investigations, which include undercover drugs, DEA task force, criminal intelligence unit, and I'm now currently a lieutenant in patrol.
so as a lieutenant in patrol, do you oversee the sergeants?
Yes, I oversee a squad of sergeants along with our officers, and I'm basically the operational person in charge of the city during my time that I'm working.
And so we kind of got a lot of information there. I want to ask you just a few pointed questions. When you go from patrol after your first 6 years, so my math might be bad, but we'll call that around 2000. Oh, you said 2004. You become a VCU detective.
Yes.
What is that transition from being a patrol officer to a detective, both in the any training, but also the type of role that you have?
Yes. So when I went to detectives, I obviously tested, took a written exam, oral board, was selected. I went through numerous different training. I went through basic homicide investigation course, basic and advanced blood spatter investigation, basic and advanced criminal analysis, investigative analysis, excited delirium, metallurgical pathology of cause, manner of death investigations, cold case investigations, updated legal information, along with basic and advanced interview and interrogation courses. Quite a bit of different other type of investigative priorities that detectives have.
And what kind of duties do you have as a detective that you might not have as a patrol officer?
Well, the detectives are assigned cases to review whether they were solved or unsolved. Those duties include reviewing the reports, reviewing the supplements, reviewing the evidence, seeing if there's identifying people that need to be interviewed to follow up on. Along with that is determining if someone had committed a said crime. We would go ahead and move forward with collecting our evidence and then eventually submitting charges on that person.
And so we heard about patrol, for instance, clearing a house in this case. As the lieutenant over all that patrol division of Scottsdale Police Department, are you familiar with how patrol would clear a house?
Yes.
And I'm not going to ask you to kind of rehash it all, but I wanted to ask you a few questions about that from your knowledge. Is that a relatively quick process?
The clearing of a home is a relatively quick process. The officers have a goal in mind when they enter a home, is obviously to find anyone that may be injured or may need help, and provide medical care or provide safety for that person. So it is a quick movement through the home to find anyone that may be injured or hurt, or also deal with any person that may be in the home that should not be, and remove them from the home to further investigate their reasons for being in the home.
And so just kind of by the nature of the purpose of the clearing, it happens fairly quickly?
Yes.
Okay. You mentioned the roles of the detective, including kind of reviewing cases, interviews, follow-up. Do detectives use their judgment, and do they go to the scene typically?
Yes. Yep.
Do they often make lab requests or prioritize things to be submitted for the lab work?
Yes, the detectives, we will review the evidence, and determine if there's forensic value that maybe needed to be sent to the crime lab for forensic analysis and laboratory work.
So, for instance, we heard from a crime scene specialist who went and took a bunch of pictures. Would it be a detective's role to say perhaps this item or that item might be something of note, please take a picture of it?
Yes. So when we're at the crime scene or at the place that we're investigating, our detectives will help facilitate pointing out items that need to be photographed or areas that need to be photographed.
And I'm going to move into a little bit more pointed now in this case specifically. Back on February 18th, 2015, what was your job at Scottsdale PD at that point?
February of 2015, I was a violent crimes detective.
And how did you come to respond to 8526 East Monterey?
So on that day, on Wednesday, the 18th of February, I overheard over the police radio that I had on my desk a call for service down on Monterey Way, where officers were responding to a female that was found unresponsive. There was blood and an odor of a bleach-like substance. So at that time, I responded from my desk, from my office. I notified my supervisor of that call for service and that I was heading that way.
And so, just so I understand, you're at your desk, but you're kind of monitoring police radio?
Yes, yep.
And would that have been around 4:02 p.m. on the 18th?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, around 4:02 p.m.
Okay. And obviously, if these specific times or addresses or anything, we do have a copy of your report. If you do want to refer to it at any point, please just let me know. So when you notify your supervisor, you respond out to the house?
Yes.
And tell me about that. You arrive and what do you see? What happens?
So as I get on scene, I noticed that the fire department was there where they were treating a male subject. There was numerous officers outside of the home. There was a lieutenant from our properties division that was on scene. I briefly got some information that there was a female found nude inside the home. She was deceased. I walked up to the front door where I could look into the house.
Can we proceed by question and answer rather than narrative?
I'm going to overrule that objection. He can continue with his answer.
Thank you. So as I'm standing at the front door, I could look into the home and I could see there was a brown tile floor and I could see a blood pattern going across the hallway or across the room into a hallway, which I couldn't see. And I could really detect a strong odor of like a chlorine type odor emanating from the home. So I then walked back down to the street, which is probably about 25 yards away from the front door. And there I met with other detectives and spoke with the patrol sergeant who was on scene to kind of get an understanding as to what they responded to, what they saw. And I started briefing other detectives as they arrived on scene.
You mentioned that a strong smell, even from outside of the home. Could you smell that as you continued back from the door?
Yes, when I was standing at the street, I could still smell that chlorine type odor in the air.
And is the front door open to your memory at that point?
Yes.
Okay. So initially, you're here at the house. You've told us how you've looked in that front door. Do you go in at that point?
Not at this time, no.
Do you, without telling us what he said, do you learn that the male on scene, Alex, some information has been provided by him to a different officer?
Yes.
Because you mentioned, I think, briefing. Did you use that word?
Yes.
What does that mean?
So typically when we respond to a scene like this one, and there's a large contingency of officers, we will get briefed by the responding officers. And briefing basically means is what the call for service was like, what they saw, what they did, where they went, who went into the home at that time, who any of the individuals that they contacted or were out with, who they were, if they identified themselves, and kind of what their role was, as best as the officers knew. So just so we have a little bit of understanding as to what we're dealing with.
Did you come to learn early on that there may be some cameras on the home just to the south of Allison's home?
Yes. So the house directly to the south, and I can't remember the exact numbers on Monterey, but it's the house directly to the south, had a camera that appeared to be focused, positioned towards the front driveway or the driveway to Allison's home.
Did you wait to enter the home? Well, strike that. Did you have other people enter the home first?
Yes, so after our briefing, my supervisor at the time started divvying out assignments, and one of the assignments was to Detective Heinzelman and a crime scene specialist, Palma, to just be the first two into the home to start doing overall photographs and taking a look inside the home.
Would that have been kind of standard in your experience to have just a few people go through for the overalls?
Yes, initially, yes. Yeah.
Why?
We really want to limit the number of people into the home initially, so we have an understanding as to what evidence may be needed to be collected right away, so it's not contaminated or it's not taken away from the scene. I also want to limit introducing anything foreign into the scene from us.
We kind of skipped one step, but in order to go into this home, did you deem it appropriate to obtain a search warrant? And did the process of entering the home start about 1938 or 7:38 p.m.?
Yes. So my initial assignment to the from my supervisor was authoring a search warrant. So I authored that search warrant. It was reviewed by a judge. It was signed, and at 1938 on Wednesday the 18th, we entered that home.
So we talked about Heinzelman and Palma going in. They do their walkthrough photos. At some point on the 18th, do you also enter the home?
Yes.
And tell me about that.
So Detective Heinzelman and I entered the home. We put on rubber gloves. We donned booties or protective gear around our feet and entered the home. And at that time, we started identifying what the home looked like and kind of what areas of evidentiary value were most significant to us.
For your purposes now, just initially we're talking about, are you guys utilizing, what door are you utilizing to get in and out?
The front door.
Are you taking care initially to kind of stay in certain areas of the home or something else?
Yes, we mainly stood or stayed in the dining room area of the home.
You mentioned booties and gloves. Are these items that you keep in your car with you? Where do they come from?
Yes. So when I was a detective, I kept a set of rubber gloves, a box of them, along with numerous booties that I would use and discard after I was done using them for that incident or that place.
And so now you're in the house, kind of to orient you. You're with Detective Heinzelman. You mentioned kind of limiting people that come in and out. At this point, are there a few other people, at least, that are in and around the home kind of for this beginning of the investigation?
Yes.
Was the Detective McWilliams present?
Yes.
Who is that related to this case?
So Detective McWilliams was initially assigned as the lead detective for this investigation, and he had another duty that he was handling before he entered the home.
And what was he initially making contact or overseeing involvement with Alex?
Yes, he was assigned to interview Alex, Allison's boyfriend at the time.
Was Sergeant Davidson around?
Yes, he was.
Who is that?
He was the violent crime supervisor at the time, so Sergeant Davidson eventually was with me to get kind of an understanding as to what the inside of the crime scene looked like.
What about crime scene specialists, one of whom we may have heard from, but were there crime scene specialists on scene?
Yes, there were.
Now, some names we haven't heard yet. Are you familiar with Ms. Kano and Ms. Beamer?
Yes, Ms. Kano at the time was our crime lab manager. So she oversaw the crime lab, and then our forensic science, Vicki Beamer, was one of our DNA lab technicians or lab chemists that processed evidence for DNA.
And so we have heard about the crime scene unit. What's the difference between the crime scene unit and the work or the role that Ms. Kano and Ms. Beamer had?
Ms. Kano and Ms. Beamer, their role is a little bit different than the crime scene unit. Their role is more confined to the crime lab. So they are in a very sterile environment where they process evidence, processing being swabbing things and using their machines and their technology and their experience and their training to identify DNA and providing reports on that.
So they work typically more frequently in a lab doing DNA processing.
Correct.
And in this case, Ms. Kano and Ms. Beamer come to the scene, and do they help process the scene?
Yes.
Do you direct crime scene personnel to take photos while you're there?
Yes. Yep.
Are you involved in directing them to do the faro scanning?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty innocuous. I mean, we tell them that it's part of our procedures to use a faro scanner to faro or scan an entire crime scene. So is one of those items is check to do that we need to do.
And this is kind of, again, this is standard operating procedure, so to speak?
Yes.
Okay. What was the general focus on Wednesday the 18th? So we mentioned the search warrant 738, but going in, how long are you there roughly on the 18th?
On the 18th, on Wednesday the 18th, we were there till roughly around 2:30 in the morning. Our main focus at that time was processing. We had identified about 26 different areas that needed to be swabbed and taken to the crime lab for immediate testing that we felt that held the most significant forensic value. That was our main focus, and then secondary to that, or almost primary to that, is the medical examiner and the removal of the victim, in this case, Allison Feldman, collecting her and getting her down to the medical examiner for an autopsy at a later time.
So I'm going to jump around in my notes a little bit. Were you part of, when the medical examiner arrived, was it that night on the 18th?
Yes, yeah.
Were you present, or did you assist the medical examiner investigator in getting the body removed from the home?
Yes, I was.
Tell me a little bit about what you noticed about the victim's body.
So the victim was lying on her back, supine on her back, in the hallway of the home. She had significant blood coming from her head, pooling around her head that had been dried. There was numerous bruises on her, along with small little almost burn-like conditions on her skin, consistent of like bleach or a chlorine, a caustic agent being poured on her. There were abrasions. There was a very clear ligature mark around her neck. There was which we come to find out later, was a black dress that was draped over her head so you could not see her face. There was quite a bit of this almost yellow-like or some sort of mixed in with the blood substance that was completely around her body. There was blood stains next to her along the wall. Some of the blood was very diluted. She was, like I said, she was naked. For the most part, once we had the towel removed, she did have a contusion to her head. That was kind of the bloodletting source for all the blood. That's basically, there may be some other areas that I might miss, but eventually when we turn her, or to get the back side of her now, the indentations from the liquid had replicated into her back, so they were almost imprinted in her back. And we eventually had to put her into a body bag, or a concealed bag that the medical examiner brings to remove individuals from.
And do you remember the medical examiner investigator's name as you sit here today?
I do.
What is it?
It's David Love, Love.
And just so we understand, is that a different person than the doctor who does the autopsy?
Yes, so the medical examiner here in Maricopa County will send investigators out to crime scenes at the request of law enforcement to help work with law enforcement to remove bodies, identify the police's investigation, and ultimately determine the cause and manner of the individual's death.
Is that the standard procedure for the medical examiner to send somebody to physically take custody of a body?
Yes.
Without, and you mentioned, I think you said towel at one point when the towel was removed. Were you referring to the clothing over her face?
Yeah, initially, we were told from our initial briefing that was a towel, but once we started processing Allison and we removed that item, it ended up being a black dress.
And was there anything about, so I want to focus in on the liquid part of this. You noted some obvious sort of caustic marks. Was there anything about the liquid other than the marks on her body? Was there a lot of liquid, a little liquid, something else?
There was a lot of liquid. It had soaked around her body and had mixed in with the blood that had came from her head, and it was yellow. It was almost like a crystallized substance that had been sitting there for some time now and drying in the air.
And was there anything about the liquid or your removal of the body? Was there any difficulty in removing the body due to the nature of that?
Not difficult. I mean, we were very cautious of our putting her into the body bag. So we had to be very careful because we are in kind of a confined space with it being a hallway, and we didn't want to move the body anywhere else other than picking it up and then placing it in the body bag.
Now I'm gonna move around a little bit, back to the 18th. So you mentioned that kind of initially your focus, medical examiner arrives, and we talked about the 26 stains. Who decides which of those 26 things are priority that first night?
I would say between myself, Detective Heinzelman, and the two crime lab individuals, Ms. Kano and Ms. Beamer, based on our collective experience and based on what we knew and what we saw, we probably collectively said these are the most important, and we would identify these 26 stains based on our collective experience. I don't think there was one person that was taking the overall lead and identifying each and every one. It was more of a collective group effort on that part.
Do you remember if there were any crime scene personnel asked to take photos or document the scene at that point? Do you remember their names, I should say?
Yes. And just to be fair, there was a couple. There was a lot of different crime scene specialists that we call it CSS, crime scene specialists, that we had tasked throughout that entire investigation while we were there, because we were there for 4 days. So initially, I believe Kat Palma, Ms. Palma, was our main crime scene specialist that was doing the majority of photography. So before we would even swab, collect, or do anything, we wanted to make sure, one, it was photographed in its original position, and then if it was an item of forensic value, we would put a mark it with either a letter or a number, depending on the type of evidence, and then also a ruler to give some dimension to the size of that piece of evidence.
And during that evening on the 18th, you mentioned you guys left, you said around 2 or 2:30 a.m.?
Yes.
Do you recall if there was a time frame where either a Ms. McKenna or Ms. Alexic took over for Ms. Palma into the early evening hours? If you remember.
Not off the top of my head, I don't remember at what point Ms. McKenna, who's another crime scene specialist, and Ms. Alexic entered the home and what their roles are, just off the top of my head sitting here right now.
That's okay, but it would have been standard to have a crime scene specialist assist with those
Yes.
photography and documentation.
And if memory serves me correctly, Ms. Alexic was assisting with photographing items that we found to be to collect or to take a photo of.
And we'll have another person testify to a bunch of the markers, but do you recall that first night, still focusing on the 18th into the early morning hours? What sort of photo markers are you guys using that first night, or were you placing and photographing?
Excuse me. Yes, that night we were the photo markers, and we'll call it like a PM for photo marker. Those PM numbers were actually letters that we identified, so we used PM letters at that time.
So like a B, C?
Yeah, okay. And then if it runs to Z, then we would start with double A's or AB, ABC, or AC, so we could kind of have a continual.
Okay, understood. So that first night that you're there, staying there for a minute, understanding your focus that night, do you notice anything? We've seen a lot of pictures of the house, so I'm not going to show you all those right now. But do you notice anything about, at that night, or you tell me if it was the next night, about glass?
Yes. So the first night that we were there on Wednesday, when I first entered the scene, there was the blood stain that I kind of identified initially when I was standing at the front door. Now that I've entered in and I've gotten closer to the blood stain, I could tell that it was a transfer pattern. It was something that had blood on it, and it was going across the floor. What was interesting to me was also that in her living room, or upon entering the front door, there was a living room which was kind of sunken down, roughly about 6 to 8 inches. There was quite a bit of blood there that had pooled up, and the couch was pushed away, and it was not in its, I would say, a natural position. And there was quite a bit of, there wasn't a lot, but there was these small glass brown shards, which we attributed to be coming from a beer bottle.
Did you see those in multiple places within the home?
Yes, we saw them in the dining room, in the hallway, in the living room, in that sunken area where all that blood had kind of pooled up at. There was a small glass shard when you walk through the home. When I say you walk through the dining room, you walk by the kitchen and you open up the glass door, there was a glass shard on the patio just outside of that sliding glass door. There was other smaller pieces along, just outside next to the kitchen in the dining room, living room area.
And at this point in the overnight hours on the 18th, at some point do you make your way into the backyard?
Yes.
Do you remember how you got back there, offhand?
More than likely, I would have went through the sliding glass door to enter the backyard.
And strike that. If you had done that, would you have taken extra precautions not to touch the handle of that door?
Leading.
Sustained, if you could rephrase.
Would you have taken any precautions in handling the sliding door?
Yes, I would have not used the handle. I would have used something else where it was been less likely than anyone to have touched.
Were you aware of the route that patrol took through the house? Did they tell you?
I probably was, but I don't exactly remember or recall what exact information they provided as to what they did or where they went. I knew when we got briefed by them, as they entered the home, they cleared the home to make sure that there was no other additional victims, provide any need to any medical attention to anyone on scene. And they cleared the home, which in my mind, in my eyes, is they went through every room to make sure no one was hiding and no one was in the residence.
And I kind of asked you a bad question, but the 18th, we kind of move into the morning of the 19th. Do you go back on the 19th?
Yes, we came back, this is Thursday the 19th, and we came back at 8 a.m. So from the 18th into the 19th, when we left at 2 in the morning, which would technically be the 19th, but 2 in the morning on the 18th, or that morning after the day that we had been there on Wednesday, we had put an officer in the alleyway and then an officer out front and ensured that no one entered the home while we were gone. So we did this, we returned back on Thursday the 19th now at 8 a.m. to now begin our collection and more thorough investigation of the home.
And you said that you had an officer stay at the home overnight?
Yes,
Would that be standard procedure?
absolutely, yes.
Why is that?
Well, we don't want anyone that to come into the home to disrupt the home, take any evidence away, contaminate it. The house is still under investigation.
And would that have been something that you ensured happened for each of those timeframes where you left and secured the house for the
Yes.
next day?
Yeah, so we did that Wednesday night, Thursday morning, Wednesday night, Thursday night, Friday night, and we finished in the late evening on Saturday, the 21st, I believe. Yeah, 21st. That would have been February 21st would have been a Saturday. So we finished roughly around 7:30, I believe.
And before we go into what you did on the 19th, recognizing the steps you took to secure the home, on the 18th, did you notice anything about the couch, specifically the computer or cables?
Yes. So, like I had said on the 18th when we were there initially, the position of the couch was not your standard a position that it would be in a normal home. It was definitely ajar. It appeared to have been pushed into a direction. Some sort of something happened there that would cause this movement of the couch. It was kind of pushed up more closely at an angle and closely to the coffee table. I noticed that there was a laptop that was on, I believe, the couch. And then kind of fast forwarding just a little bit, just to give some context. The next day on Thursday, when we kind of really started to really process everything in the home, we noticed that the cord to that laptop was missing, is not there.
And a couple more questions on that initial vein. When you're in the house early on, do you notice an alarm system iPad situation?
Yes. So when we were there, Detective Heinzelman and I noticed that in the master bedroom, in Allison's bedroom, there was a Cox security system that had a display, 6-8 inches display that had registered kind of the opening and closings of the doors throughout the home. So we took notice of that because of the kind of a collective effort as to knowing that when movement occurred in the home and when she was not being heard from. One of the things that we learned about was that Allison's father had sent a text roughly around 10 a.m. or 10 p.m. that night that was never received or was never, there was no response, which was unlike Allison.
And so you, at this point, on the 18th, you're able to see information about the alarm system on that tablet?
Yes.
Does it provide you kind of specific doors in their opening and closing times?
Yes, so the way the monitor looked, it had labeled, it would say back door open, and it would give you a timestamp. It would say front door open, a timestamp, front door closed, so it would correlate the closing of the door, but it did it in chronological order. So at times there were a back door and a front door might be open, and then the slider might be open or might be closed, but it was all logged chronologically as to when a door opened and when a door closed.
And now, this still in your sort of initial impressions, are you able to notice, or does anything stand out to you of any sort of like spray over on knobs, handles, things like that?
Yes. So as I'm there in the crime scene, assisting and directing collection of evidence, one of the things that stood out to me right away was there was this white-like substance on all of the knobs in her bedroom. And then I continued to see this spray pattern in the kitchen, in the bedroom next to her bedroom, the spare bathroom. There was this spray pattern, and then it continued also in this white-like substance in the laundry room, where it was I could tell like this as someone would spray it hit this surface, and it just stayed there. So it was very apparent to the naked eye that we could see this. And then we also saw this on Allison's doors on her car that was in the garage.
And continuing, Lieutenant, with your observations, now moving into sort of beyond the night of the 18th, you go back the 19th. How long do you stay there on the 19th?
So the 19th would be Thursday. It was, I believe, in the early morning hours, 1 or 2 in the morning, I believe. I'd have to look at my report real quick, but I think it's roughly around that time.
Around 1 a.m., you said?
Yeah, about 1 a.m.
Okay. And again, you're there for multiple days, and can you remind us, as a detective, you said there was a initial lead detective, McWilliams?
Yes.
So what's the difference between McWilliams and you at this point in your roles?
Yes, so Detective McWilliams, as a lead detective, you're ultimately responsible for the entire case and kind of the direction that it goes, along with the supervisor. You're in charge of submitting lab reports, reviewing all the reports, doing any type of follow-up. You're pretty much in charge. It's your investigation to kind of dictate and run as to the best way you see fit.
And so as you're using your training and experience in moving through the house, do you notice anything in the kitchen area? And specifically, I would ask you, did you use sort of your flashlight or notice anything on the floor of the kitchen that you wanted to take note of?
Yes, so one of the things that we were concerned about was potentially footwear impressions because of the mechanism, the blood, the chlorine or the caustic agent that we had seen poured throughout the home. We wanted to see if there's any areas that might have been missed. So I used my flashlight, and to kind of look at the glaze across the tile floor, you could see what appeared to be like a foot impression almost, or a shoe impression.
So that was something you kind of shined a flashlight to be able to see?
Yes.
And would that have been, again, something you directed someone else to process or collect or do what they needed to do?
Yes, they have the crime scene specialists have the equipment, the chemicals, or the process, the knowledge, the experience to collect evidence in those type of veins.
We've heard already and seen photographs of some of the receipts in the kitchen. Did you have occasion to look inside of Allison's purse?
Yes. So when I looked through her purse, I found a Walmart receipt, which was dated the 17th, would have been Tuesday the 17th, and it showed her purchasing items at Walmart right down the street from where she lived off of Pima Road in Chaparral. I found a Kohl's receipt and then a bike receipt of some sort, along with some other items inside of her purse.
And that was all in the kitchen area?
Yes, that was, her purse was actually on top of the kitchen counter.
Did you ever find her, like what would be characterized as a wallet?
No.
Did you ever find her a phone that ended up belonging to her?
No, we never found her cell phone. We found her cell phone box. We believed it would belong to the phone, but we never found the actual phone itself.
Could the Kohl's and the bike receipt have been in drawers in the kitchen? Do you remember?
They might have been. I'd have to, like I said, might have to refresh my recollection on that piece.
Okay. Then I can show you pictures too if we get there today. Did you find any documents in that kitchen area or those drawers related to potential home repairs that Allison may have had done?
Yes.
Okay. Did you even direct someone to obtain the traps from underneath the sinks in the home?
Yes. So the underneath your sink is what's called the P trap. It's that's how water leaves your sink. There was one in the kitchen, which I directed our crime scene specialist to collect, photograph and collect, and then along with that spare bathroom that was right next to Allison's bedroom, also had them collect that P trap.
And is that again something that may be standard, just in case?
Well, it was more than just in case, due to the fact that we had this spray pattern at the sinks and in the bathroom there. Our concern was maybe there may be some items of value, of forensic value, that may be still in the actual sink. We don't normally do that to every single crime scene. We had a reason for that because of that spray pattern, that white substance that had appeared to have been sprayed.
So you're kind of following the investigation as it unfolds?
Yes.
And did you notice a hair in the guest bathroom area?
Yes, I did.
Where about was that?
That would have been on the sink, I believe.
Let me see. And if it's all right, Lieutenant, excuse me, it's a small point, but I might as well bring it up to you because it's heavy, if that's all right. May I approach, Judge?
Approach the witness?
Yes.
Yes, you may.
I'm just going to approach you with Exhibit 15. It says his scene supplement. That's what I'm going to turn to.
Jim.
I'm going to ask you a follow-up question, Lieutenant, but you had mentioned just in response to my last question, there may have been a hair, you think maybe on the sink area, and you had asked before that there might be a few things to refresh your memory, so I figured this might be a time for that, okay?
Yes.
Is that fair?
Thank you.
This is 15, and I've opened it to Bates 260. I don't know how you're going to get hold of that, but...
May I stand?
You may, yes.
And just for purposes of this one question, I'll direct you to the third-ish paragraph that begins, "There's also a spare bathroom," if you see that one.
Are we looking at 260? Page
Yes.
260? Okay.
There's also a spare bathroom, kind of middle of the page. And then just a few sentences down, if it would just read that to yourself, and then I'll ask you again that same question.
I'm sorry, let me correct that. The small black hair was actually on the toilet bowl.
And fair to say that you were at this scene for 4 days?
Yes,
And at least as to the day we're currently, we had talked about last, was from about 8 a.m. to 11 p.m. that day?
yes.
So now I'm moving forward in your role here. We've seen the photos of the office. Do you remember anything about the home office?
Yes.
Was there any electronic items that were taken from there?
There was an older laptop that we could kind of tell that didn't appear to be used recently, and then there was also an iPad.
And again, at this point of the investigation, this is that first few days after the murder?
Yes.
So you tell me, do you as detectives know what may or may not be on those devices at the time that you're collecting them from the floor?
No, we don't. We have a unit that specializes in the extraction and the analyzation of electronic devices, cell phones, iPads, computers, laptops. So they're assigned to forensically look through those devices.
And now moving to the backyard, can you tell me a little bit about the backyard? I'll focus first on that block wall in the farthest east between Allison's backyard and the alley.
Okay. So the backyard has a block wall that obviously separates her property to the alleyway to the east. The block wall is your standard, just normal block wall with cement blocks, and then on top there was a decorative type of block that was kind of the top piece of that wall.
And we've seen a few pictures, but when you say decorative, is that, could you kind of see through that decorative part of the block?
Yes, I mean the decor of the block had different crosses and things throughout it, so you could stand there and look through the block wall into her backyard.
And now I'm going to move back towards the house. What do you remember being on the porch?
So the porch had a covered porch. So when you exit the sliding glass door from the home and onto the porch, it had the standard cool decking for the pool. Covered by the porch, there were some lawn chairs or lounge reclining chairs that one would lay on. There was 3 different coolers, igloo coolers that were out there. One was next to the sliding glass door, and then there were 2 others that were next to the lounge chairs, which were probably 10 to 15 feet away from that sliding glass door. And then there was a pool, your standard backyard pool, that kind of was in the middle of the property, and then as you're looking at the pool, which would be to the left, the north part of the property, there was a grass area.
You mentioned the coolers, and now, in some ways, combining a few of the days that you were there, do you ultimately take the beers out of those coolers?
Yes.
Can you tell me more about what the bottles in the coolers look like?
The coolers were, there was beer in one of the coolers. They were removed. It was obviously the coolers were wet, and they were filled with water. They were the caps, the metal caps on top of the beer bottles had a slight rust to it, so that appeared to us that they'd been in there for quite some time. There were some cans of beer in one of the coolers.
And did you observe any of the Leinenkugel's brand beer?
Yes, there was one Leinenkugel's bottle of beer, a creamy dark. It's the type of Leinenkugel's beer. that was it was the only Leinenkugels in that set of beer. The rest were like Pabst Blue Ribbon and Coors Light. There might have been a Four Peaks in there too.
You might have mentioned this, but these beers are they inside of the cooler when you first observed them?
Yes. So just to be clear, they were actually in the cooler, so we opened the cooler and found them soaking in the water.
We're going to just stay in the backyard for a moment. Do you personally observe that a tile from the pool inside the pool?
Yes. So at the edge of the pool had your standard tile around the edges of it. There was one spot right as you walk out of the front door and you walk directly to the pool. There was a section of the pool tile, roughly around 6 inches or so, that had been broken off and was lying at the bottom of the pool, along with a piece of carpet that was at the bottom that had some like red coloring kind of on the actual piece of carpet.
Do you notice anything about the tile from the pool when it's pulled out? Do you recall?
I'd have to refer to my report on that.
And that's okay. If you do need to refresh your memory, absolutely. Let me ask you a few more questions. Well, let me just direct you, since I found it while I'm standing here, to 261.
Can we approach?
You may.
Looking at your have incorporated any written notes or anything into an official police report.
Yes.
And I asked you a bunch of questions today, and a few times you said looking at your report might help refresh your memory.
Yeah, just because it's the time now.
Of course. And what's one of the reasons why you might write these police reports?
To refresh my recollection, just to remember exactly some small or specific details.
And what I've been directing you to thus far are these words that you wrote back in 2015?
Yes.
And would looking at that report help refresh your memory as to my question reference that you saw anything associated with the tile from the pool?
Yes.
So if I could direct you to Bates 261, the bottom paragraph, and if you could just read it to yourself, and if that refreshes your memory, go ahead and don't look back at the book when you answer. I know it's a large item right there.
Okay.
Were you able to read that? Oh.
Yes, I was.
Did you notice anything associated with the tile when it was removed from the pool?
There was a large piece of hair, and then on the edge of where the towel was, there was some red stains, which consisted of blood.
And for the record, the witness is not looking at the notebook, he's looking at the jury when he's answering. Did you notice anything else in the pool?
Yes, there was a silver hoop earring at the bottom of the pool.
You had seen Allison Feldman's body that night of the 18th?
Yes.
Did you notice if she was wearing an earring or earrings or not on that night?
I did notice that she had one earring on.
To your knowledge, did it appear to be consistent with the earring that you observed from the pool?
Yes.
You said there was a mat or a carpet you described from the pool?
Yes.
Can you tell me a little bit more, just to reorient yourself to that? Tell me more about the carpet.
Yes, so once we removed the carpet, the size of the carpet was a square, and it was consistent with the void pattern that was apparent outside of the sliding glass door. So it had appeared that piece of carpet, initially we thought it was a rug, but once we pulled it out of the pool and it flipped it up, it was obviously it was a piece of carpet, but that was being utilized as kind of like a doormat outside of the sliding glass door, and we were able to show that that piece of carpet was outside of the actual door due to that void in the on the ground or on the cement there.
What do you mean by void?
The void afraid of something was there, and there was a shape around it to show that there was something there that is no longer in that place, in that position.
I have like a page and a half left of questions for you. Kind of transitioning, Judge. I don't know if you want me to just keep going or when you want me to take a break.
If you want to stop now, we can. It's up to you if you're at a natural juncture in your questions.
Natural as any, I suppose.
Okay, all right. So ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take that afternoon break. Please remember that admonition, and we'll see you back here at 3:15.
Thank you guys for the jury.
All right, so yes, there it is. Yep, Sharon. Yep. That's what I was wondering the same. Where did that? Was Allison wearing the earring? And they literally just said that. So there was an earring that was in the large hoop earring that was in the pool, along with the carpet, which was used as a doormat for the sliding door, pool tile, and so she was wearing an earring as well. So it seems like, and you could, he said, the detective lieutenant there, he just said, we saw that yesterday, you know, remember from Google Maps, we were looking at Allison's neighborhood in her house and backyard, and there was that block wall, and then there was like some decorative thing on top, topping, I guess. And he said you could look through that. So we thought it was about 6 to 7 feet tall. So, 6 feet, you could look through that. So it seems right now, like he somehow found this house, was looking through, saw Allison. She could have been sitting there. She could have been walking in and out. She could have been relaxing, having a drink, whatever it is. And he hopped that fence and probably pounced her there, struggled there, and then dragged her inside. That seems to be the most logical chain of events. So I'm just shocked that nobody heard her scream. She's screaming, and he may have had his mouth over her hand. He could have been, shut up or I'll delete you, all this stuff, who knows? But it does seem like it happened. It seems like it started in the backyard.
Please rise for the jury.
Please be seated. Let the record reflect we are back in the presence of the jury, and we will continue on with the state's direct examination of this witness.
Thank you, Judge. So we ended, I was going to plan to ask you a little bit about 220, but I'd like to orient you to the house briefly. So we'll start with, I'm going to show you 252 previously admitted. All these initial ones are previously admitted that I have up here with me. So Detective, does this look kind of familiar as far as the layout of the house?
Yes, it does.
Okay, that you described for us? Okay. Now, might just be helpful since we're here. On February 20th, were you present for the application of the Blue Star chemical?
Yes, I was.
And can you tell me, we heard about what that is, but how is it applied to the house?
The Blue Star is mixed together with different liquids, and I believe, I'm not exactly sure exactly what the mixture contains, but it eventually is poured into a standard spray, something that you would use to spray your insects or weeds or something like that. It's like a weed sprayer of some sort with a long wand, and you pump it up, and then you spray that mixture onto the area that you're looking to see how the blue star reacts to the surface.
And we're going to talk a little bit more about Blue Star with a different witness, but is that something you can see once it's applied to wherever it's going to be applied to the ground, for instance? Is that something then that you can see with your naked eye? There's some sort of blue?
Yes, so the lighting conditions need to be correct in order to see it. If you did it out in the sunlight, you wouldn't be able to see it because of the glow that is created. So you have to use a dark environment, whether that's at night or dark out shades, whatever your kind of environment is. But it has to be dark in order to kind of really see the true source of the glow that is being caused by the reaction.
And because we've talked about some of this in your testimony, I'm going to show you some previously admitted photos, okay?
Okay.
So 56, what is this? We've heard about this, but you testified as to some beer and coolers. Does this look like?
Yes.
And so when you were at the scene initially, was this beer on top of the coolers like this, or was it inside of coolers or something else?
It would have been inside the coolers.
And is this what you described as sort of just potentially floating in water, or some having rust on the caps?
Yes.
Okay. So these are going to be kind of disjointed in the time frame of them, because fair to say you were present for this house, but you didn't take this picture yourself.
Correct.
Okay. So now I'm going to move to 80, what you had mentioned, the carpet.
Yes.
Yeah, may I approach, Judge?
You may, and you have continuing permission.
Kind of awkward here, so I might just hold this up for you, Lieutenant, but this has been marked as Exhibit 14. It has a, well, can you tell me what this appears to be?
Yes, so Exhibit 14 is the square patch of carpet that we found at the bottom of the pool, which is being shown here in Exhibit 80.
It's not really possible to show this to you without showing it to the courtroom, but is this a fair and accurate depiction of that carpet piece that was pulled out of the pool?
Yes, it is.
Judge, I move to admit Exhibit 14.
Any objection?
No objection.
It's ordered admitting Exhibit 14 into evidence.
Just so you can, you see on the back here, what is that?
There's some dark, Exhibit 14 on the back side of it. It's got some kind of darkish markings that are foreign to the actual fibers of the bottom side of the carpet.
And I'm approaching with Exhibit 2. This I can hand to you, sir. Would you tell me what, if you recognize that item?
Yes, so Exhibit 2 is the earring that we had seen on at the bottom of the pool, and also the one earring that was still on Allison Feldman.
So I'm just going to show you 96, which has been admitted, and then 99 also admitted. So is what you're holding in your hand, does that appear to be the earring that was pulled out of the pool?
Yes, it is.
Judge, I move to admit Exhibit 2.
Any objection?
No objection.
It's ordered admitting Exhibit 2 into evidence.
And now, I did have a few questions that I had asked you about the items, so I'm just going to show you this. 82, the couch. Is this what you had described as there's a computer on the couch?
Yes, that laptop, number 12, was the laptop that I was referring to earlier on the couch.
And is that the laptop that was missing a charging cable as far as you could tell looking in this area?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Exhibit 100, what does that appear to be?
Exhibit 100 is that piece of tile that I described earlier that was consistent with the other tile along the edge of her pool. So that's this piece, Exhibit 100 here, was found at the bottom of the pool that we were able to remove from that pool, and we obviously noticed on that piece of tile there was also some hair, excuse me, some long hairs on them.
Would that have
Excuse me.
stood out to you as potentially being important for this type of investigation?
Yes.
I'm going to show you, I'm going to jump inside now and just show you a few things because as we've moved through, you noted on the floor in the home there appeared to be sort of a pattern on the floor. Can you tell me again what that was?
The pattern.
Like S shape?
Yeah. So in the leading from the Arcadia sliding door through the home down the hallway, there was this blood pattern that was a transfer pattern of movement of blood that kind of snaked its way or S its way through the dining room area down to the hallway, leading up to where Allison was found lying on her back in the hallway.
I'm showing you what we've seen previously as Exhibit 121. Did this particular item stand out to you?
Yes, so as you can see at the top of this exhibit, this photo, we're 21 of that. That's that sliding glass door that I described. Just to the, I guess, west of it would be that a glass table with 3 chairs. Landing on there was a Swiffer mop that we believe was used as a mechanism to cover up or move some of the blood around along with the potentially the bleach or whatever caustic agent that was on the floor.
And gonna jump, well, I'll show you this one. Just, again, you're taking stock of the items that are around the home. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, so
Focus.
exhibit number 122 here shows a photo of photo marker 23, which is a stand-up mirror. So the stand-up mirror was to the right of the slider door, where it was kind of on display, and in the reflection you can see the kind of the clothes hanger where she was hanging some clothes to dry. To the right of this mirror would be your kitchen area.
And was it clear to you from the start whether or not that dining room, like between the kitchen and dining room and into the hallway, whether that area was area of focus or concern?
Yes, it was.
I'm going to show you 102, which we have talked about. I'm going to just orient you. Is this the laundry room?
Yeah, so the laundry room is directly to the south of the kitchen. So where we were standing at looking at that kitchen table, if you were to turn to your right, you'd look through the kitchen, it would flow into the laundry room there.
And so now I'm just going to go to 103 and see if can you tell us what stood out to you about this part of the home?
Yes, so 103 is kind of we're in the laundry room now, and we're looking at the bottom part of the top part of the washer and dryer. There are front loader washer dryers. Above that is the cabinets that are above your washer and dryer. What stood out in importance to me was the 3 knobs that you see at the cabinets had this white spray pattern that impacted those 3 knob areas.
And can you kind of see that in this picture? If I direct your attention to the left knob here?
Yes.
And what, is it this white discoloration or something else?
No, it's the white discoloration, just to the left of that knob there. You can kind of see the spots on the other cabinet door.
And we've seen this picture, but you were present at the scene yourself.
Yes, I was.
Is this something that, you could readily see with the naked eye?
Yes.
Would it have stood out to you as unusual given your training and experience investigating these types of crimes?
Yes, it did.
Going now to 104, what is that?
So 104 is, we're still in the laundry room, and it would be on the other side of where the washer and dryer are at, it would be another cabinet. And what stood out to me was item number 15, which is at the top there next to that bottle of Raid, is 2 boxes of Swiffer sweeper boxes containing the pads for your Swiffer mop.
And so for your role in kind of directing what is to be photographed and collected, or being a piece of that team, was this something that you felt might be important?
Yeah, I believe it may possess some evidentiary value to it because of that Swiffer that I talked about earlier was maybe used as a mechanism to help cover up or remove any type of forensic evidence. This is part of the device that would help create that. So that this item 15, these Swiffer boxes, I felt were of evidentiary value because that's where the person may have retrieved them from.
Now I'm moving to a different location. Won't be able to orient you all that well here, but 145. Can you see any of that similar white pattern that we've been talking about on this exhibit 145?
Yes, so 145 is a picture of her car, which is in the garage, and I call it a garage, but it's more of it was a carport where they put a garage door over it. But that's where her car was parked at. On the passenger door here, there was that same type of white spray pattern that you can kind of see running down the car door. The fluid is running down the car door.
Now I'm going to stick with this kind of theme for a second, but moving locations again. 160. Do you recognize this general location here?
Yes, so 160 here is a photograph of Allison's bedroom. We're looking at, you can kind of see the bedroom, her bed off to the right there, and then off to the left is the main set of drawers for her dresser. And you see the knobs, then above them are white labels that we would place there to help identify each knob. Along those knobs were spray patterns of that same white impacted spray that was sprayed on them.
And I'll show you a few photographs of that, but I wanted to ask, when you are present in the home from the 19th to the 21st, each individual day that you arrive at the home, and I don't think we've talked too much about the 21st yet, but my question is, are you, as part of your role, are you moving about the house?
Yes, so obviously being there for multiple days, we are moving throughout the house as we collect certain evidence, as we process certain parts of the home, we move on to another part, or identify, start going through certain parts of the home. As we're in there, we're doing our best to continually be aware of our surroundings, not brush up to anything that may have not been processed or may have not been swabbed yet. That's why we were trying our best to kind of keep the personnel to a minimum as best we could, and just try to keep our whereabouts and our body position, our situational awareness away from touching certain things.
And you said you're doing your best. I understand that to your knowledge, wearing the gloves and booties when you're engaging in any sort of scene processing?
Yes. So as we're in the home, I'm wearing my gloves, rubber gloves, my booties. Every time I exited the home, I would change them out. If I handled something differently, I would change gloves. I was trying to do the best I could with wearing those protective devices.
And this bears asking, but you're physically in the home for these essentially 4 days,
Yes.
and you are working. Is that right?
Yes.
And do you? I mean, is it possible that you could have coughed during the numerous hours you were present in the home?
It's possible.
Is it possible you could have been sweating?
Yes.
Could you have wiped your forehead at some point?
Yes.
Or, again, you said you take care and try not to brush up against anything. Is it possible you did without realizing it sitting here today?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're not just standing there with nothing in our hands as a robot. We actually have notepad and pens that we're documenting. We're writing notes. We're moving about the residence, the home, at certain points strategically as we collect certain stuff.
And now, as you are working in the home, I'm kind of losing my voice. Are you going? Let's say you are working in this in the bedroom area around this dresser. After you are in there, do you potentially open drawers to see what's inside at some point?
Yeah, after it's been properly photographed and swabbed. One of the drawers here has already been opened. You can kind of see where a pink piece of clothing is sticking out of it. That was not us yet. These are all photographs. Before we opened anything, we made sure we properly processed it and collected any items of forensic value before we opened it and went through it.
And the question I was trying to get at was, again, are you cleaning behind yourself? Are you like wiping the drawers down after you opened it?
No.
Okay. I'm gonna go through the last couple photos because we were talking about spray over before I kind of derailed you here. So 161, what is that?
So 161 is a photo straight on of that dresser cabinet or that dresser, and you can definitely see the impact of the white spray that is on those knobs of those drawers.
Okay. And I'm not going to ask you about every single one, but maybe just grab one for demonstration's sake. 165 here. Can you see what you've described as that white substance?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
That's 165. And then 158, you had mentioned potentially seeing, well, did you see spray over potentially on handles in the home as well?
Yes, under 158, I think, or did you say 155?
58 here.
158 is a picture of a handle of a door that had that same spray over.
Okay. So we've kind of arrived at 221, that final day, the Saturday in the home. I'm going to ask you a couple questions about what you did there, and then I've got some more photos to show you of the home before we move on, okay?
Okay.
So 221, what was the focus on that day, going back to the home?
So 221, February 21st is a Saturday, and that ended up being our last day at the Feldman residence. And our main focus there was the final collection of some of the larger pieces of evidence. We had to get a U-Haul truck to kind of transport these items. So we were talking about the couch, the chair, and some other large set of items.
And so at this point on the 21st, is a lot of the scene processing when it comes to swabbing things mostly been done?
Yes, yeah. So the majority of swabbing, collecting of evidence of things of items of forensic value occurred those first 3 days. Kind of the last day is now kind of the wrap of collection. Most of our processing was all done by then.
And we will hear from additional CSS personnel as to exact swabs on the exact time that they did them. But fair to say you didn't take, in this particular case, although you're directing things, you didn't take a lot of those swabs themselves, a CSS or lab person did?
Yeah, so my role, my job as a detective is not necessarily to be the person that actually collects the piece of evidence. Our crime scene specialists are specifically trained in the proper collection of that.
And on this date, on the 21st, you said you're moving furniture?
Yes.
Is there anything of note do you decide to take the couch?
Yes, I do.
And is there anything of note that ultimately comes out of that?
Yeah, so when we moved the couch, underneath the couch, unbeknownst to us, we find a broken top of a beer bottle, which belonged to a Leinenkugel's bottle, which still had the cap at the top of it, and it was from a Honey Weiss type of Leinenkugel bottle.
So we talked a little bit about glass that you saw in the home right away, kind of stood out to
Yes.
you. Now this, though, to be clear, this top of the bottle that you saw, this is the first time that you laid eyes on this thing was the 21st?
Yes.
Okay. And you said, I think the top of it had a Honey Weiss, did you just say that?
Yes.
When you were examining the glass pieces that had been collected or that you had seen at the home initially going through, did it appear to you that there could be glass related to a different, not a Honey Weiss beer?
Yes, so when I was in that sunken dining room, living room area, there was numerous shards of glass, smaller pieces. Not a lot of bigger ones, but more smaller ones. But one of the glass pieces had still attached to it that green label, which was consistent and the same as the green label found on that Leinenkugel's creamy dark beer that we found on the patio. So when we found the Honey Weiss, we have a Honey Weiss Leinenkugel bottle, and then also a broken piece of a Leinenkugel's creamy dark beer.
And so that appeared to be, you mentioned the partial green label. Are you Leinenkugels? Are you familiar with Leinenkugels?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So you recognize that partial green label as more likely related to the creamy dark?
Yes.
Okay. Did that lead you to any sort of understanding or conclusion as to the potential number of bottles that may have been involved?
Yeah, I mean, potentially, based on what we saw initially or when we were there, we believe there was 2 bottles that were used in the assault.
Did you ever find enough glass, to your knowledge, to make up even one whole bottle?
That was one of the things that we couldn't completely wrap our head around, was the lack of glassware from 2 bottles, especially with larger pieces being missing. We found shards of them, smaller shards, but when we collectively kind of brought them together, in our opinion, it didn't feel like there was enough of that bottle to make a whole bottle.
Did you ultimately, assist or direct someone to collect all of the glass that you were able to see?
Yes.
So we're gonna stick with the house for now, and I have a collection of pictures just to orient you a little bit. Initially, Judge, I've shown these to defense, and they are agreeing to stipulate to 420. They're not a cohesive order or set, so I'm gonna have to read the numbers if that's okay.
That's fine.
423, 424, 425, 429, 430, 436, 442, 442, 443, 455, 456, 457, 458, 460, 463, 461, 463, 466, and 468.
Okay, any objection?
Not to those.
Okay, it's ordered admitting those exhibits into evidence.
And so I'm not going to show you every picture from that night. We do have someone who will talk about that a little bit. But you talked about those letter placards. Is that what we're looking at here?
Yes.
And this is 423. So we've seen photos with the number placards that no longer had these letter placards. So when is this? When are these photos taking place?
This would have been taken the evening or the night of the 18th of the Wednesday, the 18th.
So into that, you mentioned you stayed there till 2:30 in the morning that night of the 18th. So these would have been that late night time frame?
Yes, so the first night that we're there, or when we first responded, and we were in the home for the first time, and we're identifying those 26 different areas of significant forensic value. This would have been that night. That would have been that first night.
And I'm going to show you a few more photos in a second, but do you see H? Do you see H?
Yes, I do.
Do you refer to that? You mentioned PM. What is PM again?
Photo marker.
And so would you commonly refer to that as PMH?
Yep, that would be photo marker H.
So we'll get back to that. I'm going to go to 424. What are we looking at here?
This photo here is depicting the orientating it being in the hall, it being in the dining room area, looking towards the hallway, and the blood patterns that are seen on that tiled floor.
And while we're here today talking about it, you mentioned. Do you see PME in this?
Yes.
Of course, sort of middle of the photo right here?
Yes.
I'm going to just go to the next one, which is 425. Is that the same?
Yes.
What is that?
Photo marker PME here is depicting the glass shards that are in the photo here.
So you had described sort of various areas of the home where you had seen glass. Is this an example of some of the glass that you would have seen with as you're in the home that night?
Yeah, this area, yes.
429, we're returning now to PMH.
Yep.
So, I got to ask you, Detective, you were there. Did PMH stand out to you for any reason?
Yes, it did.
Why?
Well, the stains here in the area of photo marker H were different than they were not, from what I could tell, were not blood. It was more of a sticky, vicious or type of substance, droplets that were did not appear to come from blood. They appeared to be something almost had some sort of substances within in that droplet. And what also stood out to me was the fact that the type of stain here is absent from anywhere else that we saw. It was next to that chair that's been pulled away from the table. So it's the orientation, it being near where the blood pattern is going by it, the way that the stain has now impacted the tile floor. Showed me that somebody was standing, or it was falling through gravity, and it didn't have any movement to the actual stain.
And so you're obviously here, and you see blood in the house, right?
Yes.
And I'll show you. Maybe I'll jump for a second to 436. So can you see blood in this picture?
Yes.
And did PMH as you're looking at it in person, you said it stood out to you as different or unique.
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna go now. That was 429 I just put up. I'm gonna go to 430. That's, what is that?
430 is now a real close-up photo of that area of photo marker PMH. And as looking at it from a very close, you can definitely see the light colored of the stain compared to more obviously a redder stain in that previous exhibit where it was a lot more red.
And so just to be clear, when you're looking at this the night of, well, are you able to eyeball this and tell us that? I know exactly what that is.
No.
But you were able to know this is something that looks different.
Yes.
In the way you described to us?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I'm going to show you a few more moving through the house. 442, do you see that one?
Yes, 442 shows a picture of PM letter P, as in Paul, and that's indicating the area where that larger, kind of that little bit bigger beer bottle glass shard is at.
Now I'm just going to go to 443. Is that, what is that?
Just 443 is a zoomed picture of that piece of glass beer bottle.
Okay, and now sticking with the glass here, I'm moving to 455. What is this? Can you see? Actually, I'll just focus you. Can you see PMW?
Yes, I can.
Where in the house are we at right now?
So we're almost, I mean, we're kind of, you'd be standing kind of in that threshold between the dining room to the kitchen, looking towards where the hallway would lead you, kind of just above where G's at. On the other side of G, on the other side of that pillar is the front door, and then to the left of where W's at, that is that kind of that sunken living room with the tile floor, a different type of tiled floor where I kind of described earlier about being that larger pool of blood in that area.
Can you kind of see in this picture some of the swipe pattern that you were describing?
Yes, so next to the right of PMW is that swiping pattern that leads or shows directionality towards where Allison was found.
Do you see the edge of PMH? If I go back, I guess can't see the placard in 455, but if I go back to 429, is it? And then I go from 429 to 455. Can you kind of see the edge of PMH in this photo?
Yes, just to the right of the four legs of that chair, you see the stains where PMH was identified.
Kind of right middle edge of this 455?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna go now, 'cause I know we lost it, but W is what I was initially focused on, so now I'm gonna show you 456. What is that?
So W was indicating the area where all the small little tiny pieces of shard glass were at. And then at the top of, or just to the right, in the top of the page there is where that swiping pattern it was in.
And then we had mentioned you're in the home, Miss Beamer, Miss Kano, and a crime scene unit person is taking photos?
Yes.
Do you, well, strike that, I'll ask you in just a second. Judge, I have a few sensitive photos that I'm going to put up that defense has stipulated to at this point.
Okay, they're not admitted yet?
No, they are, I'm sorry,
Okay.
I just was noting it for the media and for
Okay,
your honor.
thank you. So to our media representative, we will not be filming this portion. Thank you.
So I'm going to put up 457 and a couple questions. In this photo, there is some additional placards. To your knowledge, were crime scene personnel also processing things overnight, at least a few items?
I'm sorry, could you just rephrase your question?
Yeah. Well, tell me what we're looking at.
So what we're looking at is Allison's body as it was found lying in the hallway, lying on her back with the dress on top of her face. And then towards her feet you'll see the hallway which leads to her master bedroom along with the spare bedrooms and bathroom.
And what I'm going to remove this from the screen for the moment for these questions. My question was, we had talked about the ABC markers being present early on for Ms. Kano and Ms. Beamer and the kind of collection that night. Were there crime scene personnel involved in that initial night as well?
Yes.
Okay. And I'll leave it at that for a moment. I'm going to ask you a few more questions about the hallway. So this is 450. I'm continuing on with sensitive photos, Judge. You described for us an item, before I show 458 for the record, you described to us an item of clothing over Allison's face. You remember
Yes.
that? Okay.
Yes.
I'm showing you 458 now. And does that appear to be, what is that?
That's the 458 is going to be the picture of the dress that is draped over her.
Just covering her face?
Yes, covering her face and the upper part of her body, her
Okay.
torso area.
I've removed 458. I'm going now to 460. What is this?
460 is a picture of her navel area, and in that navel area is filled with some sort of a liquid. Along with that, you can see the picture depicts some of that red, not reddish, but it's that burning type of burn mark or mark left by that caustic agent, along with some blue or purple bruising that's occurring in her pelvic region.
Okay. And so you had described a bunch of this for us in your words, but is this essentially what you were observing of her body?
Yes, it was.
Okay. This is her, you said this was her navel,
Yes,
like belly button?
her belly button, yes.
Is that, is that what you described as like potentially a caustic stain?
Yes, around the ring of it, you can see that reddish mark, and then other parts of her body, on her legs, on her torso, on her face, on her chest area, smaller marks that were consistent with that ring around her navel area.
I've removed that about 30 seconds ago. This is now 461. What are we looking at here?
So 461 is a picture of that dress that was draped over her face, and as I'm looking at this, I can see that the dress is black and that the caustic agent is now discoloring the dress, along with almost eating the material up at the bottom of the photo. I saw, or bottom of the dress, it was starting to kind of almost fall apart, but it was coming apart.
Was this dress ultimately collected?
Yes, it was collected and.
Okay, we talked about this one. I have a few more photos. There's one I'd like to ask you about. May I have just one moment, Judge?
You may.
To everyone else. These three. I'm gonna ask the detective about this one and try to get it in, but I just wanted you to know what the facts.
I'm going to approach you with 462. This is an exhibit defense indicated they're not submitted to today. Let me just take a look at that without showing the jury for a moment. And what is 462 generally? Is that a picture of Allison's face?
Yes, it is, after we remove that dress.
Is that what you would have seen on the scene that night on February 18th?
Yes, it was.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of what her face looked like when you removed that dress?
Yes, it was a fair and accurate representation.
Judge, I'd move to admit 462.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor. Just cumulative.
All right, would you like to approach?
Sorry, go ahead.
Objection, and it's ordered admitting 462 into evidence.
These are sensitive photos, Judge. I don't know if we were clear for the media. Again.
Okay. And once again, we are filming, do not film the sensitive photos. Thank you.
So, Detective, I'm going to show you first. Well, we'll go this way. 463. What is this?
So this was a picture of Allison's face, and after we removed the dress.
And I'm going to ask you about it, but I'm going to remove it from the podium for a moment because I have another one. Maybe you can look at 466. What is this?
So 466 is showing that earring on her right ear, which is consistent with the same earring that was found at the bottom of the pool.
You mentioned, scooting this photo up a little bit, you mentioned there's well, what does it appear to be here, just from your observations at the scene?
From my observation at the scene, the mark just below her chin is a ligature mark. Next to it, there was some bruising, and then the continual of the ligature mark around the back of the neck area.
And I'm removing that from the podium. What is you say ligature, what does that mean?
Ligature, some sort of a hard piece of cord of some sort, is used to strangle the victim.
Now I'm going to put up 462. What is this?
So 462 is a full-on facial front shot of Allison's face, where it's depicting the bruising around her eyes, the burn marks around, or the caustic agent as it reacts to the skin, her lip region. As we got closer, you could see almost pinpoint hemorrhaging of the skin area, and in the bottom part of the chin is the continual of the ligature mark.
I've removed that about 25 seconds or so. Well, you'll see more photos of injuries as we move through the trial and with the medical examiner, but I wanted to be clear, that was what you would have observed at the scene once that dress was removed.
Yeah, once that dress was removed, that was an area that we definitely saw.
Now, I'm just continuing through with some of those photos, but you had mentioned some of the chemical. Well, tell me about this photo. This is 468.
468 is a picture of the hallway after Allison's been removed. Now, at the top of the picture, there's that small white ball. That's something that's part of the Faro scanner, that laser scanner that we use to help document the scene. So that's placed there as part of how that system or how that piece of equipment works. Just down the photo, in the middle of the photo, you'll see the outline of the caustic agent as it was underneath Allison's body, kind of depicting how she was laying at with her buttocks area, her top of her back, her arms, and her legs. And then to the right, along the right side of the wall, was the large blood pooling event where the blood was coming out of her head.
So just so I understand, this redness here, sort of middle center of the photograph, to you when you were present, consistent with blood?
Yes.
And that would have been where her head was when her body was in the hallway?
Yes.
And this up here, you mentioned it, I think, but I just want to, now that I'm kind of noting it for the record, this lighter color here in the middle of the photo was potentially, appeared to you to be a somewhat different consistency than this blood here?
Yes, that the consistency was definitely different. It was a hardish, almost I would say hard. It looked to be hard, yellowish, crystallized substance that adhered to the floor, and it definitely had a lot lighter of a color than a typical blood, where it dries and it becomes very dark.
So I'm going to keep moving. You, detective, at the time you're a detective, but did you have a few other tasks in this investigation shortly after ending at the scene on the 21st?
Yes, I did. I spoke with Alex's sister over the phone. And I spoke to her about her knowledge of what had happened and what she knew about Allison and her activities.
And not asking what the sister told you, Alex's sister told you, but would that have taken place around February 24th, 2015?
Yes.
Did you have a reason to reach out to Alex's sister? Do you remember?
Yes, we did.
What was just generally the reason that you talked to her?
We had learned that Allison had, I believe, sent a text message to her, and it was indicating that they were going to meet up at some point. So we were interested as to what that whole scenario looked like.
So at this point, February 24th, 2015, someone else in Scottsdale Police may be relaying information that they have looked into for some of the electronic devices found in Allison's home?
Yes, so that was one of the responsibilities of one of the detectives, is to look at what Allison's electronics and her digital profile almost looked like, what her phone did, what she may have been communicating with, and some of the evidence that we got from some of the forensic extractions and examinations of the devices that we currently had.
Okay. Sticking with essentially right after, or shortly after the homicide, February 25th of 2015, were you asked to collect some surveillance video?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
So the surveillance video that I was asked to collect was from the Walmart, and that we had previously talked about over at Pima and Chaparral. And that Walmart was important to us because that we had that receipt of her going to Walmart prior to coming home that evening. So we were interested, and I wanted to see what her activities looked like while she entered the parking lot, as she entered the Walmart, and then after she exited the Walmart, whatever we could see on their surveillance system.
Did you at some point review, sticking with the surveillance that you're talking about right now, did you at some point review that yourself?
Yes.
And so the Pima and Chaparral Walmart, did you take note of times where you may have seen the victim arriving and leaving that Walmart?
Yes, I did.
And we haven't admitted that video and talked too much about that video yet, but is it fair to say that you were tasked with, hey, can you take a look at this video for me?
Yes.
Okay. Did you observe anything of note other than the victim's arrival and leaving at that Walmart?
No.
Was it consistent with the receipt that you were aware of at that point?
Yes.
Do you also remember obtaining surveillance from a Walmart reference the time frame 9 p.m. to close on February 17th?
Yes.
And what would be the purpose of looking for a Walmart surveillance from 9 p.m. to or the closing time of that Walmart on the 17th, if the victim would have been home at that time?
So the significance behind that was we were trying to determine if anyone may have went to that Walmart because of the time of night, the time of day, it being one of the only probably open areas to potentially purchase bleach or chlorine. We wanted to see if anyone happened to buy those items.
Was another detective tasked with actually reviewing that Walmart video that you
Yes.
just mentioned? Okay. Is that normal to have tasks divvied up like that?
Very common.
Did you also have occasion to reach out to Allison's hairdresser or hairstylist?
Yes, I did.
And again, what was the basis of that? Why would you have done that?
Excuse me. The purpose of that was we wanted to get an understanding a little bit more about Allison's life and anything that may have been talked to as a hairdresser, as someone that she had went to quite frequently. We wanted to see her pattern of life and see if this hairdresser may have known something that was unknown at the time of the investigation.
And without telling us what that person said, did you do this follow-up around February 26, 2015?
Yes.
And is there anything of particular note or concern that you needed to follow up on from that conversation?
I don't believe so, no.
We're going to keep kind of moving moving through time a little bit here. At this point in 2015, can you remind me, when do you leave the Violent Crimes Unit detective role?
So in April of 2015, I was promoted to the rank of sergeant. So as part of our standing operating procedures is when you promote, we have a policy to be reassigned from your current assignment to a patrol bureau to take on that new role.
So you became a patrol sergeant in April 2015?
Yes.
And so going now to right before that, February 24th, 2015, were you asked to collect some consensual buccal swabs from individuals that may have reason to be in and or around Allison's home?
Yes.
Can you tell me a little bit about that?
Yes. These two individuals that we had learned through the investigation that there were different people that were in the home, contractors, people that were doing home repairs. Two of these people were in Allison's home that we had determined to be in the home. And so we wanted to see about getting their DNA to help identify if they'd left any DNA behind, that we knew who that belonged to, along with any knowledge of what they knew about Allison and where they were that evening.
So I'm not going to use those persons' names necessarily, but you were operating off of information that there may have been some people working in the home, and so you went to get a buccal swab from them?
Yes.
And you said consensually?
Yes.
And why are you focusing on buccal swabs for these people? Why is that important to the investigation?
Buccal swabs are internal swabs of the inside of your cheek, where it collects cells off of your cheek that are used to develop a DNA profile of that person.
And at this point, we haven't had any testimony about DNA, so I'm not going to ask you about any sort of conclusions or results, but for the purposes of directing your investigation or the role that you took in this investigation, as of the beginning of, or the end of February, were you aware of potential DNA results on PMH?
Yes.
By the beginning of March, were you aware of potential DNA results as it related to that bottle found under the couch?
Yes, I did.
Is it fair to say, kind of leading here, but is it fair to say that the knowledge of that DNA was passed on to you by the Scottsdale Crime Lab?
Yes.
Did that in some ways direct your investigation at that point?
Yes, because we found the same DNA profile from PMH was also on that bottle underneath the couch, along with the victim's DNA was also found on that bottle.
And so from an investigative perspective, you have DNA results, and you're continuing to follow up with men could have been in the area?
Yes, because that was based on the DNA that was able to be developed, the profile that was able to be developed from the crime lab indicated to us that it was a male.
And just to be clear, I don't want to get too far into what the lab did or their role and their conclusions, but you, at the time, now early, February, March 2015, you have a profile, but you don't have a match or a connection to anyone at all, right?
That is correct.
We'll call it an unknown male at this point.
Correct.
Okay. So now we're going to go to September of 2015. You're now a patrol sergeant?
Yes.
Do you make contact with a male in the, I'll just tell you here, 87th and Angus?
Yes.
Do you know where that is?
Relatively, it is within the few streets, I believe, to the north. Yeah, it would be the north of where Allison lived. So in 87th Street, Allison lived roughly on 86th Street. So it was one street to the east and then a few streets to the north.
And again, the point here is someone reaches out to you that there's a male in this area?
Yes,
Does he consensually provide you a buccal swab?
yes.
Okay. What are you doing with these swabs? Do you personally do the little cheek thing?
Yes.
And what happens with the swab?
So after I collect that piece of evidence, I'm wearing gloves, and I consensually get their permission to collect that evidence. They open their mouth. I swab the inside of their cheek. At the end of the swab is a clear cap that item is capped. That is now a stick about that long or so with a cap with a kind of a cotton swab at the end. That is placed into an evidence envelope where it is documented with the report number, the person who it came from, an item number that is generated by our records management system. It is sealed into that envelope and is then placed into our evidence freezer for storage.
And just one more of those, October 21st, 2015, do you make contact with another male in the neighborhood and obtain his consensual buccal swab?
Yes.
To be clear, are you just walking around, at this point, that the swabs that I've talked about up to now, are you just walking around to males, or is someone alerting you, there's somebody in the area if you want to talk to them?
Yeah, we're getting different calls for service for different reasons, and that's part of what we were doing as part of the neighborhood investigation.
So that's a good segue, I suppose. Tell me more about what does that mean, neighborhood investigation?
A little bit different than just a standard neighborhood canvas that might have been used, but a neighborhood canvas is kind of identifying different people who are in the area, or maybe a surveillance video. Neighborhood investigation is a little bit more in depth. The focus there is to ask people what they knew, what they may have heard, who lived in the area, anything suspicious they've seen, identifying different vehicles that may have been seen, any information that the community may have that they were unaware about being reported to law enforcement.
Judge, may we approach?
You may. For a couple weeks. We'll ask you to reconvene on December 8th, which is a Monday at 10:30 a.m. As you go home for these couple of weeks, please remember that admonition, which is very important. Please do not discuss the case with anyone, or text or email or talk to anyone on the phone about the case. Don't watch any news stories or read any news articles about this case or anyone involved with this case. If you are accidentally exposed to something about this case, please end that exposure immediately. And again, we really appreciate your service. Thank you very much for serving as jurors in this trial. And then I'll look forward to seeing you all back here on December 8th at 10:30 a.m. Have a nice Thanksgiving holiday.
Thanks, Ross.
Please be seated.
All right, so that's the go home for Thanksgiving. So this started on the 14th. Let me just check my. So it started the 14th, which was a Friday. 14th was a Friday, and then I'm assuming. I don't know when the next day was. I'll have to look that up. Because the 14th was a Friday. So then 17, 18, 19, 20, because then they only did day 2, 3, and 4. I'm not sure what their schedule was, to be quite honest. It's going to be weird. And Thanksgiving was the 27th. So, yeah, well, whatever. It'll be once we catch them. Aussie, oh, thank you so much for your $2. $2. I want my $2. Thank you, Aussie. And it's so nice to have you back, and I'm glad that you're safe and sound. All right, so now we're going to move on to day 5. Yeah, when we catch them and cover this live, it's going to be really interesting to see how it all shakes out. All right, so this is day 5 is December 8th. 12/8. All right. I'm going to have to feed the kittens in a second. So let me get this next video queued up, and then I got to take care of kittens. Kittens. Because their stomachs are growling. They're tearing the house up right now. All right. Oh, come on. Spell. My hands are so cold. I got to start the fire maybe. All right. This is current. All right. There's a poll. There's a poll out if you guys... so glad to have you back, Aussie. PMH refers to the substance that was found containing DNA of defendant, possibly tobacco spit. Okay. Geez. We got all kinds of different... Pammy was saying something. Pammy was saying the photo marker H. Sherry was the placard marker. All right, Hill Rider. Enjoy your lunch. Yeah, I'm going to grab some lunch too. Let's get set up and then I'm going to grab some lunch too. All right, day 5. Day 5. Day 5. They definitely take their time in this trial. They come in at 10:30. They break for an hour and a half lunch. They leave at 4:30. No wonder it's going to take them, let's hope not 7 months, but all right, let me get us sorted out here. Okay.
Of the jury, welcome back to all of you. I hope you had a nice...
Day
Please be
5.
seated. Let the record reflect we are back in the presence of the jury. Welcome back to all of you. I hope you had a nice Thanksgiving holiday. It's good to see you this morning. Thank you all for arriving back on time this morning, and thank you for your patience as we get started. And as you'll recall, we have Lieutenant Hugh Lockerbie on the stand, and he continues to be under oath, and we will continue with the direct examination of this witness. You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning.
Morning.
Just have a few more questions for you. One thing I think I may have neglected to ask, you are currently a lieutenant, and we heard about your career pathway, but can you tell me a little bit more about the sort of the organizational structure of Scottsdale PD? Where does a lieutenant fit into the structure?
So lieutenant is the rank below a commander and above a sergeant. So lieutenant oversees and manages sections in the police department, certain divisions in the department. They oversee the day-to-day operational activity that occurs at the Scottsdale Police Department at the patrol level. And they handle basically middle management to different administrative tasks.
And what's above commander?
Above the rank of commander will be the deputy or the assistant chief of police, and then the chief of police is the top of the organization.
Now, I want to return to the House just for a few questions, and then we'll move forward in time a little bit. You had mentioned a couple weeks ago now, that there were some things that stood out to you about PMH, and I asked you those questions. Do you remember those?
Yes.
So I just want to make sure I have it clear. Did PMH appear any different than what appeared to you as blood in the home?
Yes, it did. It definitely was not the same type of makeup that blood you would see normally on a blood stain on the floor. It was a darkish, almost substance that appeared to be almost yellow, darkish in color, that almost seemed to be viscous, kind of a stickier substance that appeared to be, that was out of place from the actual blood stains that we saw on the tile floor.
And you had mentioned last week, or we have gone through some photographs of glass pieces within the home. Do you remember those questions?
Yes, I do.
Were you present when ultimately the half of, we'll call it half of a bottle piece was found?
Yes, I was.
And tell me a little bit more about that.
So the half a bottle piece was the top of a beer bottle, and it was found underneath the couch in the sunken living room. So when we moved that couch to process it and to take it out of the residence, we found the full end of a bottle underneath the couch that we did not initially see.
And was that, do you remember what day that was found?
Off the top of my head, I believe that was either Friday or Saturday. Might have been Saturday.
And to be clear, that you were in the house for 4 days?
Yes.
And it was essentially Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, may I approach?
You may, and you have continuing permission.
I'm approaching with what's been marked as State's Exhibit 10. Take a look at that for me. Understanding that, well, what are you looking at?
This was Exhibit 10 here is a bottle, a contained glass bottle, and within that glass bottle there is it is the upper part of the beer bottle that we retrieved from that evening.
And Judge, the state would move to admit Exhibit 10.
Any objection?
Just small.
You may.
No objection, Your Honor.
It's ordered admitting Exhibit 10 into evidence.
It's going to be a little harder to show, but when you were writing your report, Lieutenant, do you at one point reference the bottle found as a summer shandy bottle?
Yes, I did.
Is that a different kind of Leinenkugel's beer?
Yes, it is.
Is it clear that the bottle found under the couch was actually a Honeyweiss?
Yes, it is.
And you can actually see that on the bottle cap itself?
Yes.
It's not going to be easy to see this, and I'm not going to really pass it around right now, but I just want everyone to get an understanding as to what we're looking at here. You can kind of even see the interior and read the label there. So is this, we're calling it half a bottle, but it's a sort of a upper piece of a bottle?
Yeah, the upper neck part of a beer bottle.
Does it appear to be broken?
Yes.
Sort of an obvious question. Now, you talked about finding that under the couch. So I just want to make sure I understand it. When you're in the scene on Wednesday, on Thursday, was this something that you would have been able to see just walking around the house?
Objection, misstates prior testimony.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
No, it did not.
Okay. Why was finding that bottle under the couch sort of important to you as a detective at that time?
Objection leading
Overruled.
established that it was important.
Sir, I can't hear you.
Sorry, if you could just pull the microphone, please. Thank you.
I said objection leading, he hasn't established that the bottle was important.
Could you rephrase the question, please?
Sure, Judge.
Thank
Was
you.
finding the bottle important to you?
Yes, it was.
Why?
Well, the main reason is all of the different beer glass and broken beer bottles that we were finding in the home, we were concerned because there wasn't enough to make an actual beer bottle. So when we found this neck of the part of the bottle, it was important to us because we found a significant part of a bottle that, of all the other pieces that we had collected, we weren't finding an entire beer bottle. There was definitely some pieces missing.
Are you aware of, I'm jumping topics now here, not to throw you off. Are you aware of an individual named Ed Pfeiffer?
Yes, I am.
Did he come to the attention of detectives early on in the investigation?
Yes, he did.
And why is that?
He was a UPS driver that we had learned about through our investigation.
Are you aware if his buccal swab was obtained in February of 2015?
Yes, I was.
Now I'm jumping again. Did you ultimately leave your role in the violent crimes unit as a detective for a time?
Yes, I did.
So we talked about this before, but from the time frame of this investigation, I kind of want to understand. Around when did you leave detective in violent crimes to go be a sergeant on patrol?
So April of 2015, I promoted to the rank of sergeant. And like I stated earlier, when in our department, when you promote, it is part of our procedures is that you are reassigned to the patrol division. So in April of 2015, I promoted to the rank of sergeant, and I subsequently was assigned to supervise a patrol squad in Scottsdale.
And I ask that because at that point that you go to be a patrol sergeant, do you kind of step away from this case for a time?
Yes.
Do you go back to the violent crimes unit?
Yes, so in July of 2016, about 16 months later, I was brought back to the violent crimes unit as the violent crime unit supervisor.
And when you get back to violent crimes, do you step back into this case as part of your duties?
Yes, I am overseeing the investigation now.
So tell me a little bit about that. Now we're in after July of 2016. What sorts of steps are being taken as it relates to this case?
Well, it's been a little over a year and a half, 18, 19 months since the incident had occurred. So most of the steps that I had taken is starting to look back through the entire case file, looking at all the different information, tips, leads that we had received, reviewing all the evidence to see what other methods or what other things that we had potentially not had done yet, potential interviews that need to be done, any other investigative procedures that we need to ensure that be done to further the case.
Did you cause to have happen a neighborhood investigation in 2017?
Yes.
Tell me a little bit about that.
Yes, so in February of 2017, which would mark the 2 years since the incident had occurred, I helped coordinate a neighborhood investigation, a neighborhood canvas investigation of the entire neighborhood surrounding the Monterey address where Allison lived. And the purpose of that was to identify and speak with individuals since time had passed to see if anyone had not been talked to. Maybe we had missed them on the initial canvas to see if anyone had heard of anything, knew of anything that previously had not been disclosed to the police department.
And just so we are kind of contextually on the same page, in February of 2017, as we talked about a couple weeks ago, you had already been notified of an unknown male profile related to the DNA on PMH.
Yes, so in going back to the latter part of February of 2015, we had obtained a full DNA profile from that PMH that we are aware of.
And as part of your neighborhood investigation, do you get buccal swabs from individuals, males, in the neighborhood?
Yes, that was part of our investigation, was asking individuals if they'd ever been in Allison's home, when they were in their home, and then also just asking a consensual buccal swab from them.
Did you also ask, at that point, Detective Heinzelman to follow up with an individual down the street from Allison Feldman's home who may have seen someone out walking that night.
Yes, I did.
And we'll ask him about what that contact, but that you were present again in the investigation when some of that follow-up was done?
Yes, we had information from a previous tip sheet that was part of the investigation where an individual had observed somebody walking down the street, and I assigned that to be followed up by Detective Heinzelman.
And when we're talking about the general knowledge of the investigation and some of the investigative decisions that you made, in 2017, were you aware of an individual named James Katslamides whose DNA swab had already, or buccal swab had been taken already?
Yes.
Now I'm going to jump topics again. Did you, kind of all over in time here, but did you ultimately request that a shoe print from the home be reviewed to see if any additional information could be learned?
Yes.
And I'm not going to ask you what, if any, of those conclusions may have been. That'll be a question for a different witness. But did you send off some photographs of a shoe print in the home to, at the point in March 2015, to us, the Washington State?
Yes.
And I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as Exhibit 179. Is this a one of the pictures that you sent? We've seen it as L2 to be looked at.
Yes, this was this exhibit here that you're showing is a picture that we had sent.
Okay, and at this time in the investigation, we're talking over a series of years now, from 2015, your return in 2016, your involvement again in 2017. Are you, as a police agency, making investigative decisions as to any potential follow-up?
Yes.
And ultimately, Lieutenant, do you sort of reach a point where potentially the investigative leads that you're aware of have been exhausted?
Yes, we were no longer getting additional evidence to help identify who may have been responsible. So we were exploring other opportunities or other options to continue this investigation.
And I'm going to ask just a few leading questions, and I'm almost done with my questions of you. In early 2017, you're back at the Violent Crimes Unit as a supervisor at that point?
Yes.
Do you have discussions within Scottsdale Police Department about potentially utilizing familial DNA?
Yes, I did.
At this point, do you make that request of the Department of Public Safety, another Arizona agency, to proceed with that process?
Yes. Yes, I do.
And do you later learn in April of 2018 that an individual named Mark Mitcham may be a male relative of the person who left PMH?
Yes.
Do you learn that Mark had 3 brothers, Eric, Craig, and Ian?
Yes.
And that they have a father who at that point in 2018 was deceased?
Yes.
That Ian has a nexus to the city of Scottsdale?
Yes, he does.
That ultimately, do you request additional DNA work be done by the Scottsdale Crime Lab?
Yes.
And ultimately, does the crime lab let you know that there was a match to PMH?
Yes, they do.
Okay. And we're going to hear from the individuals with the crime lab. But at this point now, it's 2018. Within a week of finding out the information that you find out, do you ultimately have contact with Ian Mitcham yourself?
Yes, I do.
Are you part of an interview of Ian Mitcham along with Detective Heinzelman?
Yes.
Can you identify Ian Mitcham? Is he in the courtroom today?
Yes, he is.
Can you tell me where he's seated or what he's wearing?
Permission to stand.
You may.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Mitcham is seated at the defense table. He's wearing a brown suit with a brown and grayish tie and a white shirt, wearing glasses, bald with a beard.
Judge, may the record reflect this witness has identified the defendant.
Any objection?
No objection.
It is so reflected.
Had you, Detective, ever had contact with Mitcham, to your knowledge, particularly prior to February 17th of 2015?
No.
I have just a moment, Judge?
You may.
I don't have any further questions, Judge.
And cross-examination of this witness whenever you're ready.
Good morning, Lieutenant.
Good morning.
Hi. Do you remember talking to me back in 2021?
Yes, I do.
I think it was an hour and a half or so, and you also talked to Jeff, one of the attorneys representing Mr. Mitcham.
Yes.
Is there anything that you want to change regarding statements that you made to us at that time?
No.
Okay. I see that you have a briefcase with you today.
Yes, I do.
Okay. Are there documents in that briefcase that we should be aware of?
No, sir.
Are you planning to admit any additional documents that the state hasn't given us notice of?
No, sir.
Okay. I'm going to jump around to, like Mr. Roseberry had. Kind of want to talk to you about different categories. A lot of this is coming from your former interview with me. Let's see. So if we can just kind of start in the beginning. On February the 18th, you heard on the radio that there had been an event at the house on Monterey, and you went to the home?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and you're the first detective there?
I believe I was one of the first, yes.
Okay. And you were kind of seeing what people were doing and kind of updating the people as they were arriving?
Yes, when I arrived on scene, I wanted to make contact with the initial responding officers to get a sense as to what they had seen and what they had done so far.
You didn't enter the home at that time?
No, I did not.
Okay. And you did enter later that evening?
Yes, later that evening I did enter the home.
Okay, and was it dark at that time?
I'm sorry, could you...
Was it dark?
I believe it was, yes.
Okay. And at that time, as detectives arose, were there meetings that you're having with other detectives where you're kind of updating them on the status of the case and assigning duties to those other detectives?
Could you just clarify your question, because I didn't hear the first part of it. Could you just rephrase that for me, please?
Okay. We've heard from other people, that arrived. Are you aware that there were patrol people that arrived at the scene?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. And that's ultimately where you went after being a detective in violent crimes, then you went to be a sergeant of a patrol unit?
Oh, okay.
I'm jumping around, I'm just...
All right. I understand what your question is. So
Okay, thank you.
I think. So yes, when I was a patrol sergeant, I was responsible to a patrol squad, and one of our responsibilities were to respond to critical incidents, investigations, crimes that are occurred or had occurred, and ultimately the patrol sergeant would be responsible for directing officers to take on certain responsibilities and duties.
Okay, so if there was a patrol sergeant that had already arrived or arrived about the time that you arrived, was he updating you and other people about the status, the circumstances of the crime?
I don't know if he was, can say that he was updating us as to the circumstances of the crime. He was updating us to what they did when they entered the home and what they saw when they entered the home.
Okay. Did that patrol sergeant assign any duties to detectives as, to further the investigation of the case?
No,
Were you the person that assigned duties?
no, I was not.
Okay, who was?
Well, in February 2015, the violent crime supervisor, Sergeant T.R. Davidson, was responsible for assigning duties to the violent crimes detectives.
Was he at the scene when you were at the scene?
Yes, he was.
Okay. What were the responsibilities of Detective Williamson?
We don't have a Detective Williamson.
Okay. Who is Williamson at the scene?
Williamson would have been Sergeant Scott Williamson. Scott?
Okay. And what is his duty?
His duty in that time frame would have been the patrol sergeant that was responsible for the patrol officers.
Okay. At some point, you drafted a search warrant?
Yes, that was my first responsibility.
Okay. And who assigned that to you?
Sergeant T.R. Davidson.
Okay. Did you enter the home before the search warrant?
I did not.
Okay. Did you stand in the doorway and look into the home?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And I think you've talked about that in your questioning about a couple of weeks ago.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. At some point, did you walk through the home with a crime scene investigator by the name of Palma?
Yes.
Okay. And were you the first detective to go through the home?
No, I was not.
Okay. Who was the first detective?
That would have been Detective John Heinzelman.
Okay. And at some point, you identified 26 items that you felt were of interest?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And were those denoted by some kind of placard?
Yes.
Okay. So the placards wouldn't have been placed until you had gotten the warrant and you went into the home and identified the 26 items, and then placards were placed on those items?
Yes.
And then what happened next?
Those items were collected, swabbed, areas of or pieces of evidence that we felt that were significant to the initial investigation that when we were inside the home.
Did you do any swabs yourself?
No, I don't do swabs.
Okay. Do you do DNA swabs?
Personally,
For persons, for people?
yes, for people, I do that.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. And at some point, did you find a driver's license for Miss Feldman in the home?
Yes, we did find a driver's license located in the kitchen.
Okay. And is that how you identified her?
The female that was lying on the floor that we previously looked at, due to the amount of trauma to her body, we utilized the driver's license to help identify at least who we believe that female was, along with additional information that we had learned from interviewing the initial caller, Alex, who had came to the home.
Okay, thank you. And at some point, Detective Mac Williams was assigned as lead detective?
Yes, he was.
And what does that mean?
The lead detective is responsible for the case in general, submitting crime lab requests, reviewing the evidence collected, conducting interviews, and they're ultimately the person that is going to determine at some point how the investigation ends and how they're basically responsible for the case.
Okay, so how does the delegation of duties work, with detectives at the scene? Because all of you are on the same level as far as responsibility, is that correct?
Yes.
And then someone is identified that's going to lead the investigation from the detective level?
Yes.
Okay, and then does that person assign responsibilities and duties at the scene?
No, and if I think I understand your question correctly, so the violent crime supervisor, which I took for 3 years, is responsible for identifying who's going to take the lead on the investigation. From that point, they will assign different duties and responsibilities of other detectives, whether that's drafting a search warrant, whether that's conducting interviews, whether that's conducting the crime scene investigation. Sometimes the roles of a case or the lead detective, we intermix those words, case and lead, they're the same thing. They will have multiple different responsibilities. That could be investigating the crime scene, conducting an important interview, but ultimately they're responsible of collecting all of the documents and reviewing all of the evidence interviews and finding out any other additional follow-up that needs. And they report to the sergeant who oversees the actual investigation.
Okay. And so Mac Williams would have been assigning duties, but he's ultimately responsible to the sergeant.
Yes, in some ways he would ask a detective to handle something, but ultimately the sergeant kind of is ultimately responsible of making sure that those responsibilities are completed and conducted.
And what role was Detective Heinzelman assigned at that point?
In February of 2015, Detective Heinzelman and I were responsible for the crime scene investigation.
At the Monterey house?
Yes.
Okay, so you and he are both assigned at some point. Then did Mac Williams take over your responsibility?
No.
Okay, so you were still assigned at the scene?
Yes.
As the person in charge of the scene?
Yes.
Okay, along with Detective Heinzelman?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Kind of want to go through some of the things that you said you found at the scene. Okay.
Okay.
In our interview, you talk about finding large items, caps or tops of bottles, and parts of beer bottles, and I think you repeated that today.
Yes.
Okay. Were those items, it probably was a slip, but I believe you said something about finding those items under the bed. I've looked at both transcripts, but was that a mistake, if you said that?
Are you talking about today or
When you were talking to the defense team in 2021?
In 2021? I don't remember ever saying that they were under a bed. I believe it would have been pretty consistent that they were found in the living room under the couch.
At that point, you didn't think they were under a bed?
No.
Okay. Okay. So you found some items under the couch?
Yes.
Okay. And when you talk about finding items under the couch, we had seen the broken top of a bottle. Is that what you're thinking of?
Yes, that's what we found under the couch, was that broken neck part of a beer bottle.
Okay. And that was on the 21st, which would have been 4 days after at least the police initially entered the home, or the fourth day?
Yeah, I mean, the dates, I want to make sure I correspond correctly with dates and
Okay.
days. So Wednesday, we were initially there. We did not find it till I believe it was either Friday or Saturday. I just can't remember if it was 18th, 19th, 20th, or 21st. It was right around there.
Okay. What I'm trying to determine is at what point you looked under the couch and found some glass pieces.
That would have been either that Friday or Saturday. I might have to just refer to my report real quick. That's if you want a direct day, I'd have to just double check on that.
Okay. And now, I think last time when you were talking, you had talked about the couch being ajar in the sunken living room when you entered the home?
Yes.
And up against, I think, a coffee table where it shouldn't be?
Yes, when I entered the home, the couch was, it did not appear that it would be in a natural position that you'd place it. It would appear to be pushed, or at least at an angle and ajar when it was up against the coffee table.
On that day, did you find any pieces of glass under the couch?
No.
Okay. Was the couch eventually moved from that position?
Yes, it was.
Okay. I don't expect you to have the answer, but just in case you do you know when it was moved?
I want to say it was Saturday. I think it was the last day that we were there.
Okay. So how was it moved?
Well, after the prior 3 days that we were there, we were identifying different areas of forensic evidence. And on the couch, there was some blood stains, some transfer blood stains that appeared to have been a bloody object had came in contact with that backside of the couch. So we had actually done some cuttings of that couch. And we wanted to make sure that we processed that couch initially before we had it removed. So we did not remove it until I believe it was Saturday, the last day we were there.
But as far as changing the position of the couch in the room, do you know if that was ever done?
Not that I can recall us changing that position of that couch.
Okay, so at some point, the couch, talk to me about how the cap of the beer bottle was found.
The cap of the beer, or the beer bottle that Exhibit 10 that we had previously looked at was underneath the couch. So we did not, if it was moved a little bit, we didn't see it. It wasn't until we actually picked it up and removed the couch that we saw this beer bottle piece, Exhibit 10, underneath the couch.
Okay. You say we, and that's, was my objection earlier. Did someone tell you they did that? Did you do it? Did you observe someone doing it?
Detective Heinzelman and I were responsible of the crime scene, so I and Detective Heinzelman helped move that couch. Now, obviously, the couch was a fairly big couch. It was heavy, and I'm not strong enough to just move it on my own. So we had a couple different people, and that's why I was determining, let's say we moved that couch out of the way and out of the sunken living room.
Okay. But you were present?
Yes.
Okay. Who first noticed the top of the bottle cap, or the top of the beer bottle?
I don't remember there being an aha moment where somebody said it was readily apparent that there was a beer bottle. I don't know who saw it first, but I remember seeing it immediately, and I'm seeing that Exhibit 10 laying there.
Okay. And so when you first went in on the 18th, the couch was askew, and then you did some cuttings from the couch. And at some point, you say the couch may have been moved a little bit.
I don't remember us having to move it at all a little bit. We might have had to push it a tiny bit, but I don't remember in my memory of actually being part of moving it. I just remembered on the day that we had removed it, picked it up.
Okay. So it's not clear. Photographs might help you refresh your recollection on
Yes,
the time.
I mean,
Okay.
it would be of value, yes.
Okay. Okay. Jumping to a statement that you made about finding a burglar detection device or some type of security device in Miss Feldman's bedroom,
Yes.
or something that you could see, some kind of display.
Yes.
Okay. Something that I saw going back through our interview, you had mentioned that the sliding door in the back had, that particular device was able to determine when that door was open or shut.
Yes, it did.
Okay. You mentioned that the screen part of that slider was not detectable
Correct.
on the screen. What do you mean by that?
Based on our investigation, that security system captured the opening and closings of doors, including the slider door. However, we did not see any type of part of the security system that would have captured the actual screen door being moved. So that's why we did not believe that it would not have detected that.
Okay. So when someone talks about the system indicating that the back sliding door was open, you don't mean to state that both the screen and the door were open or both the screen and the door were shut? You don't know.
The security system showed us when the sliding glass door was either closed or open.
But I guess my question is, the sliding glass door could have been open and the screen closed.
It's possible.
It's more than possible, isn't it? It's at least 50% likelihood.
I'm sorry, what was their question?
It's more than possible because you can't determine one way or the other, right?
Correct, yeah, I'm just answering your question. I mean, it's possible that it could be open or it could be closed. It's just the security system detected the actual sliding glass door.
Okay, thanks. Were you present when the Blue Star chemical was used?
Yes, I was.
Okay, and what were the circumstances of that test?
The circumstances of using Blue Star were because we had observed and we had believed in our investigation that there was significant cleanup. And we believed that there was voids and blood stains on the cool deck of the patio of the pool, because we had found evidence of potentially that Ms. Feldman was in the pool. So we had used the Blue Star chemicals to see if anything that we could not see with the naked eye would be detected with Blue Star, either chemicals or blood that may have been no longer there because of that void.
Okay, so I believe in your interview with us, you talked about the fact that chlorine can ignite Blue Star. And what did you mean by that?
Based on my experience of working with Blue Star on thousands of death investigations and using Blue Star and on other investigations, chlorine has a chemical makeup that will ignite or at least indicate with the chemical Blue Star that it was present on that surface.
Okay, so does it become a blue color? Is that what you see when it ignites?
Yes.
Okay, and so if we see a photograph of a scene taken at night that has a lot of blue in it, it could be chlorine or it could be blood, correct?
Yes.
Today you kind of clarified the line and kugel bottle as to whether it was summer shanty or another, what was the other?
Honey Weiss, honey, and then WEISS.
Okay, and you corrected prior testimony as to which it was?
Yes, I did.
Okay, you're from Wisconsin, right?
I am.
Okay, so you're familiar with the line and kugel brand?
Yes.
Okay, is that like something that people from Wisconsin might be aware of, but other people might not be?
I can't speak for all people that are from Wisconsin. I can just speak for myself. I'm aware of the different brands of line and kugels. I grew up not too far from there.
Okay, is that a product that you enjoy or that's one of your favorite beers if you drink?
I do occasionally have a line and kugels. I don't know if it was necessarily my favorite, but I definitely have tried different kinds.
Okay. You talked about the broken beer pieces and that there really were not enough to make one bottle, and so there were pieces of glass missing?
Yes.
Okay. I believe in an interview you talked about that you had believed there were two different bottles in the scene?
Yes.
That's still your opinion?
Yes.
Okay, so having the different name on the bottle doesn't change that opinion?
Do you mind rephrasing your question? I'm not really sure exactly what you're asking me.
I think when you talked to us, you talked about there being one or two labels and the color of the beer and the color of the bottle, and that was the basis that you believed that there were two different beer bottles that were used in the scene?
Yes, so we did find different, I don't know about the colors of the beer, but There was a piece of a beer bottle that we found that we believed that had a label or at least a marking on it that would indicate it came from a creamy dark Leinenkugels. And then when we found the second beer bottle under the couch, that honey vice made us believe that there was 2 beer bottles in the scene.
Okay. Okay. Want to move to what we call as PMH,
Yes.
which was the stain on the floor,
Yes.
near the chair that was by the dining room table, or by the table. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. You talked to us about it appearing to have granules in it.
Yes.
Okay. And I believe you mentioned that you weren't definitive, you were just saying it appeared like it could have been tobacco.
Yes. I definitely couldn't say for sure with 100%
Yes.
but it just appeared from what I saw and what I recall looking at the pictures and also being at the scene that day.
Okay. And actually, that stain was labeled as a spitter stain.
Yes.
Okay. And was that in part because the idea that it might be tobacco?
The importance behind it, not that it was tobacco, is the fact that the importance was it because it was away for it was different. It was a different type of stain on the floor, and it did not appear consistent with the blood or any of the swipes that were through the blood. So it was a concern of us because of the proximity of the chair, the proximity of the blood, the proximity of being in the middle of the home next to this chair, and then it being just a different type of a substance.
Okay. Was the substance ever tested to determine what it was?
We sent that substance PMH to the crime lab. They developed the DNA profile. I don't have any independent information to say if they are able to determine what it came from, but I do know that we did a Kasselmeyer test on that, and it had no indications of the substance coming from blood.
Okay. So to this day, you don't know what the substance was?
Correct.
Okay. But I think you talked to us about it being sticky, and it also had these granules in it that could have been tobacco.
That's what it appeared to me. It appeared to be sticky, like I said earlier, viscous, with maybe some granules in it. I just couldn't completely say exactly what it was.
This may be an unfair question, and I'm sure you'll tell me if it isn't making sense. Are you familiar with how items are swabbed for DNA, what the process is, and what pressure is applied?
Yes.
Okay. So isn't it true that a great deal of pressure would be applied to make certain that DNA is picked up on a swab? Say if someone were swabbing the floor, they would swab it just about to the point that it actually broke. And that is to be sure that you pick up whatever is there. Would you agree with that?
See, at the Scottsdale Police Department, we typically swab things in 2 different formats. We use a wet swab, and then a dry swab. So we will collect that same stain through 2 different methods. The amount of pressure that they use is up to the crime scene specialist that's collecting that. I don't know exactly how much pressure they do, but they do collect it using 2 different types of methods.
Okay, so a placard was put on that. I think that was one of the 26 items
Yes.
that were of interest, and a placard was put there, and then at some point someone came back and swabbed it.
Yes.
Okay, and you don't know whether or not the DNA that they picked up, assuming that they picked up DNA on that swab, was from the liquid or from the floor itself, right?
The swab was collected by our crime scene specialists. They collected it off of the floor, off of that stain.
Okay, so the answer is you don't know whether or not the swab picked up something from the floor itself or from the stain. If you can't answer that, I'm not asking you to guess.
I'm trying to understand what your question is. So the swab, the cotton swab that they use is open. It's a package, prepackaged. It's never been used before ever. They're using gloves. They open up this package. They immediately swab that item. They take a plastic cap over that and they seal it, and then they place it into an evidence envelope. So whatever they're swabbing is what's collecting eventually that swab is taken to the crime lab. So whatever that swab is collected off of that surface area is what the DNA is going to be, the DNA examiner is going to be looking for.
Okay. Let's see. Okay. Jumping to you when you first arrived at the scene.
Yes.
Okay, I believe that you had noticed that Allison's boyfriend was at the scene.
Yes, he was.
Okay, and I think you told us that you were aware that the scene smelled of bleach, and you kind of wanted to get near him to see if he smelled of bleach. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and he didn't smell of bleach.
No, I did not detect any type of a chlorine or bleach smell coming from Mr. Alex.
And based upon your years of experience and the thousands of cases that you've handled, you would have suspected that if he had been in the scene the day before and done the cleaning or whatever that was done, that smell would still be lingering on Alex, correct?
Well, the timeline hadn't been established yet, so we didn't know. We hadn't been in the scene yet. We had just had very preliminary information from our initial officers that went into the home to make sure that there's no other outstanding suspects or victims inside the home. So we didn't know when this occurred. My initial contact with Mr. Alex was to determine if I detected anything, if he had been in the home for a period of time prior to that. So I didn't have any information at that time as to the timeline of events of the death of Allison.
I believe you told us that you would expect the person who committed the crime to have an odor of bleach. Is that right?
It's possible, yeah.
Okay. Okay. As we're going through the interview, and we're kind of going during the interview, we went through all the different the police reports that you drafted or that you mentioned. And at one point, you talked about finding a broken fingernail under a table. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And my recollection is that is something that you personally found. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Where was it?
So in the kitchen, next to the kitchen, next to the sliding glass door, and I know we don't have a photo to depict this, but there was a table with a couple chairs around it. It was a glass table. There was a Swiffer mop that was leaning up against that table. Underneath the table, once we got closer and were examining the crime scene, I found this small little piece of a fingernail.
Okay. Were you like on your hands and knees on the floor, or could you see it from standing?
I don't recall being on my hands and knees. I believe once I was in the right position, it caught my eye as to something different there, and I got a little bit closer and I was able to see that it was a fingernail.
Okay, and that's something that was still there whatever day it was that you collected it, right?
Yes, I believe that would have been Thursday or Friday. I think Thursday, off the top of my head.
Could it have been the 21st?
21st is
Saturday.
It could have been Saturday. I'd have to recheck my report, sir. I'm sorry, I just don't remember exactly what exact day it was because we had been in there for 4 days.
Okay, and so when you'd gone through on the evening of the 18th, that hadn't been one of the 26 items that would be of interest.
Correct. We did not see it at that time.
Okay, but once you saw it, did you determine that it was an item of interest?
Yes.
Why?
Detective Heinzelman and Detective McWilliams had gone to the autopsy of Miss Feldman, and they had reported to all of us that she had a broken middle fingernail, and when we found that fingernail, we were able to determine that was probably the piece that had been broken from her hand.
Okay. Were you ever given notice that fingernail was tested for DNA?
I don't remember me personally getting notice.
Are you aware?
I'm aware of it being tested for DNA, yes.
Okay. Do you know what the results were?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Okay. Okay. I'm assuming we're going to 12, is that?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Okay, so, jumping to one of the reports that you wrote, and it has to do with Marina Sokolov, I
Yes.
believe. I think I got it right. I don't know. Did I?
You're pretty close, yes,
Wow.
sir.
How would you pronounce it?
Pretty much the same way as Sokolov. It's easier when I see the word and I can
Yes.
pronounce it out versus memory.
You have to pronounce each
Yep.
vowel, and probably neither one of us are close to being right. I don't know. I believe that you had looked at a calendar that Allison had to try to determine what context she had or what she was doing in the day before she was killed?
Yes,
Okay. And one of the items on that calendar had to do with a visit that Marina, Alex's sister, was going to have to the home on the 14th. Is that right? Am I recalling
that sounds correct, yes.
Okay. And there was an indication there that Allison needed to leave a key for her for the front door.
Yes.
Is that right? Okay. And do you know whether that happened?
Based on my interview with Marina, I don't believe that occurred.
As far as the visit or the key?
The visit.
Okay, so you don't know, you know that she didn't visit, and I agree, I think that's what you told us.
Yes.
But you don't know whether or not the key was left for her, because Marina wouldn't know that.
That is correct.
Okay. Okay, jumping ahead again. So there was a period of time that you left the violent crimes unit to be a supervisor in patrol. You talked about that. About how long were you gone?
I was gone for 16 months.
Okay. Did you, when you left, were you uncomfortable with the status of things as far as the Feldman investigation?
Well, I had not been a part of the day-to-day investigative techniques, so I mean, I don't know if I could say I was uncomfortable. I knew that they were working on it, and I had a different responsibility at that time.
Okay. So was that part of the impetus for you to want to go to patrol?
No, again, I was promoted to the rank of sergeant, and part of our policies and procedures are to be reassigned to a patrol squad. Not because I wanted to go, it was because that's our policies and procedures, and it is a procedure because of the fact that we want new supervisors to get a fresh perspective as to how to be a boss. And it's easier when you have people that you don't work with on a day-to-day and you're kind of reassigned to the entry level of police work, which is patrol.
Did you apply for that job?
Did I apply for what job?
For the promotion to sergeant?
Yes, I did.
Okay, when did you apply?
Oh, I want to say it would have been in 2013.
Okay, well, that answers my question. Okay. At some point, you went back to the Feldman investigation, I believe, as a supervisor of the violent crimes unit.
Yes, sir.
Correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you had talked about earlier about that the supervisor had responsibility over the investigation, but that there were case agents that kind of worked underneath the supervisor.
Yes.
Okay. So when you went back in the investigation, how would you categorize the status of the investigation?
So when I went back in July of 2016, the case had not been solved yet. There was still a lot of different investigative techniques and things that needed to be followed up on, and so I wanted to make sure that those areas were accomplished. So I wanted to make sure that we were missing anything or being more detail oriented as to identifying everything that had not been done, or relook at things from a different perspective to make sure that they had been looked at different angles.
Were you uncomfortable that the person that had originally been assigned as the lead detective hadn't done the work you're talking about, going back and double checking things?
Yes.
Okay. And I believe that you told us that you were uncomfortable with the work that had been done, but you felt like, or that the steps that you took was, first you gave that person an opportunity to meet what you felt like would be the necessary requirements to get the investigation back on track.
Yes.
And then that person ultimately didn't do that, and at that point you reassigned the lead detective job to Detective Heinzelman.
That is correct.
Okay. The things that you found that weren't being done, what were they?
There were different pieces of evidence I wanted to make sure that were sent to the crime lab. There were different interviews. There were different tips from the leads that we had received over the years, over those 2 years. Or 18, 19 months that had not been followed up with yet. I wanted to make sure that there was a sense of urgency to this investigation, as to making sure that we don't let anything slip by us.
Okay. And one of those issues was the results of an earlier canvass where information was given that a neighbor may have seen someone walking in the neighborhood around the time that the police thought the death may have occurred. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember the name of that neighbor?
Not off the top of my head. I don't remember his name. I remember what he said. I just don't recall what his exact name was.
Okay. When you say you remember what he said, do you mean you remembered what was written down by the person that did the canvass?
Yes, I remember the one of our detectives on the initial canvass, when we were out there on the 18th of February, on Wednesday the 18th, and along with the 19th, that they were spoken to by a detective and officer, and I remember seeing it on the tip sheet that we had received, that they had spoken to that person and what they saw.
Did they, I understand you may not recall this specific, but isn't it right that they spoke to the person's parents and the person's parents told them that their son had seen something? Does that sound familiar?
That sounds familiar, yes. Yes, sir, it does.
Okay. Then at some point, did you assign someone to go back and interview that person again?
So if we are we jumping forward now to 2017 to assign that assignment?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So in 2017, Detective Heinzelman I had assigned to interview this individual that lived down the street from Allison Feldman.
So 2017, you were back now, but at this point, you're the supervisor of the Violent Crimes Unit.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And some of this coincided with the 2-year anniversary of the murder?
Yes.
Okay. And you felt like movement needed to take place because the anniversary was a reminder as to where the status of the investigation was?
Yes. I mean, there was 2 years, and this case had not been solved yet. And I felt like it needed we needed some movement so it doesn't become more stagnant.
Okay. And you also talked about the fact that a cell phone had been found but was not followed up on. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. What are the circumstances of that?
I do. There was a cell phone that had been recovered, or at least been reported to us, been found north. I don't remember exactly what the address was from Ms. Feldman's residence, but it had came through a tip, through a lead sheet that we had not followed up with. I wanted to determine if we could follow up with that.
And were you able to?
No, I don't believe we were able to figure out that phone nexus to the case.
Okay. Now, I believe we talked to you about the meetings you had. Is VCU, is that acronym for the Violent Crimes Unit?
Yes, that's the acronym for the Violent Crimes Unit.
So when you were trying to get the investigation back on track, were you having regular meetings with the detectives that had been working on the case?
Yes.
Okay. How often did those take place?
When I was a supervisor, we historically or tried to meet at least once a week as a group, as a unit, to go over statuses of in cases, anything new, debrief prior callouts, prior investigations that we had been a part of. So we met historically once a week as a group together, but I mean, I had daily contact with my detectives.
Right, okay. Was in your mind, was that particular case the priority for your unit?
Are you talking in 20, in what
When
year?
you came back in 2017?
And when I came back in 2016,
Yes.
that, I mean, it was one of many cases that we were working on. It was a priority, but there were other new cases that were coming in, along with other investigations that we had to take a focus on too.
Okay. Were you aware that the Feldmans were meeting regularly with the assistant chief?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Were you a part of any of those meetings?
No, I was not.
Okay. How did you become aware that they were meeting?
Off the top of my head, I don't recall. I do remember having conversations with our assistant chief at the time, because he's a couple ranks above me and he was overseeing all of the investigations. So for him, it was made sure that I'm doing my job correctly. So we would have conversations as to the different things that we were doing or had learned. I believe it was during those times, those conversations, that I learned that Allison's parents, or Allison's father, was speaking with our assistant chief.
Okay. Your Honor, this is a good time for us to break.
Okay. So ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and break for lunch. Please remember that admonition, and we will see you back here at 1:30.
All right, welcome in everybody new that has come in since we had lunch. They're going to take their lunch break now. As we fast forward, a long lunch break too. There we go. All right, so we found out, or we confirmed, I should say, I confirmed that PMH is the stain on the floor had granules that appear to be tobacco spitter's stain. So,
Please be seated. Let the record reflect we are back in the presence of the jury, and we will continue on at this time with the defense's cross-examination of this witness.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm going to show you, may I approach, Your Honor?
You may, and you have continuing permission.
May you recognize this?
Yes. So Exhibit 6 is a partial fingernail broken that was recovered inside the home of Allison Feldman underneath the table that I talked about earlier.
And is that the fingernail that you had seen? Is that the condition it's in?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, move to admit this exhibit, the state stipulated.
Okay, and just want to put on the record that's correct.
Correct, Judge.
Okay, it's ordered admitting Exhibit 6 into evidence.
May I publish, Your Honor?
You may. And just for the record, this was handed to the jury, and they are passing around Exhibit 6. And if you could collect that, please. Thank you.
The sheer break. The sheer breaking of the nail off of the nail, fingernail off the finger.
Do you have any experience with the amount of pressure that would be necessary to remove that type of nail?
Do I have any?
Any experience that would give you information on how hard it would be to remove, or how much pressure would be needed to remove that part of the nail?
No, I don't.
Thank you. You know, I've marked 5 pictures as an exhibit. Exhibit 561, 562, 563, 566, 569. I've shown them to the state, and I'd move to admit these photos at this time.
And any objection?
No objection, Judge.
Okay, sorry, could you tell me those numbers again? 561, 562?
563, 566, and 569.
Thank you. It's ordered admitting those exhibits into evidence.
Okay. Lieutenant, we had talked about this broken bottle, and you had looked at the actual exhibit of the item. Is this a depiction or a picture of the bottle that you saw that day?
Yes.
Okay. And is that where it was when you saw it?
Looking at photo marker 80 here. Yes, that would have been in the position. It looks like at the top there is a arrow marker depicting, I believe.
Let me see if I can move it and give you more.
Yeah, north. So it just indicates as to what direction north is in relation to the bottle that was found on the floor, on that wood tiled floor.
Okay. And that looks like what you saw that day?
Yes, sir.
And for the record, what exhibit number was that?
561.
561, thank you.
And now I'm looking at 562. Is there a way to make this? Is there a way to adjust this where I can get more of the picture? Okay. Is that the same bottle?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Is that the condition it was in when you saw it?
Yes.
And there's no tissue or blood on the bottle cap, correct? That you can see?
When I was at the crime scene, I did not observe any blood or tissue located on that bottle at that time.
Did you look for that?
I didn't look close enough to it. I didn't have a magnifying glass or anything like that. I just was visually looking at it from standing up and looking down at it.
Okay, but you did take note of that at the time?
Yes, I would have taken note if I did see something like that.
For sure, yes. Photograph number 563, exhibit number 563, is it the same with this photo?
Yes, sir.
And that's just a different direction?
Compared to 562?
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Okay. This is 569. You'd earlier testified that you had, that you were changing your recollection of what the name of the beer was based upon this bottle cap?
Yes.
And same issue with the blood and tissue?
Yes.
Okay. And I believe that at first you had thought the type of line of kugel it was, is it summer shanty?
Yes. Yes,
Okay. And what type of beer is that?
Line and Kugels.
Okay, but what is that like, I noticed some in Line and Kugel beers come out at different times of the year. Is that a beer that comes out, say, in the summer versus another time of the year, if you know?
Off the top of my head, I don't know the distribution of Line and Kugels. Historically, I've seen it in the summer, but it doesn't mean that you can't buy it year-round.
Okay. This is exhibit number under 566. And that's the same bottle cap,
Yes, sir.
or the bottleneck?
Yes.
Okay. Is that your finger in the bottleneck?
No.
Okay. Do you know whose finger it is?
No, sir.
Okay. There seem to be little discolored spots on the glove that's on the finger. Do you know anything about that?
Are you talking about the yellow discoloration on the rubber glove?
Yes.
I believe that is just due to the age of sometimes of the gloves. I don't know as to why that discoloration occurs on those type of latex gloves.
Okay. Have you seen it before?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Okay. I believe we've established it was either the 20th or the 21st. That would be either Friday or Saturday that the bottle was collected. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And do you have a recollection of what was going on in the scene at that time?
On which day?
I was thinking Saturday.
Saturday would have been our last day there.
Yes.
So we were doing our final wrap-up of the investigation. The majority of evidence had been collected, and we were now finishing up, kind of collecting some of the bigger items, the couch, the table, some of the, kind of ending the process of all the forensic collection inside the home.
When you say we, who was that?
I'm sorry. Yes.
When you say we, who
We
was it?
being the Scottsdale Police Department, the crime scene investigation team, myself, Detective Heinzelman, and our crime scene specialists that were working with us.
Any patrol officers there?
No, sir.
Okay. And
Well, let me, if I may be
Okay.
correct, there was patrol officers there. They were providing external security. Basically, they're just at the front of the home, but they weren't inside the crime scene. I'm sorry, I need to clarify that.
okay, am I correct that there were some of these were large bulky items like the couch,
Yes.
and they were being moved into a U-Haul
Yes.
to be transported to some kind of storage area?
Yes, to our property and evidence division, where they have a ability to house some of these larger items.
Okay, and there were doors, for example?
Yes.
The couch, okay.
Yep.
And other pieces of furniture?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Okay. And did that take all day?
No, not really. I think we wrapped up in the early evening hours. I think we started probably mid-morning. So I think we were just logistically trying to get some of these pieces in place so we could move some of these items and move them down there. And I think we ended our time there in the 7:30 range of Saturday.
And did you have any gloves on when you're transporting all these items?
Yes, I did. Yeah,
Okay. What type of gloves?
rubber gloves, latex.
Okay, what color?
Well, that's a good question. I'm not really sure what color of gloves I had at the time. I don't recall what the color was.
Okay. And would you go from item to item with those gloves on as far as moving the items and loading them in the truck?
No, I believe I would don a different set of gloves if I needed to switch from one piece of evidence to another.
Okay, is that the guideline?
Yeah, I mean, yes, it is. You
Okay.
should do that so you mitigate any type of risk of cross-contamination.
Okay, how about the other people at the scene?
I don't know about everyone else, but I know for myself, that's what I would have done.
So was there a discussion ahead of time with what type of protective devices people should be wearing?
Amongst the detectives or amongst the entire team?
Amongst the detectives?
I don't remember specifically having a discussion as to what we should or should not wear.
Okay. Let's see. I have just a few more things, and then then the state can do the direct. Okay. You had mentioned before that you were aware of a person named James Katsilamitis?
Yes, I'm aware of that individual. Yes.
And how did you become aware of that person?
There was a tip that came in through the police department, potentially of Mr. Casimili's involvement. And so Detective Heinzelman and Detective McWilliams conducted an interview with him.
Now, was this a time that Detective McWilliams was still the case agent?
This would have been in 2017. I don't remember what role Detective McWilliams was at that time when he spoke with him.
Do you recall being actively involved in that specific issue?
The issue, I'm sorry, what was?
With Katsilamitis?
The issue of
in that
interviewing him?
month of July 2017?
I'm sorry, make sure I understand your question. Was I actively involved in his interview?
No, in the tip coming in and the need to pursue it further.
No, I don't recall anything specific that came about that my involvement with his interview.
Okay. There was an officer who went to the scene in response to their request on another issue, and they related, at least as far as the tip. Someone called in with an issue. An officer went to see them. They related the information with that tip, but then they also were troubled, and they talked to the officer about another issue concerning Mr. Katsilamitis. The name of the officer that took that was an Officer Myers. Is that anyone that you would know from patrol?
Officer Myers. There's a couple different Myers that work in the police department. I don't have any independent recollection as to what this officer did that day.
Okay. But you don't know that as a result of that, Detective Heinzman went and interviewed those two people?
I'm not following your line of questioning as to what two people you're referring to.
Okay. Let me see if I can find that report. Okay. The name of the officer is Keith Myers, 1441. Does that help
Yes, sir.
you determine who that is? So
Yeah.
do you know who that is?
I do know who that is.
Okay. Is that someone that you worked with when you were supervisor in patrol?
Officer Myers at the time was not in my squad of officers. He worked in an adjacent district, roughly the same time frame. So I had intermediate contact with him from a supervisory side, from calls for service in the police department. But at that time, that would have been my relation or my interaction with him.
Okay. I have a copy of his field contact report. I don't think I can ask you to refresh your recollection because I don't think you've said that you've seen it.
Okay.
Okay. You haven't seen this report, correct? Would it help you if you saw it and maybe?
Well, I mean, I was the supervisor for violent crime, so I went through the entire case file, but I didn't really, I didn't have a chance to review that specific document for today.
Okay.
But I probably have reviewed it in the past.
Okay. Would it refresh your recollection if I let you review it as to whether or not you understand the facts within the document?
Yes, sir.
Approach, Your Honor.
You show it to this.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
We approach.
You may.
So you had, you had indicated that you're aware of who James Katsilomites is. I'm just going to go back to get understanding of what your understanding is, but that you weren't involved in this specific incident because this was during the time that you were kind of converting over. Would that be correct?
Yeah, I'm not sure what incident you're referring to. Is there a time or a date?
Yeah,
that you
July
can-
22nd at 4:17,
On what year?
2017.
So I would have
2016, sorry.
16, July of 2016, 17th,
22nd.
22nd. Yes, I would have been the supervisor of violent crimes at that time.
Okay. At what point did you look at the file?
That would have been that would have been after I transferred to violent crimes right around that time frame of July of 2016. So I don't know, I have a specific recollection as to what date I started looking at it. I just know,
Okay.
It was something that I reviewed quite easily or quite frequently. Not all at one time, though.
Would you have directed Detective Heinzelman to interview the subjects that were named by Keith Myers on this date? If he had recommended that a detective go and interview these people, would you have followed up on that?
I don't remember if I directed them to interview him. That would have been something if they got word from the officer like, hey, I think this person needed to be interviewed. The expectation would be that they'd go follow up on that interview. I don't know if they necessarily need direction to go do that, but that they would take it upon their own initiative to do that.
Okay. Do you have any information relating to the follow-up interview that Detective Heinzelman did following this officer's report?
Again, without having to look at that report, I would assume so, but I can't speak.
Okay.
I don't know what's in that document that you're referring to.
Thank you. All right. I may have another question on that, but I'm going to move to something else.
Okay.
You and Detective Heinzelman met with a group of people, it may have been online, called the Vidocq Society. I may be pronouncing that wrong. Is that right?
It's called the Vidocq Society.
Okay. And who are they?
They're a group of professionals in the criminal justice field that are based in Philadelphia, and they assist with investigations that have gone stale, maybe have gone cold. They have a different. The group committee consists of different professionals from different areas of expertise within criminal justice, whether it be crime scene, interviews, psychology, and they're kind of based off of they're formatted behind a French criminal turned detective that kind of in the 1700s.
And is that something that you had decided that Scottsdale should be doing?
Yes.
Okay. And did you prepare a presentation for them?
Yes, we did.
And did you get feedback on that presentation?
We got different areas of feedback. Yes.
Okay. And I'm not asking about the entire presentation. I just want to clarify that in that presentation, in that feedback, at least as of that date, which was May of 2017, that you were concerned about PMH and the DNA associated with PMH, correct?
Yes.
And you, at that point, were still looking at Alex as a possible suspect?
No.
Okay. You weren't?
No, we weren't.
Okay. So did you get feedback from people that attended your presentation as to what you should do with Alex?
Specifically what they told us?
Yeah.
Or,
Judge, I'm going to object as to what they told him.
Sustained.
Yes, okay. Did you get feedback?
yes, we did.
Okay. Did you follow up on that?
Yes, we did.
Okay. Was any of that feedback related to Alex?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Okay, just about done. Do you recall dealing with someone, this is a report that you wrote? I want to get his first name. His last name is Elrod. Let's see. Winton Elrod?
No, sorry, it doesn't ring a bell.
It would have been March the 12th of 2016. A person that there was a warrant out, he had a bond and there was a warrant for him.
The name, again, the name doesn't ring a bell as to the significance behind that person.
If I showed you the supplement that you wrote, would that refresh your recollection as to what had occurred?
Yes, sir.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, and if you could show it to the state, please. And what exhibit number is that?
It's not an exhibit, and that's the state's issue. I don't think there's an issue with him showing it, but he needs to show it within an exhibit
Okay.
or have it marked, one of the two, for purposes of the record.
Sure.
At like a bracket. Yeah. Over one paragraph.
Right, and for purposes of the record, this is being marked as what exhibit number?
Is that 570 or 570? 570.
Sorry?
Approach.
570.
570, thank you. You may approach.
Just legit like a criminal question.
Okay.
Can I retrieve it?
You may.
Does that refresh your recollection, officer?
Yes, it does.
Didn't it? Okay. And this was March the 12th, 2016?
Yes.
So you were patrol supervisor at that time?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And something about this person led you to believe that he was possibly involved in the Feldman case?
No. Well,
Okay.
the proximity to the crime where he was stopped at. He was stopped at 74th Street in Elmeria, which is at the south end of Scottsdale, near Scottsdale McDowell Road. And Allison lived at basically Pima and Thomas Road. So there was about a 3 to 4 mile distance from there. And based on the contact that the officers had with this individual, what he was wearing, and I wanted to just speak with him about it, just the proximity of the contact and to where Ms. Feldman lived.
Yes. You noted in your report that he was walking the alleys.
Yes.
Okay, and that's an issue. Is that important in this case, in the Feldman case?
Ms. Feldman's home backed up to an alleyway.
Okay, so that's the importance of it?
Yes.
Okay. And did you collect the swab yourself?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know if it was tested?
I don't have the list of all the individuals. I believe it was. I coordinated with Detective Heinzelman about getting that, to acknowledge or let him know that I'd collected these buccal swabs from this individual and impounded them as evidence.
Okay. So even though you had moved to the supervisory position in patrol, you're still aware of the Feldman case and you weren't actively pursuing leads, but you were aware, and as something came up, you at least looked into it, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then the pattern was if there was something interesting or someone that was suspicious, they'd be interviewed and then a buccal swab would be taken?
Well, we would ask for consent initially to see if that person would be willing. We explained the circumstances, and we would ask for consent to see if they would be willing to give their DNAs to be tested against in our case.
And if that was tested and it didn't match H, then you went on to someone else?
Well, we would interview them and we would test them, and if those leads, if that test was negative, it didn't match PMH, we did move on to pursue other angles and other avenues.
Okay. I believe that's all I have. I just want to check.
These are. This thing. Okay, these two are marches. Do you have anything?
Just to clarify on the buccal swabs, the buccal swabs were only taken from males, is that right?
For this investigation, yes, that is correct.
Okay. You had indicated in another report that you had also gone to Walmart to review some video?
Yes.
Okay. And what was that video?
We were trying to determine if anyone had purchased any chlorine or bleach products right around the time of when Allison may have been murdered. Proximity to Walmart to Allison's home is about 1.7 miles, so it was one of the closest places that would be open at that time of the night.
And did you also look for video of a visit that Allison had on the 17th to Walmart based on a receipt? Were you the person that looked at that video?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did you notice whether or not, as Allison was leaving the parking lot, if anyone was following her?
So I reviewed all the video from when Allison drove into the parking lot until when she entered the store and got her carts throughout the store, and then until when she paid, and then when she exited to her car. The video captured out to Pima Road, and it's seen driving. We could see her driving out to Pima Road and then making that left southbound turn to go south on Pima Road towards her house. And I did not see anyone that was in the parking lot or in the store or following her at that point.
Okay. And not seeing anyone, that clearly indicates that you did not see Mr. Mitcham.
No, I did not see Mr. Mitcham in that video.
Okay. I do have another question. Earlier, Mr. Rosenberry had talked to you about your actions in the master bedroom when you were in the master bedroom looking for important objects that you might want to have tested or photographed.
Yes.
Okay. And he talked to you about whether or not you had touched any of those items.
Yes.
Okay. Did you touch any of those items?
I would have been wearing protective gloves, and I may have inadvertently touched something, but I was in the scene for 4 days, and we tried our best to try to limit our contamination and try to limit our any exposure, but it is possible that I may have touched something in that room.
Okay. And I think he also asked you if you breathed in the room, and of course you breathed in the room.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you aware that your DNA shows up at the scene in that room?
Yes, I learned about that information later, yes.
Okay. How did you learn about it?
I don't remember the specifics, but I was told that my DNA was found in the, on one of the dresser knobs, I believe, or
Okay.
dresser drawers that was swabbed.
Okay. But you don't remember touching the drawer?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you ever look at the report that talks about that fact? It was report number 154 from the lab unit?
No, sir, I have not reviewed that report.
Okay. Did anyone discuss with you the percentages of DNA that were found on the knob?
No, sir.
Okay. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Okay. And redirect by the state whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. Detective, I'm going to jump around just a little bit to hit on some of the things that defense asked you about. Quickly, I want to get past you. One of the things you were asked about promoting from sergeant that you initially put in for that promotion around 2013.
It was roughly, I think, right around 2015, maybe even the early part of 2014. I don't remember the exact date that the application process started.
But it took some amount of time from the point of the application to your getting that promotion.
Yes, so our application process is, an application through our, human resources. There was a written exam, there's a oral interview, there were scenario-based questions, there was a second interview, and then based on that, you are ranked into an order of promotion time. So I think I fell into the April 2015 timeframe of when I was promoted.
And so that was just the nature of the time it takes to get through the promotion process with Scottsdale Police and get assigned a place to go work,
Yes.
so to speak. You were asked some questions, about the license, Allison's license. So I just want to show you what's already been admitted as Exhibit 112. Can you see a license in this photograph?
Yes, so Exhibit 112 right here is photo marker 19, and this would have been the drawer in Allison's kitchen. And in that drawer, it's depicting a couple different bottles of supplements, and then there's a prescription bottle, and then underneath that prescription bottle is a picture, a driver's license, an Arizona driver's license of a female. And then once we removed that, some of those bottles, we were able to learn that female was Allison Feldman that lived on Monterey with that address.
Okay. You were asked some questions about the Blue Star agent, and you mentioned that it may react to other things in addition to blood. Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
As part of applying the Blue Star, did you find it important if the Blue Star reacted to, for instance, blood or, as you mentioned, other things, whether it be chlorine or bleach or something else?
Yes, so I did find it very valuable because there, obviously if a red stain, it appeared to be blood. We felt pretty strongly that a blue star would react to it, but what we were also concerned about was the areas that did not have any blood, and we believe that these void patterns are areas that did not have blood, to see if there's any type of Clorox or bleach or anything that would have been cleaned off, that maybe blood was there at a previous time, or chlorine was there. And these void patterns on that patio, on that cool decking near the pool, had a very significant indication that that blood or chlorine had been there.
And we'll actually talk about or look at some of the Blue Star photographs with Detective Heinzelman later, but were you present when those Blue Star was applied?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you asked some questions about the bottles found. I just wanted to be clear. I don't think it got lost, but was there ever any Summer Shandy Leinen Kugel's beer found, to your knowledge?
No, sir.
You talked about the glass pieces, and that in looking at them, it appeared to be not sort of one entire bottle. As you saw those glass pieces in the home, if you put all the glass shards together, did that appear to you to be one bottle, less than one bottle, or something else?
That was one of the things that we found ironic, or not ironic, but just concerning, was the lack of number of glass shards that we could find. We found, obviously, pieces on the tile, and then pieces in that sunken living room where a significant bloodletting event occurred there, and there was bottle shards there, but there was not enough, in my opinion, to collect to make a full bottle or even multiple bottles. So yes, that was concerning for me.
And we talked about the glass that was found under the couch, and you had mentioned, you mentioned that this is found when the couch is lifted. Remember those questions?
Yes, sir.
And so why would you have been lifting the whole couch? Why are you just lifting it up?
Well, we had to remove it, but also we couldn't see what's under there. So we had to actually physically lift it up to make sure that nothing that may have been caught or underneath the fabric of that couch would have been stuck to it. So when we did lift that couch out, that's when we found that honey vice bottleneck.
And is it possible that prior to that last movement of the couch, where you're physically lifting the whole thing up to get it out of there, that it could have been at previous times scooted one way or the other during the processing of the scene?
I mean, it's possible, yeah.
You were asked about when you come back to the Violent Crimes Unit as a supervisor, and the contact between Scottsdale Police Department and Harley Feldman in this case. You were not part of any of those in-person meetings, is that right?
That's correct.
So you would hear about them sort of indirectly?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Have you had, you said you've been involved in thousands of death investigations. You mentioned that?
Yes.
Have you had other cases in which the family or next of kin to the individuals who have been murdered reach out to the Scottsdale Police Department?
Yes, I mean, we've had number of different death investigations, murder investigations, and each one of them are very unique to themselves. Sometimes family members are a lot more involved with the case or wanting to know about it. In other circumstances, in other cases, family members, or maybe they don't have a significant next of kin or somebody close to that victim, aren't as engaged in the investigation. It's just a case-by-case basis.
Moving to sort of a different topic, you were asked about some buccal swabs that you personally collected. So you do some swabbing. For instance, you'll collect a buccal swab from a person's mouth?
Yes, sir.
Do sometimes you ask for crime scene specialists to do that as well, just depending on who's available?
Yes, yeah.
And in this case, you were asked about looking specifically for a male, collecting swabs from a male. And again, we're going to hear more about DNA later, but since it came up, did you already know as part of the investigation that PMH belonged to a male based on the DNA?
Yes, we did.
You were asked some questions about sort of Alex and his smell. Do you remember those?
Yes, I do.
When you first arrive at a crime scene like this, you hear something on the radio, something's happening, and you first arrive. Do you know all of the information that you know now sitting here today?
No, not at all.
So did you know exactly, did you know how long it had been since Allison Feldman had last contacted a family member at that point?
Not at that time, no.
Or where Alex potentially had been prior to going to the house?
No.
So you noted whether or not you smelled anything on Alex, and I think your testimony on cross was you did not. Is that right?
That is correct.
Again, not knowing at that time if Alex had been involved somehow and had changed clothes, you might not smell anything on him. Is that fair?
That's fair, yes.
You can't really know unless it had, you don't know what happened. But if he had just been in the house and dumped a whole bunch of bleach, he might smell. You don't know?
Objection leading.
Sustained, if
Fair
you could
enough.
rephrase, please.
Will do, Judge. You noted the smell of Alex, correct?
I didn't note the smell of...
The lack of a smell, I should say.
I noted the lack of chlorine or a bleach type of odor emanating from him.
And so just to be clear, at the time that you're arriving at this scene, you don't know a lot of factors that could affect whether there's a smell or not.
Correct,
Okay.
yes.
In your experience, if a number of hours had passed between someone being around bleach like that and contact with, might the smell dissipate? Do you know?
It's definitely possible that if they were in a home for hours, it's hard to tell, just based on the wind too. There's some other external climate factors that could play as to whether or not you could get a definite smell, but also, I also wanted to make a visual of him to see if there's any type of staining at all from a chlorine, and I didn't see any of that.
Or any injuries on him or anything?
Or any injuries on him.
And so essentially, you're documenting what you see and what you observe at the time. Fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to move on from that. You return, just to sort of orient you to my line of questioning here, you returned to violent crimes in 2016, July of 2016.
Yes, sir.
And at this point, at what point do you reassign the case from McWilliams to Heinzelman as the sort of case agent or lead detective? Roughly.
I want to say it was in the latter part of 16, maybe the early part of 17, roughly around there is when I had the case reassigned as Detective Heinzelman.
Does Detective McWilliams, is he still part of, at that point, the homicide squad?
Yes, yeah, the Detective McWilliams was the co-case agent. I assigned him as a secondary to the case so he could be a part, still an integral part of the investigation.
So he still has tasks potentially assigned to him?
Yes.
He's still involved in the squad and the discussions that you mentioned, the weekly discussions?
Yes.
So you ultimately make a decision to rearrange sort of the personnel that's on this case. Why do you do that?
A couple different factors. Since this was a complex investigation that has gone on for almost, for 2 years now, or a year and a half at the time, I felt it was important that another officer, another detective, I should say, that had a lot of knowledge of the case, that was very involved in using their experience and their ability for attention to detail. I felt that in a new set of eyes, maybe from a different perspective, maybe saw something a little bit differently. I wanted to make sure that that opportunity was given and that opportunity was taken advantage of, so we don't have a case where it became stagnant and nothing was done.
You were asked A question even about this society in Philadelphia. Do you remember those questions?
Yes, sir.
So, sort of my question to you is, as the supervisor of the violent crimes unit, were you making those decisions to kind of try those different things?
Yes, I was attempting any and all avenues that we had not previously utilized. Speaking with some of my colleagues in other agencies, the trainings, the research that I've done, the experience that I've had with dealing with extremely old investigations, cold cases, I felt like this was a really an incredible opportunity to have a set of eyes, a different perspective from a bunch of different areas to help us help identify or where to look for PMH and where that the significance behind PMH.
I don't have anything else, Judge.
Okay. And ladies and gentlemen, if anyone from the jury has a question for this witness, we would collect it at this time. And I see one. And counsel, you may approach. Follow-up question. So I have a couple follow-up questions for you from the jury. The first one is, can you clarify the broken bottle situation? I was under the impression there were 2 broken bottles. So one was Honey Weiss, and what was the second?
Yes, so in the sunken living room kitchen area where all the blood swiping, we're using the an object, probably the Swiffer, to move around the blood. There was definitely a lot of different glasses. One of the glass pieces that we found came to a creamy dark. Then we had the second bottle, which we found later at the end on Saturday the 21st, when we moved that couch up, we found that Honey Weiss bottle, which was the full neck of it, Exhibit 11, I believe.
Any follow-up by the state?
Yes, there's just a few questions. So to clarify, you indicated there's a creamy dark. Is that a different brand of Leinenkugels?
Yes, it is.
And did you find like a piece of bottle, like 566 has previously been admitted today? Did you find a bottle like this for the creamy dark, or are you saying you had reason to believe there was potentially a creamy dark bottle involved? I want to clarify.
Yeah, there was, I believe, either a label or part of the bottle that indicated it was a creamy dark. And then from that, in the coolers in the back patio, there was Leinenkugel creamy dark in a cooler on the patio. So it was, we believe that that creamy dark came from that cooler.
So just to clarify, did you find another piece of glass like this size?
No, sir, no. It was a very small piece. I believe almost it would have either a label or something that indicated on the bottle itself that it came from a creamy dark.
So the rest of what we're talking about when we talk about beer bottle pieces are the shards that we've shown pictures of. You might not have been present for all of them, but pictures of sort of glass pieces on the floor.
Yes, so the
Leading like a foundation.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
So the majority of beer bottles that we saw, we didn't find any caps. We found bottle pieces, that brown part of the Leinenkugel bottles. We didn't find any large type of labeling that said it came from a creamy dark or from a Honey Weiss or any other type of bottle. It was just the glass brown pieces. We did find that one smaller piece that indicated it came from a creamy dark. I believe it was from a label. And then that Honey Weiss bottle top that we found underneath the couch. But we didn't find anything large or definitely indicating they were all smaller, a lot smaller pieces.
Okay, thank you.
Any cross by the defense?
Just to clarify, it's still your opinion that there were 2 bottles in the scene?
Yes.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
The next question is, was all DNA found at the scene identified to a person? If not, how many unidentified? All male DNA or male and female?
Could you just repeat that question, ma'am?
Sure. Was all DNA found at the scene identified to a person? If not, how many unidentified? All male DNA or male and female? Question mark, if you know.
Yes. So the first part of that question is we identified all of the DNA found at the scene that came to a specific individual. We found, and those results were Alex, the Harley Feldman, and the female DNA we found, I believe we found obviously Allison's DNA because she lived there. There was no unknown there was no unknown DNA that came back to a male or a female found in the home that we collected and had tested at the crime lab. The only unknown at the time was PMH, which we eventually have discovered who the contributor of PMH being Ian Mitcham.
Any follow-up by the state?
Yeah, just kind of briefly. You ultimately your testimony today is essentially relying on the DNA work that's done by the lab, right?
Yes.
Is that fair to say?
Yes.
So you didn't do any DNA work yourself. I know that might be obvious.
Yes, I'm not a DNA analyst.
And perhaps would it be, when it comes to whose DNA was found on which exact item, perhaps would that be a better question for someone from the lab? Go ahead, sorry.
Yes, I mean, ultimately, I have right in front of me the exact knowledge as to what item was collected and then who it belonged to throughout the home. I know we had collected a lot of different swabs, a lot of different pieces of evidence, and we had sent all of that to the crime lab for examination and analysis, so they'll be able to explain what DNA belonged to which piece of evidence.
And maybe just a question is, you mentioned, some DNA found belonged to Alex, but sitting here today, could you give me an itemized list of which item or which piece?
No, sir.
Okay. Anything else? Nothing else.
Okay. Any cross?
Yes. Are you aware that a rape kit was done in this case?
Yes.
What is a rape kit?
You may.
Dave? Yes.
Lab.
Question
No.
That answer.
and any. Please be seated. Let the record reflect we are back in the presence of the jury. Thank you for your patience this afternoon. And we will continue on with the cross-examination of this witness. And at this time, I'll go ahead and reread the question to the witness. The first portion of the question is, was all DNA found at the scene identified to a person?
No.
And any cross-examination on that?
Not from the defense.
No.
Okay. The next part of that first question is, if not, how many unidentified? Question mark.
To answer that, the best way to answer that question is that answer would be out of my scope and out of my purview to answer that.
And any follow-up by the state?
No, Your Honor.
And anything from the defense?
No.
And the third portion of the question is, all male DNA or male and female, question mark?
Again, that answer would be out of my purview, out of my scope to answer that.
Any follow-up by the state? Anything from the defense? The second portion of the questions was DNA swab in bottle before or after picture with gloved finger, parenthesis, Exhibit 569, in bottle cap, Exhibit 10, question mark?
To the best of my recollection, we did not swab that piece of evidence at the scene. We packaged it and sent it to the crime lab.
Any follow-up by the state? Anything from the defense? And those were all the questions. May this witness be excused, subject to recall.
Yes, Judge.
Okay, you may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
And the state may call their next witness.
Judge, the state calls Bree Davis.
Good afternoon, ma'am. We'll have you come up here and we will have you sworn in by our clerk.
Can you state and spell your name for the court, please?
Bree Davis, BreeDavis.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
And I'll have you take a seat up here in the witness box. Thank you. And you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Would you please just introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Bree Davis. I am currently a crime scene specialist with the Salt River Indian community. During this case, I was a crime scene specialist with Scottsdale.
Were you also or formerly known as Bree McKenna?
Yes, that was my married name. I have since been divorced.
And you said that you were a crime scene specialist with the city of Scottsdale back when this case happened in 2015?
Yes.
How long had you been with Scottsdale at that point?
2015 would have been 9 years.
And I'm so sorry. Can I have you pull the mic closer to you? I just want to make sure everyone can hear you. Thank you.
It's kind of bendy. You can there you go. So 9 years, we've heard from crime scene specialists, but did you tell me a little bit about your track in becoming a crime scene specialist, I guess, in 2006?
Correct. Yeah, I started my career in 2006. Prior to that, I was in college. I had my bachelor's in criminal justice and criminology. I also took certificate programs for fingerprinting, crime scene photography, and overall crime scene processing. I am a senior certified crime scene analyst with the IAI, which is the International Association for Identification, kind of the governing board for crime scene and other lab-based things. Since then, I've been doing this nearly 20 years.
And so after entering this field in 2006, when did you leave Scottsdale?
2021.
And where'd you go?
I transferred to Dallas. I was a crime scene supervisor and manager for the Dallas Police Department.
And did you come back to Scottsdale or Salt River after that?
I came back and got a job with Salt River, and I've been here about four and a half months.
At the time this case happened in February of 2015, what was your role as a crime scene specialist with Scottsdale?
So generally, I was still just a crime scene specialist, so I worked the road. That was responding to any kind of crime scene that a detective or an officer requested us on. So mostly felony type stuff, homicides all the way down to vehicle burglaries. For this case in particular, I was tasked with being like the lead or the case crime scene person, which meant I was going to be doing all the documentation on scene.
And is that normal to have one of the crime scene specialists assigned as sort of the lead person?
Yes, it is.
Do you also have a supervisor that is sort of oversees all of the crime scene specialists as well?
Yes, our supervisor was, at that point, they were called leads, but yes, he was on scene with us.
Who was that?
Mark Carpenter.
And so I'm going to kind of focus in a little bit on this case, but were you on sort of working the day of February 18th, 2015?
Yes, I was.
Would you have been at an office, at home, something else?
I believe at that point I was working 6 at night to 4 in the morning. And by the times of my response, I believe I got called in.
And to give us sort of some context, are you actually asked to respond somewhere else around 5:55 p.m. on February 18th?
Yes, I responded to our District 2 jail in reference to another case that they wanted me to process some individuals that were at the jail. And then I responded to a scene to process that in reference to a burglary.
So do you first go to the jail, and you said you were involved in processing some men at that jail?
Correct.
Were any of those men Ian Mitcham?
No.
So you have contact, when you mean process, do you collect some of their clothing?
I did collect all of their clothing as well as take some photographs of them.
And you said you also went to a home after that?
Yes.
Do you remember whereabouts that was?
I know it was on Granite Reef. I don't recall the number specifically.
In the interest of time, if I said 4331 North Granite Reef, does that sound about right?
Yes.
And at that time, do you do some work at the home at that scene?
Yes,
What did you- Go ahead, sorry.
I processed it. I remember there was a door kicked, someone had forced the door open, so I processed that, tried to collect the footwear impression, and then process anything in the house that they may or may not have touched.
Okay. And that, as part of your role as a crime scene specialist, is it normal for you to be asked to go to scenes like this?
Yes.
And then after that initial job, did you ultimately respond out to Allison Feldman's home around 7:40 p.m. that same night?
Yes, I did.
So tell me now, when you get to Allison's home, what's your job? What do you roll up and see?
At that point, we already had been on scene for a little bit. I believe that they had been waiting on a search warrant to get signed so that we could enter. At the point where I was there, we were ready to go inside and start documenting. With me was CSS Palma. She was doing the photography and had documented some of the stuff prior to my arrival. And once we were able to make entry into the scene, basically my job was to move throughout the house, documenting what I saw for the different rooms, placing the different rooms. Basically, I'm there to document everything as I see it.
And you said you were with Miss Palma at this point?
Yes.
Were there other people, whether it be detectives or crime scene personnel, that were also in the home at this point?
I believe we were with detectives. 2 other crime scene people were tasked with coming in. I don't know if they were there at that moment, but they did at some point show up. So there was at least 3 crime scene people at all times. But yes, there was detectives also in there, and my supervisor.
And so we've heard about some of these people, but just so I can kind of orient, was Detective Heinzelman on scene?
Yes.
What about Detective Lockerbie?
Yes.
And you mentioned some other crime scene personnel that would have been working the scene as well. Does that, besides Ms. Palma, does that include a Stephanie Hantz?
Correct.
and Kristen Oleksik?
Yes.
Okay. And those two people I just mentioned are part of the crime scene unit?
Yes, they are.
Okay. I'm going to go back. So your job is, you said, to document the scene?
Correct.
And so what do you notice, let's just go when you first walk into this home, what do you initially notice?
Initially, you got smacked in the face with a chemical smell. It was so bad that we had the doors open trying to air it out. But for most of that first night, I had to wear a filtered mask because I couldn't breathe in there while I was documenting.
As your role sort of taking notes and documenting, do you wear the full, like I think we've heard it referred to as a Tyvek suit, or do you wear something else?
For this scene, that's usually determined kind of by what the scene is telling you and detectives on scene. So for this one, for that first night, I wore the mask and I wore gloves and I wore booties. I was not in a full Tyvek suit.
And at the time that you enter the scene, do you notice anything about is there a TV?
Yes.
Do you notice anything about it?
Yes, in the living room was kind of disheveled, and on one of the walls was a TV hanging. The TV was on, but it was muted and said mute in the, I think, bottom left corner.
Did you observe any sort of discoloration or staining anywhere?
Yes, the floor throughout the house was stained. You could tell that something had been dumped on it. There was pooling in certain areas. You could tell that something had been dragged through in either a cleaning fashion or something. There was definitely movement you could see in there. But yeah, there was a lot of liquid and stuff on the floor.
And this was sort of immediately obvious to you?
Yes.
Okay. Now, we've seen some photographs of the house, and I'm going to go through some with you as well. But are you, you mentioned some of the other people present. Are you with, and are you able to observe the work of Kristen Oleksik?
Yes.
Does she do some photographs that first night? We're still sticking now with the night of 2/18 into the early morning hours of 2/19.
Yes, she took over for CSS Palma and as the scene photographer.
And as we'll getting to those photos hopefully before we end today. As you're moving through the house, do you notice any sort of spray or discoloration on drawers or handles or anything like that?
Yes, there was a discoloration. You could tell that something had been sprayed and then not wiped off, so it dried in a white pattern on a lot of the surfaces, definitely in the laundry room, definitely in Allison Feldman's bedroom. Anything that had like a handle or a knob seemed to have spray on it.
Was that, again, sort of immediately apparent to you as you moved through the house?
Yes, it was.
Given that your role is to document, are you yourself handling things, swabbing things, or collecting things?
On this day, no, I was not. I was just walking around documenting. At that point, I'm not really touching anything because I wanted to document it as I see it. So we're making sure not to touch anything until it's documented, both photos and by myself taking notes.
Do you personally have any observation of Allison Feldman's body?
I mean, at that moment, I saw that she was in the hallway.
Do you recall anything about her hair or the piece of clothing over her face?
Yeah, at first we couldn't totally tell what it was, but it ended up being a dress that was pulled up over her face. Her hair, you could see underneath her, and everything was very wet. The ground below her body, as well as the clothing over her face, was wet with some kind of substance.
Are you present when the medical examiner arrives to remove Ms. Feldman's body from the home?
Yes, I was.
Do you remember around when that was? The time frame?
I want to say around 11 o'clock that night.
And were you, we previously said you got there maybe around 7:40, and there was some discussion and waiting initially. When did you ultimately leave the home that, we'll call it the morning of 2/19 at this point?
I believe around 2 a.m.
And so during the time that you're there, the medical examiner comes and removes Allison Feldman's body, but you stay there to continue working?
Correct. And they showed up at, it's in my notes specifically, but they show up, and what we're doing, documenting her body and that type of stuff also takes a decent amount of time. So that would take up some of that time too.
Is that normal for the medical examiner to arrive ultimately and remove the body after there's a chance for you to do what you need to do?
Yes.
In the interest of time, I'm going to go through a bunch more questions, and maybe we'll show you your report if needed, but you'll probably have to come back on Wednesday or Thursday, so I'll just move through and then if you need to refresh your memory, I might do that the next time you're here.
Okay.
Do you remember anything about glass in the home?
Yes, there were dark pieces of shattered glass, very kind of small pieces throughout the dining room and near the kitchen.
And ultimately, we have about 25 minutes left. I think I'm just going to start showing you some photos. Is that okay? Mm-hmm. So you mentioned you were present, but do you take any photos yourself?
Not for this.
At this time?
No.
Okay. So you, well, Judge, I'm going to show defense quickly. See what's right? I'm not going to get through all of these, so I don't. I just want to do 59, I think is. Yeah, I'm only gonna move to admit, I think that the one you're gonna check. So I'll stipulate up to this one. And just go to this one. Yeah, that's fine. Does that make sense? And then I'll do the rest next time. Judge, I'm just gonna collect a handful of these in the interest of time. And the defense has noted they will stipulate to some of these pictures, and some of them have already been admitted with Lieutenant Lockerbie, so the numbers are a little wonky, but
Okay.
I think I can do my best, Judge. So we're going to go okay. So it's going to be 416 through 422.
Okay.
426 through 428.
Okay.
431 through 435.
Okay.
437 through 441.
Okay.
444 through 454.
Okay.
And then I'll be stopping there for today.
Okay. And no objections to admitting these exhibits?
That's correct,
Okay.
Your Honor.
It's ordered admitting the exhibits that were just mentioned, again, 416 through 422, 426 through 428, 431 through 435, 437 through 441, and 444 through 454.
Okay. So I'm just going to start at the beginning and ask you about these, okay? Here we go. All right, so we've seen a placard like this before, but just to... Oh, is that frozen? Possibly. Give it a minute. Are you familiar with these placards?
Yes.
Just have the date, time, case number, person
Yeah.
involved?
This is the beginning shot of any time we are taking a photograph, has the date and the time that we're starting our photographs. Obviously, the agency that we work for, the case number, and then whoever's taking the photographs.
And just to be clear, that was 416, is that correct?
416, yes, Judge.
Thank you.
Apologies. I'm going to run out of space on this little table here pretty quick. So I'm going to go to, I'm going to go to 417 now. What is that?
So that is a photo placard, and that is marking a spot just directly in front of the front door.
And so I kind of want to the extent that you know, Ms. Davis, we're talking about around midnight here, is that right? It says 2:19, but it's just, I mean, it's just beyond, just barely.
Correct.
Okay, so that was back at 4:16 for the record. So you had mentioned that you, were there some pictures taken before these were taken with the placards, to your knowledge?
Yes.
And do you put these placards down?
I did not know. The letter ones were placed there by lab personnel who had shown up on scene during the night.
So that you answered my question, even though I phrased it poorly. So we talked about crime scene personnel. What's the difference between crime scene personnel and the lab personnel?
So crime scene, we are based as scene personnel, so we're responding out to the scenes. The lab is more lab-based, so they have their specialties, latent prints, DNA, that type of thing. The reason that they were called out to the scene was to complete some chemical processing that us as crime scene people, we don't do on the scenes. Those chemicals are very time sensitive and that kind of thing. So they were tasked with coming out and doing that kind of processing while we did the rest of the scene.
Are you guys kind of working as a team to some degree, and that responsibilities are divvied up amongst the team?
Yes.
So we haven't heard from these lab personnel yet, but if I say Vicki Beamer, is she one of the people that works at the Scottsdale Crime Lab?
Yes.
Did she come to the scene
Yes.
this night? Okay. And so these letter placards, because we've seen a lot of number placards, but these letter placards were placed ultimately or utilized by lab personnel to do what they did that night?
Correct.
Okay, so I'm going to go through and show them so we can get a kind of understanding, but this is just 418. We have A in 417, and then I've continued in 418. And is this that same?
Yeah, that's just a close-up of that same reddish brown stain that's in front of the...
Does this stain appear, well, is there anything unusual about this stain to your observation? Don't want to go too far out. Sorry, it's kind of delayed here. There we go. Would you say, is there anything unusual about that stain to you?
I mean, the location being right inside of the front door.
Going back to 417. Okay, gonna move to 419. This is, I won't put that up yet, actually. I'm gonna skip 419 for now. Definitely run out of room. We're gonna go to 420. What is that? If you can tell. Oops.
It appears to be red-brown stain, but this one appears to have been displaced.
Sorry, I'm going to interrupt you. I'm going to go back to 419. I didn't want to because it has a sensitive part of it,
Okay.
Judge. It's not super clear, but I think it's sensitive enough
Okay, thank you.
for everyone's knowledge. Am I good to move it over?
Yes.
So what are we looking at here? Maybe orient you to the letter.
So this is the entry, the front door is to the bottom side of the picture. To the left is the hallway where Allison Feldman was. To the right is a sunken living room. And then to the top of the picture is going into a dining room.
There's a little glare on the way that the light hits these up here, but you said up here is top right of 419 going into the dining room?
Correct.
Okay. So then if I go to 420, after looking at sort of this less zoomed in, does that now,
Yes.
you kind of orient where that B is?
Yes.
Okay. And again, this is the choice of what to put a letter by or what to highlight. Was that, who made that decision?
I don't remember specifically, but it was the lab.
So that's 420. I'm going to go to 421. Might be hard to see or orient, but are we looking at the letter C here?
Correct.
And then I'm gonna go to 422. What is that?
So that is in the hallway where Allison Feldman was. That is a baseboard that had a red brown stain on it.
.420. Okay, so we jump around a little because of exhibits that were already admitted. So that was 422. Now I'm going to go to 423, previously admitted. We've seen this one. So again, can you tell me real quick what we're looking at in this picture?
All right, so this is the dining room. Towards the top, you're looking back at the front entry foyer area, then the hallway to the right. Again, to the left and down is that sunken living room. But majority of this is the dining room.
Okay. And that's 423, 424. What's this?
So that's that same area, just a little bit closer in.
And we've seen some of these, but I'm going to jump now. If I'm going to focus you on E in 424, and then this one's also previously been admitted, but does this look familiar?
Yes.
As far as you being at the scene?
Yes, those are those little broken pieces of glass.
Okay, and we've heard about some of this, but what you're pointing at, sort of the middle of this picture up against the baseboard almost?
Yes.
Okay.
And was that 425?
425, Judge,
Thank you.
apologies. Now we're going to go to 426, backing out. That's going to
So,
be
sorry, 1 second. Yes, okay, we admitted 426, thank you.
426. What are we looking at here, if you can orient us? And if not, I can move to one different one that might help. We'll go to 427 first. Do you see this one?
Yes.
Kind of, maybe I'll do it this way. Is that better?
That's better.
Okay. So what are we looking at in 427?
So this is a pillar that is kind of centrally located between the dining room, that sunken living room, and the foyer.
And so now kind of a much more zoomed in version of that. If I go from 427 back to 426, are you able to orient based on that G placard there?
Yes.
So is that same pillar?
It is, yes.
Okay.
It's the side that's facing more of the hallway.
And then here you can almost see that edge to the sunken living room?
Correct.
Okay, so now that's 426, 427, 428. So we're going to just keep focused on the area there. Do you see that?
Yes.
Can you see any of that glass in this one? Not necessarily related to the G, but...
Yes. Below the pillar, near the baseboard, and then further in towards the living room and the kitchen area is more little pieces of the brown glass.
Right down here on the bottom left in this area?
Yes.
Okay. Sort of middle right, bottom left of 428. And now 429. Previously admitted, I've talked about this one. Do you see that?
Yes.
Now, when you're, let me put up 430. This is exhibit 430. Is that photo marker H?
Correct.
PMH for short?
Correct.
Your role in documenting the scene or in being with Miss Alexic as she's kind of moving through and photographing these placards, again, who's deciding what to placard or what to swab?
We're kind of all working together, but since the lab was on scene, they did have a lot of say in kind of what was documented as far as what we were going to take swabs of. Like I said, the letter stuff was completely decided by them. The numbers was us. But yeah, for that kind of stuff, they were making those decisions.
And are these the individuals, at least the one person that I mentioned, Vicky Beamer, is that the same person at the Scottsdale Crime Lab who would do sort of DNA work and come to write a report with the conclusion? And I'm not asking you what the conclusions were, but does she do that DNA work in the lab as well as what she did in this case?
Yes.
Okay. So that was 4:30, this is 4:31. Can you tell kind of where we are in this picture?
Yes.
Where are we?
This is still in the dining room.
Because it's like, what's down here on the bottom left?
I believe that's that chair that was next to photo marker H.
And so now if we move in, and that's 4:31, in 4:32, we're still looking at I, just the zoomed in version.
Correct.
Do you see any sort of staining in this photograph?
Yes, you see the dark reddish brown kind of staining towards the bottom of the picture.
Now I'm going to back up to 4:31 because is there a J placard here?
Yes.
Okay, so now we're going to go from 4:31 to 4:33. Are we looking again at that J placard?
Yes.
Do you see some staining in this photograph?
Yes, there's some to the left, some round stains, and then some smears on the bottom right.
And in your experience, is the look of that consistent with blood? I know you can't maybe tell just by eyeballing it.
Yeah, I mean, the stuff throughout the scene was consistent with blood.
Okay. So we're going to go now to 4:34. What is that?
That was in the dining room. That is the dining table.
Okay. And there's a placard K on this one?
Correct.
Okay, 4:35. What area of the house are we looking at now?
So we're still in the dining room. This is to the top is the sliding glass door that would lead out to the backyard.
Do you see what are consistent with blood staining in this exhibit 435?
Yes.
And can you just point it out for me?
There is some on the door itself, and there's also some on the bottom right-hand corner in the picture on the floor, as well as around that slipper.
So that's 435. I'm going to go to 436. Same area of the house?
Correct, yes, it just zoomed more in.
Okay. And then 437, same kind of question. Well, in 436, do you see that N placard?
Yes,
And then in 437, do you see that same N placard?
correct, yes.
Okay, so what are we looking at? It's kind of zoomed in here.
Yeah, so N was marking that, the blood that was on the inside of the sliding glass door.
Okay. And then that's 437. Now we're at 438. What placard is in this photo?
Placard M.
Where are we in the house?
So this is still the dining room. That sliding glass door is in the upper left. This is more towards, you're now going towards the kitchen.
Is the kitchen to the left or to the right in this photo?
To the right.
Okay. And so now placard, I'm looking at 439. What is that?
That's that same stain just zoomed in.
Does that appear to be consistent?
Yes.
With blood?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
I think you answered, read my mind. It answered before I finished. 440.
So this is a view from the dining room area towards that sunken living room.
Can you see the couch in this photo?
Yes.
I know some of these questions might be obvious because we can all see it, but for just my understanding, and can you see some of the staining that I had asked you about when you first walked in the home?
Yes, so the flooring in the sunken living room was dark wood or dark wood tile, and it had, not only was it wet and there was still pools of the substance on the floor, you can also see the white areas kind of at the middle of the picture where it had dried a little bit.
And just for the record, the middle of the picture, kind of this area of the picture?
Yes.
Okay, or for the jury. It's in this photograph, do you remember anything about like photographs on the wall?
I don't recall any on the wall, but there were some that were propped against the wall in this that's kind of the center left of this picture. They would have been propped kind of against there.
And do you see, it's kind of hard to see from this vantage point, but in the top right of Exhibit 440, is that kind of how the couch was when you entered, to your best of your knowledge, kind of slanted like that?
Yes, yeah, we didn't touch anything, so all of these photos are as the scene was as when we got there.
And so you're now, again, just so I understand, this is early morning of 419, sort of overnight 418 into early morning of 419?
Correct.
Okay, we'll call that sort of the first night, so to speak?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to zoom in now. So I'm going to focus your attention on placard O and then go to Exhibit 440. Is that just a zoomed in version?
Yes, that's showing that red-brown blood substance.
Does there appear, if you can tell from this photograph, is there any glass in this from what you can see?
Yes, it does appear in the bottom part of it. There is the little shards of it.
Oh, I think I misspoke. You were there, when you were there that first night, what I called the first night. We're talking February 18th into February 19th.
Correct.
I think I might have said 4/18 instead. Misspoke. It's been a day, long day. So we're talking the glass right here on the bottom of 441?
Yes.
Okay. Now I'm going to jump to what's previously been admitted, 442. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
So this is the bar area or the breakfast bar area in more like the kitchen. So that's kind of between the kitchen and that sunken living room. It's photo marker P, which I believe is a piece of broken glass.
And so where's the kitchen from this vantage point?
So the kitchen is to the top left. The sunken living room is to the bottom, and then the dining area is kind of to the left.
Okay, so now we're going to move to 443, it's zoomed in. We have seen this one before, but is this what you're talking about, that piece of glass?
Yes.
Okay. Now we're going to go to 444, back to this area of the home. Can you tell me again, where's the front door from here?
So the front door would be in the top right corner.
And we've seen some photographs of this area, but again, is this consistent with what you personally observed that night, 218 into 219, when you're in the home?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So I'm going to focus you in on number Q now. Can you see Q in Exhibit 444?
Yes, I can.
And then I'm going to go to 445. Do you see that same placard?
Yes.
Might be, let's see how I can turn this. Kind of like this almost. But do you see sort of some potential staining and any glass in 445?
Yes, in the bottom right kind of area of
Back this way.
the upper left corner of the area, there appears to be a stain and broken glass.
And just to be clear, I kind of turned it because in 444 you can see that there's is this a step in the bottom right?
Yes.
Okay, and so just to orient, in 445, do you see that a corner of that lighter colored tile in 445?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to 446. What are we looking at here?
So this is the side of the couch.
Did you, at this point, well, let's go to one more, 447. So we're going to go from 446 to 447. Do you notice anything about the couch, or was there any reason, to your knowledge, that photos were taken of this section?
Yes, there was a red substance smeared on the side of the couch.
That's 447. 448. Moving back in, where are we in the house now?
That is in between the dining room and the kitchen.
Is this a fridge at the top?
Yes.
Okay, so we're gonna just zoom in now from 448 to 449. Is that same, call it staining?
Yes, it is.
Is that consistent with blood in your experience?
Yes.
going to get through, hopefully, Judge, I'm just going to end at 454 if that's all right. I've just got a handful left here.
Sorry, did you mean 25?
Exhibit 454.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry. I'm at 450, just trying to get through. All right, so what are we looking at here?
So this is in the kitchen, and it is a view of the kitchen into the living room, or no, into the laundry room, correct?
And there's 2 placards there. Do you see those?
Yes,
Or
U
actually, I
and
guess, so go ahead.
U and T.
Is there another one? I missed the top left or top
Yeah, V.
B. And so if I zoom in now in Exhibit 451, what are we looking at there?
There's the red-brown stain in the bottom left of that picture,
Okay.
and above the T also.
And then I'm just going to go back to 450, and I'm going to focus you on placard U, and then we're going to move to Exhibit 452. Do you see that same placard U?
Yes,
Do you see, is there any staining in this photo?
yes, there's a red-brown stain.
Now we're going to go to 453. What are we looking at here?
So that is the kitchen wall, and you can see the laundry room further on.
And just zooming in now, that's 453. Zooming in 454, do you see that same exhibit V, or property photo marker V?
Yes.
And maybe I can do 2 more, and then maybe a logical endpoint. 455, back to the living room.
Yeah, this is back into the dining area. Living room is to your left, dining room to the right, and then that hallway is at the top.
Do you see photo marker W?
Yes.
Okay, and then I'm going to zoom in now on 456. Is that the same photo marker W?
Yes, it is.
What is that?
A bunch of small pieces of broken glass.
And again, going back to 455, that spot, just to orient you to this pillar here.
Correct.
Where's the front door?
The front door is going to be in the top left corner.
Okay. And 456, and I think that might be just a fine enough time, Judge, if that's okay.
Okay. All right, so with that, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and break for today. As you may recall, we are dark tomorrow. I am covering another court tomorrow, so thank you for your understanding of the court's calendar. And we will see you back here on Wednesday at 10:30 a.m. Please remember that admonition as you go home over the next day. Please do not discuss the case with anyone. Don't do any research. Don't watch or read any news stories about the case or anyone involved in the case. And again, I'll look forward to seeing you all on Wednesday at 10:30 a.m. Thank you.
All right, that is
A major development today in a case that haunted Scott.
2 days. Oh, wait, hold on. What's this? All right. That's, did we skip PMS? Did we skip? What do you mean we skipped it? No, it's PMH. It's a stain on the floor, has granules that appear to be tobacco, which is spitter stain. So it's placard marker H. PMH is placard marker H. And it was the stain on the floor, had granules that appear to be tobacco spitter stain. So that's where the DNA of Ian's was found. That's why they made such a big deal out of it. All right, so that was day 5. Now we're going to get to day 6. All right, so now we're going to get to day 6. Honey clay pot. Yes, this is a very, very disturbing. It is a very disturbing case. All right, hold on.
And we're going to call another witness today. May recall.
All right, so this is day 6. That's right. We do not have to go dark. We got this is my zooms. All right, so day 6. Let me just pull myself up a little bit. Blink. And cover that up. Okay, so here we are, day 6.
Please be seated. Let the record reflect we are back in the presence of the jury. Good morning to all of you. Welcome back this morning. We will continue on with the state's case this morning. As you may recall from Monday, we left off on the direct of Ms. Bree Davis. We'll be switching gears this morning due to some scheduling, and we're going to call another witness today, and then the state will bring back Ms. Davis on a later date. So just to orient you on where you are in terms of your notes and so forth. And so with that, I'll turn it over to the state. You may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. We call Dr. Ferens.
My name is Michael Joseph Ferens, F as in Frank, E-R-E-N-C.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
And sir, I'll have you take a seat up here in the witness box. Thank you.
May I approach for just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes, you have continuing permission.
Thank you. First of all, Doctor, would you introduce yourself to these folks over here?
I'm Michael Ferens. I'm a forensic pathologist.
All right. I'm going to bring Exhibit 21 up there in the possibility that you need to review a copy of your report.
Yes, sir, I've seen my report and I have printed my own copy of it as well.
Thank you. Doctor, first of all, where are you currently employed?
I'm employed by the Stanislaus County Sheriff's Department Coroner's Division in Stanislaus County, California,
And how long have you been there?
since 2019.
All righty. And by the way, Doctor, I don't know whether it's old age or not, but my voice tends to go soft on occasion. So I'm using this microphone. But if you don't understand one of my questions, don't hear it, let me know. I'll repeat it. All right?
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me okay now?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So, in your current position, can you describe for the jury what your daily routine is?
My daily routine is to deal with whatever cases California law brings us under the coroner's law, which are usually unnatural deaths or unexplained deaths or traumatic deaths, either by reviewing records, by reviewing laboratory tests, by doing autopsies and looking at other related testing.
All right. And when we use the term autopsy, I'm assuming most people know what that involves, but could you give us a general description? Let's say the local law enforcement agencies investigating a homicide, potential homicide. The victim's body is brought to you to perform an autopsy. Describe for us what you would do.
I would first review whatever records we have. We might, in certain cases, x-ray the bodies, such as in decomposed bodies. I would then do a preliminary examination, looking at the body for just overall appearances, even the clothing, what's on the body, recovering trace evidence if it hasn't already been done at the scene, then followed by a more detailed external examination, looking for natural disease processes, variations among people, and of course injuries, and then an internal examination of the entire body, where again I look for disease processes or injuries, and in that case internally I'll take samples to be tested or to be saved.
All righty. And counsel, where do I need to stand so you can?
I can see pretty good, thank you.
Okay. Doctor, let me take you back a few years. First of all, where did you attend medical school?
The University of Texas Southwestern Medical Center in Dallas,
And when did you graduate?
1981.
What did you do after that?
I was a family practice intern at St. Paul's Hospital, Dallas, Texas.
And so how did you come to get involved in pathology?
Actually, I worked my way through college and medical school as a lab tech in the blood bank, and it was sort of a natural fit. And I had a chance to go to New York Hospital.
And so you graduate from medical school. Do you consider yourself a forensic pathologist?
I would like to, and my credentials suggest I am.
Okay, so what I'm trying to get at here is, so how did you get to that?
I then trained in pathology at the New York Hospital Cornell University Medical Center from 82 to 85. I did a year of basic research as a fellow at New York Hospital Cornell. Then from most of 86 to 91, I worked at the Office of Chief Medical Examiner in New York City as a medical examiner. And during that time, I got my board certifications by the American Board of Pathology in anatomic and in forensic pathology.
So, in the course of your career as a medical examiner, can you estimate for us how many autopsies or post-mortem examinations you have done?
No, just several thousands. Typically, it's somewhere around 200 a year. This last year is the first year in a long time. It's like 160, or it's on track to being like 160.
All right. At some point, did you find your way to the valley here?
Yes, more than once.
And at one point in your career, were you employed at the Maricopa County Medical Examiner's Office?
Yes, sir.
And when was that?
I believe it's 2012 to 2015.
And when you left here, where did you go?
I went to Alameda County in San Francisco for their sheriff coroner division.
And you've used the term coroner. I've used the term medical examiner. Is there a difference?
Under California law, medical examiner, forensic pathologist, coroner's pathologist are basically describing the same job.
All righty. I want to take you to February of 2015. Were you employed here at that time?
2015?
Yes, sir.
Yes, I was.
And were you at some point, did you become involved in the investigation into the death of a young woman by the name of Allison Feldman?
Yes, sir.
And did you perform an autopsy or post-mortem examination of Miss Feldman's body?
On the 19th of February, yes, sir.
All right. Typically, how long does this type of procedure take?
An autopsy can be highly variable. It can be even less than an hour in a, unfortunately now, typical fentanyl overdose kind of case. Or I've had autopsies that have taken me over a day and a half, up to 2 days.
Let's go to Ms. Feldman. And if you need to refer to the exhibit, and now I've forgotten the exhibit number, the one that in the booklet in front of you.
000448. But again, I have a copy if you want to take that one back. It's the one you sent me.
Well, why don't we use this one?
Yes, sir.
It'll make it better for the record.
Okay.
And I forget the exhibit number, but it is Exhibit 21, which contains your report.
Sorry.
So can you tell me, Doctor, and if you need to refer to it, just let us know that you're referring to it. But what I want to ask you is the height.
Your Honor.
Could you approach, please?
To review. Okay, Doctor, what I was about to ask you was if at some point you need to review the report to refresh your recollection, if you could let us know. I'm not going to ask you to read from your report, and I obviously at some point need to establish, whether you have a personal recollection of some of the details. So my first question to you is, do you recall today, without looking at your report, Ms. Feldman's weight and height?
She's 5'7" and she's more than 150 pounds, but exactly how much I'd have to look.
And let me ask you this. Over the last couple of months, have you had occasion to review your original report?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Have you had occasion to review photographs that were taken during this postmortem examination?
Yes, sir.
Did any of that help refresh your recollection?
Yes, sir.
Would looking at some of those photographs help you describe your observations that you made during your examination?
I think so, yes, sir.
And Your Honor, at this point, for the record, we have a stipulation to the introduction of several photographs. They are 518 through 544, I believe.
Okay, and any objection?
No, Your Honor.
It's ordered admitting exhibits 518 through 544 into evidence.
As well as 468.
And any objection to 468? It's ordered admitting exhibit 468 into evidence.
Doctor, so how did Ms. Feldman's body get to the medical examiner's office?
I don't know the details of the record of who transported and things of that nature, but personnel from our office went to the scene, secured the body in a pouch, sealed it, and brought it back to the office.
So I want to show you Exhibit 529. What do we see here, Doctor?
We see probably the first picture taken by our technician showing the case number on the black and white metal marker board. And next to it is the sealed pouch with the zipper sealed by a medical examiner seal 000288.
And the number that we see here, 15-1238, what number is that?
That's the unique case number assigned to her.
Okay. So when I show you some of the photographs, is it possible that same number is going to appear?
It should.
All righty.
And then, of course, Mr. Imbordino, if you could just give me a heads up if you're going to show a sensitive photo.
I will, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Doctor, before we get into the details of your findings, what I would like to do, in the event that there may be some jurors or people who don't hear some of these terms every day, I have a list of terms I want to ask you to define. All right, sir?
Yes, sir.
And, Your Honor, I have provided a copy to the court reporter as well as defense.
Okay.
It's not an exhibit, just demonstrative
Okay.
purposes.
Any objections?
No, not at all.
Okay, thank you.
First of all, Your Honor, can I ask if the jurors are able to see this?
If there's anyone who can't see it, could you raise your hand? And there are no hands raised.
So let's start at the top. These are some terms that I picked out myself, not for any particular reason, but let's start out with asphyxial injury. If we use that term, what are you describing?
Asphyxia injuries means injuries obviously related to asphyxia, with asphyxia being something that causes inadequate oxygen delivery to the blood or the body tissues and inadequate removal of carbon dioxide and waste products. So it's basically the kind of injuries from drowning, from choking, from strangling, from being crushed under the car jack to chemical poisonings, things of that nature. It's a very broad category.
All right, sir. Have you seen those type of injuries during your professional career?
Yes, sir. All of those that I described.
The next term, petechial hemorrhage. What would you be describing there?
Petechial hemorrhages are simply little pinpoint-sized hemorrhages, like this, literally the size of a pinpoint, that occur sometimes in tissues due to ruptured tiny blood vessels, and they're frequently a marking that some form of asphyxia occurred. They're not absolute proof of asphyxia, because I could see them in a heart attack victim sometimes, but they're the smoke that makes you worried about fire for asphyxia.
Some what may be common terms here, but abrasion, contusion, is there a difference between the two?
Yes, sir.
And describe what that is, please.
Abrasion is just a word that means a scrape, something that tears at the superficial layers of the skin, rubs them off, a scrape. Contusion is a word that simply means bruise, meaning that hemorrhaging has occurred into the tissues.
And with any of these injuries, well, let me go to the next three terms: antemortem, perimortem, postmortem. What do those terms indicate?
Antemortem means before death. It's usually distinguished because there's hemorrhage in the tissues, and somebody has to have blood pressure in most cases to get hemorrhage in the tissue, unless there's some unique situations. Perimortem means I can't really be sure. Is it at the moment of death, just before death, after death? And postmortem means that there's just nothing to suggest that this is something that happened after, while the person was alive. It happened after they were dead.
So if you're conducting an examination and you see abrasions and contusions, are you able, is it possible for you to come to an opinion as to whether they were before death?
Sometimes with abrasions, it's hard. Most of the time, the color changes and surrounding effects to the skin tell you that it is antemortem. Contusions, by definition, mean that there was blood pressure there, or almost always. As I said, there's always exceptions, but always means that there's blood pressure there, it means the person's alive.
And is that because the heart is beating?
It means that the circulatory system still has pressure in it.
Okay. And how does that pressure get there?
Okay, you're right. A heart's beating.
All right. I'm sorry. This is a word I always have trouble pronouncing, but comminuted fracture.
That's perfect. It just means a fracture that's broken, sort of like a china cup with all sorts of interlocking fracture lines running through it.
Hilar region, Hilar.
As relates to this case, it refers to where the lungs join the middle of the chest and the trachea. It's the little bridge across between the right and left lungs.
Vaginal introitus.
The entrance into the vagina.
Cervix.
The cervix. Cervix literally means neck in, I think it's Greek, I'm not sure.
Okay. So the cervix is located where within the vaginal area?
It's the end of the uterus, or the uterine. One of its old names is cervix uteri. It's cervix uteri. It's the end of where the vagina spills out into where the uterus spills out into the vagina.
Not sure if it's rigor or rigor. I've heard both. Mortis.
Either way, rigor mortis is stiffening of the muscles after death.
Livor mortis.
Livor mortis is the settling of blood after death. So you can see it under the skin.
So let's assume that an individual, and I'm not speaking of Ms. Feldman here, falls over, heart attack, dies on the floor of their home several hours before somebody finds them. Are these two processes going to occur?
Yes, sir.
And can you explain that?
The rigor mortis will start forming after circulation stops and the blood starts getting more acidotic with lactic acid. The muscle fibers don't contract, they gel. So whatever position he's in, if, as I'm demonstrating, I have my arms in front of my head crossed, then that's the way it'll stay even if you turn him. The livor mortis or liver mortis will settle like sands in an hourglass to wherever gravity pulls them, unless somebody flips the body over again and then the sands start going the other way. But so assuming they're not moved, it will settle down. So if this person fell face up, then their back and their derriere would have a purple color to it related to the blood settling. And after a while, a number of hours, that blood stays there, even if I flip them over again.
Subarachnoid hemorrhage.
It means hemorrhage inside the skull on the surface of the brain on one of the very thin, delicate membranes that covers the brain.
And lastly, hemothorax.
Means blood in the chest.
Doctor, before I get to the actual examination of Ms. Feldman, you indicated that you performed the autopsy on the 19th of February 2015, correct?
Yes, sir.
At some point, did you proceed to the scene where her body had been found?
Yes, sir. I think that afternoon.
So then obviously when you arrived, we can assume that her body wasn't there anymore, correct?
That's correct.
All right. When you went to the scene, did you enter the residence?
Yes, sir.
And did you proceed? Well, so you entered the front door, correct?
Yes, sir.
And this is on the 19th. Do you recall whether you noticed any sort of odor?
Yes, sir.
And what was that?
Strong smell of bleach.
What is it, if you know about bleach, what is it that would, I mean, like, I think most of us are familiar with using bleach during the laundry process on occasion, but what is it that you're smelling? What is that odor from?
Well, bleach is sodium NaOCl. And so as it breaks down, because it's actually fairly unstable, you get chlorine release, so you're smelling chlorine type smells.
You enter the front door, where do you go?
I went sort of to the central area of the living room, and at one point in time, I walked towards the back door. I don't think I went into the back. I might have taken a step in there, but that's basically it based upon my memory.
Okay.
The scene was still being actively processed, so I didn't want to do anything that might damage things.
Yes, sir. So showing you Exhibit 518, and I would ask you to assume, Doctor, that assume, for the sake of my question, this back door here, Arcadia door, sliding door, opened to the backyard. Is that where you ended your walk at that point?
Somewhere around there, either stepping outside or just staying inside. I just don't remember.
All right, sir. Let's see. I want to show you Exhibit 468. And, Your Honor, this is one of the more sensitive photographs.
We will not film these photos.
Doctor, I would like you to assume for me, please, for the sake of my question, that, and I'll show you another photograph in just a moment. .232, which is in evidence. Let me show you that one first. So assume for me that when police arrived, there's been testimony that Ms. Feldman's body was found in this position at this location. All right, sir?
Yes, sir.
And then this photograph, assumed for me, was taken after her body had been removed by the medical examiner's office. What I want to do is focus on I'm going to call it a blood stain, blood stains. And what I want to ask you is, we've also had descriptions of blood in the living room area, various locations. The injuries that you observed, which of those injuries could have resulted in the blood that we're seeing here?
The sources of blood on her were her back of her head, on her nose, and in her vagina. The blood I'm seeing in this picture, including the feathering from hair moving through it, is blood from her head primarily.
In your examination of Ms. Feldman's body, did you observe any post-mortem injuries, artifacts that might have been related to a product such as bleach.
Yes, sir.
Describe that for us.
Over various parts of the body, there was damage that was consistent with what I've seen before from bleach, where it's a caustic chemical that damages the tissue and typically leaves a yellow or gray appearance. There were splashes, little tiny bleach injuries, splash type ones, various parts of the body. There was even a ring of bleach damage in her umbilicus, her belly button, and there was bleach injuries all along the posterior backside of her body, where you could see where the bleach dammed against the skin that was forming a seal against the floor.
You mentioned the umbilicus. Let me show you Exhibit 519. Is this what you're referring to?
Yes, sir, that's a picture of her belly button.
All right, and so describe for us what about this appearance that led you to conclude that this is a result of a product such as bleach?
It's what bleach does to human tissue. I've seen it many times before. It's sort of a yellowish color. Sometimes in here, the edges look a little brown. Sometimes it has a grayish color. It's a caustic chemical that's disrupting the tissue. Eventually, it would actually start eating further down.
And Your Honor, just for our purposes here, I would say that the rest of the photographs, for the most part, are those that one would consider shouldn't be filmed.
Thank you. We will not film these portions.
So Exhibit 526. Describe, Doctor, what we see here in this photograph.
In the center of the photograph, you're seeing the purple color, which is lividity, the settling of blood that I described earlier. You're seeing marks sort of outlining sort of the shoulder blades and the buttocks, which are the result of bleach. Again, some of it is dried, so it has a brown color. As the skin is damaged, it dries. The rest of it's sort of grayish yellow. That's from bleach. And of course, at the top, you can see hemorrhage in her hair, bleeding in her hair.
So, Doctor, assuming, excuse me, she was found on her back and this photograph is taken after she's moved, why is this portion, the whiter portion of her skin, why is it not purple as well?
Because it's firmly against a hard surface, which isn't allowing the blood to collect there. It's a blanching spot, just as if I were to, as I'm doing with my pointer finger, press it down here, it's white for a little second, because I'm blanching it.
.527, same question really. What are we observing here?
We're looking at the lady's buttocks and the back of her thighs. We're seeing a little bit of lividity showing through and some very minor injuries, a little bit of blood coming down from the genital area towards the back of her. And then primarily you're seeing, again, bleach outlines with the darker parts being areas where it's the damaged skin is dried, and the other areas sort of the yellowish gray color that's caused by caustic bleach.
So, Doctor, I'm pointing here too. I'm going to refer to that as the left buttocks area, this red colored stain. What is that?
That's what I just described. There's a little bit on the right side as well. It's blood.
And in your opinion, came from where?
The only source nearby it, and it's contiguous with this source, meaning it runs from it, is the genital area.
A moment ago, you referred to the hair, Miss Feldman's hair, from that photograph in the hallway. But let me show you Exhibit 528. Assume for me that this is a photograph taken of Miss Feldman's, at least a portion of her head. What do you, for you, I mean, what do you see here?
I see that the hair is heavily saturated with blood. Some of it looks like it's trying to clot, or it tried to clot, and that I can see there's at least some injuries on the scalp underneath the hair.
Showing you Exhibit 536, Doctor. So again, this number 151238 identifies Ms. Feldman's case. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So describe for us what's pictured here that you observed during your examination.
Starting from the bottom, there's two small abrasions on the neck. There's some abrasions on the pinna, the floppy part of the ear. And you can start seeing, although it's not easy to see in this particular photograph, the lacerations on the back of her head.
And these, so these reddish or brownish looking areas on the back of her ears, those are abrasions?
Yes, sir, they're probably abrasions. There is a possibility they could be caused by splashing bleach, but they look more like abrasions.
Right. And obviously, Doctor, when this image is taken, can we assume Ms. Feldman's head had been shaved?
I shaved it, yes, sir.
Okay. Exhibit 535. Describe what we're seeing here, Doctor.
We're looking at the back of her head as if we were standing behind and looking forward from her right shoulder. And you're seeing the three lacerations after everything's cleaned up and as much blood removed as possible. A small laceration near where the top, where the head hair has been shaved, a slightly bigger one towards the back of the head, and the largest one sort of the right back of the head.
And when you refer to them as a laceration, what are the possibilities of what caused those lacerations?
Lacerations are due to blunt force. So a blunt impact produces lacerations. Whether that impact is an object hitting something, whether instead it's the head hitting something, or some other variation on it, it's simply an impact by a blunt force.
And do you have an opinion as to whether the three injuries you've described occurred at the same time or separate applications of force?
They're by far most likely separate applications of force. If you think about your own skull and feel it, and it's rounded, how could you hit such a unique surface to tear in three different spots in one impact? So it probably represents three separate impacts.
Now, I don't have a photograph of it, Doctor, but at some point in your examination, would you have opened her skull?
Yes, sir.
And so Describe what, if any, injuries that you found beneath the lacerations.
There was hemorrhage in the scalp, again, antemortem hemorrhage. There was hemorrhage in the layer of the subarachnoid or the arachnoid, which is a thin, transparent thing.
Okay. And you said, I think you described it as the hemorrhage is antemortem, so before death.
Yes, sir.
The force, doctor, that caused these injuries, in your opinion, would that have resulted in Miss Feldman's death?
Unattended, it could, but it's also potentially survivable. The skull is not fractured. There's no contusions or bruises to the brain. But it would have been a significant amount of force that's actually caused this damage. If a person was left there unconscious, lying there for a day, yeah, they could die.
So you use the term unconscious. I want to ask you about that. Would these injuries, could they have rendered Ms. Feldman unconscious?
They would have either rendered her unconscious or in some decreased level of consciousness, a stupor, something of that nature. She's been impacted hard enough by whatever means to cause actual bleeding on the surface of the brain, not the brain itself, but on the surface.
Now, doctor, before I get into other injuries, let's assume that there are, for the sake of my question here, that during your examination of Ms. Feldman, you found multiple injuries, various locations on her body, her head, her vagina, her torso, because we often get this question. Are you able to tell us in what order they occurred?
No, but I can simply say that they occurred while the person had blood pressure. She was alive when she had her head injury. She's alive when she had her torso injuries. She's alive when she had her vaginal injuries.
Showing you Exhibit 537. What are we looking at here, doctor?
Would you slide it up a little?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's hard to see. It doesn't come out very well in the photographs and the prints, but basically there are, in the originals, you can see it a little better. There's little pinpoint hemorrhages. You can possibly see a few around there. There's also a slightly larger than petechial hemorrhage right where the forceps are. A small little purple, P-U-R-P-U-R-A-L hemorrhage. But there's petechia there.
Okay. And do you have an opinion as to what resulted in those?
The petechia there and on the inside of the lips is consistent with asphyxial compression of the neck.
So showing you Exhibit 538. Do I have it positioned correctly, doctor?
Yes, that's her upper lip. Yeah, is it her upper lip? Yes, it is, of course. And where the top forceps is clamping down there, just below that, you can probably still see the outline in this picture of some of the petechial hemorrhages. They weren't massive, but they were in multiple different locations.
Doctor, what about below the lower lip? Where my finger is pointing?
Some of those may be real abrasions. Some of them may be related to splashing from bleach-type products.
Did you examine Ms. Feldman's tongue?
Yes, sir.
And what, if anything, did you observe?
There was a laceration near the front of the tongue, the tip of the tongue, that would be consistent with what I've seen in the past from when you bite down on your tongue and one of your incisor teeth goes through it.
Do you recall whether you have an opinion as to whether that damage was antemortem, perimortem, or postmortem?
The tongue?
Yes.
I went into the muscle of the tongue and I could see hemorrhage, so it's antemortem.
Again, so while there's still blood pressure.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to show you Exhibit 539. Describe what we're seeing here, Doctor.
We're looking at the front of the lady's neck. You're seeing some injuries on the face that some of them could be bleach, others clearly to me at least, are antemortem abrasions and contusions, for example, under the chin. And then across the front of the neck, and if you continue, you see that it's slightly sloping upwards, is a band of abrasion and probably some contusion there that does just that. It runs across the front of the neck.
Exhibit 542. And for the time being, Doctor, I'd like to focus on the neck area. Are we seeing a continuation of what you just described on 539?
Yes, sir.
And this 542, would it be correct we're looking at the right side of her neck?
Yes, sir.
Let me show you 543. Would this be focused on the left side of her neck?
Yes, sir.
And do you see this reddish area that I'm pointing to?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
On both of these previous pictures, it's the upward sloping continuation of the abrasion around the front of the neck.
While I have this image up, Doctor, focus please on her left arm. What are we seeing there?
You're seeing the edge of a contusion just above her armpit skin fold. I think that's what that is. But the rest of that is the effect of bleach, a line where the skin was damming the bleach against the skin. In other words, the skin was pressed against the floor or flooring or some surface, and bleach stopped at that point.
And the contusion that you described above her armpit, is that this area here where I'm pointing?
Yes, sir, where you can see just barely a little stubble from her armpit.
Again, would that have been when there was still blood pressure?
Yes, sir.
Back to 542. Again, I'd like you to focus on her right arm. Doctor, what are we seeing here?
We're seeing some lividity effects, but we're also seeing the effects of bleach, particularly on the part of her upper arm that's closer to her head. You're also seeing a bruise, a contusion in that upper arm as well.
Doctor, during the course of your examination of Ms. Feldman, you've described the injury that you observed to her neck. I don't remember if I asked you this, or you said this. The marks across the front of her neck, left side, right side. Was there still blood pressure at that point?
To produce the petechial hemorrhages, it's likely it was, yes, sir.
Okay. And did you cut into her neck?
Yes, sir.
And why would you do that?
To see what internal damage there was and to see what other patterns or effects there might be.
So sometimes, doctor, I look at these photographs, I'm not sure what I'm looking at, but 544, I'm going to ask you to tell us what we're seeing here.
I think that's oh yes, I know where this is now. And I only know because I've reviewed the photographs in the past, because right now that would be sort of hard to orient. Although the lower part is part of the trachea and cartilage. The upper part, I see either the horn or hyoid bone and muscle. So we're looking at the right cricoid cartilage. It's a cartilage that's between the laryngeal cartilage, which is the one you think about as your voice box or your Adam's apple, and the trachea or windpipe below it. And it's showing hemorrhage, and you can see that some of the little cartilage pieces are displaced. They're fractured, comminuted fractures.
And the hemorrhage, would that have been antemortem?
Yes, sir.
And what caused this hemorrhage that we see?
The cause of the hemorrhage is blunt force applied to the neck. Exactly how that blunt force occurred is possibly due to the ligature, but it's more often, far more often, I've seen it when someone actually has their hands around a person's neck.
So you're describing some things. I have exhibits 545, 546. They're not in evidence. I'm just using them, doctor, to have you describe the neck area. So let me put 545 first on the screen.
I just want to confirm no objection.
Objection.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Let's go through this. Take us through this, please.
Do you want me to mark that, or what are you asking me to do?
Just identify what we're looking at, what the terms are, et cetera.
This is just a schematic diagram labeled with different parts of the anterior neck structures. Again, for orientation, so everybody knows where they are, once one area is clearly labeled Adam's apple, that prominence of your thyroid cartilage is what you feel as an Adam's apple. Below that cartilage, the interlock, is the cricoid cartilage. On the right side of that cricoid cartilage is where there were fractures and hemorrhage in there. On the top of the thyroid cartilages, there are actually several that make the one big unit. The superior horns, which look like two horns on either side, just below the yellow thing, which is the hyoid bone. Both of those horns were broken and had hemorrhage around them. And then the hyoid bone also had hemorrhage on the left side. Now, the hyoid bone was not fused like it is in this picture, like it would be in my neck. I'm old. In a younger person, it usually has cartilage and is in three pieces. So there was hemorrhage where the cartilage at the left side wing of the hyoid meets the body of the hyoid.
And you mentioned a couple of times, I think, you observed fractures.
Yes, sir. The cartilage, the superior horns were fractured. The cartilage of the cricoid was fractured. The hyoid suggested damage, but it wasn't a fracture.
Let me show you 546, again, for demonstrative purposes only. Describe what we're seeing here, Doctor.
You're seeing anatomical diagram, again, showing the front of the neck. It's showing the jaw, lower jaw exposed, and the various muscles of the neck that you can feel. For example, a very big, long one is your sternocleidomastoid, which you can feel when you turn your neck. And you can also see the hyoid bone, where various muscles from below the jaw and coming up from the neck join into that bone. And you can see the prominence of your thyroid cartilage, the Adam's apple there as well. And you can actually see the cricoid cartilage. Well, you didn't ask me, sorry.
Are you able to point on this diagram where the fractures were?
Mostly. There was a fracture of the cricoid cartilage on the right side. So if you go up the midline from the picture and just before you reach your Adam's apple cartilage, the one below it on the right side, that muscle had hemorrhage in it, it had fractures. You cannot see the wings of the superior horns of the thyroid cartilage, but they're underneath these muscles that are below the hyoid bone.
But in 545, you can see the horns that you've talked about.
Yes, sir. The horns are labeled superior horn. They're the gray horn-like things. They're called cornu, or horns, that come off that cartilage. Again, they're part of several cartilages put together.
So, Ms. Feldman was, I believe, was she not approximately 31 years of age?
Yes, sir.
What does that have to do, if anything, about what you would have seen in terms of her hyoid bone?
Her hyoid bone, it wasn't heavily ossified. All these structures get bony as you get older. They ossify, and they get more brittle, okay? And her hyoid bone was still that of a young to middle-aged woman.
So if someone heard that an individual had been strangled and their hyoid bone had been fractured or broken, does that always occur during strangulation?
No.
And why not?
Depends on how well they were being strangled, how often they were being strangled, how the hands were positioned, dozens and dozens of other purely technical factors, but it is one of the more classic findings in forms of strangulation.
Let's talk about the fractures that you've described to the cartilage within the neck area. Is it unusual to find those kinds of fractures?
In throttling cases, people putting their hands, and even sometimes in ligature or garroting type strangulations, no, you see that. You don't see it all the time, but you see it frequently.
Okay, and in order to cause those fractures in a young woman who was 31 years of age, what sort of force would need to be applied to result in the fractures that you saw?
A pincher type squeezing force, as one could do with a hand, squeezing from either side, pushing inwards. That's the classic way to do it, sort of a plier kind of effect.
Can strangulation, either with a ligature or your hands, result in rendering someone unconscious?
Absolutely, it can.
And why does that happen?
Because you've interrupted the blood flow. People think strangulation is the airway. It's not. It's the blood vessels, the veins and arteries. When you block those, the brain doesn't get oxygen and you pass out.
And can you estimate how long that might take?
How well was the person being strangled? And was it stop-started continually? If I go based upon a single strangulation event, I mean, even things as simple as suicidal hangings, a person is usually unconscious in a matter of seconds. It could be as little as 15, usually a little longer, a half a minute, and their brain is dead in 3 to 5 minutes.
Have you personally conducted postmortem examinations of individuals that had been either strangled or hung?
Many times on strangled people, we don't typically do autopsies on hanging cases anymore unless there's something doesn't quite add up.
Would in your career at least, are most of the hangings that you've been involved with at least considered to be suicide?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, let's talk about first of all, do you have an opinion if we assume that Ms. Feldman was manually strangled at some point, would the force have been applied from the front or the back, if you have an opinion?
Manual strangulation occurs with the force applied to the front of the neck.
Well, we have this ligature that you've described, this potential ligature strangulation, and the injury was consistent with a ligature being used, correct?
Yes, sir.
In examining Ms. Feldman's body, were you able to come to any conclusion as to what was used as a ligature?
Not really. I mean, there's nothing that, sometimes you have marks that say a chain was used. Sometimes you can see the pattern of a certain kind of rope. But I have no idea if when she received this injury, she was dressed and there were layers there. I don't know what was used. I don't know if there was something else intervening between it. So no, I can't tell you what it was other than it was some kind of band that went around her neck from the front.
Was it different in appearance than a hanging?
Actually, it was very similar in appearance to a hanging in that the marks were on the front of the neck, across the front, and sloping upwards, and basically disappeared at the back of the neck by the time you reached the back of the neck.
So based upon your experience in your examination of Ms. Feldman, whoever was using this ligature to strangle, my terms, Ms. Feldman, strangle her or restrain her in some way, were they in front of her, behind her, to the side of her?
Relative to her body, they were behind her. I don't know if it occurred. She's on the floor, she's in a sitting position, standing, but the person was behind her.
Dr. Whoops. Before I move to Ms. Feldman's hands, a photograph of her face that I neglected to show you, Exhibit 522. And I'd like, first of all, focus on her chin, if I can get it there, the chin area. What are we seeing here?
You're seeing an abrasion in that picture. In one of your previous pictures, there's a little bruising there as well.
And here again, do we see these marks that are at least consistent with some type of ligature?
Yes, sir.
I'd like you to focus on her right ear for me, please. Appears there was an earring there, correct?
Yes, sir.
Was there an earring in her left ear?
No, sir.
And with this earring, you know, when you complete a postmortem examination, doctor, are there items that you sometimes turn over to the investigating agency?
Yes, sir.
And is that earring such an item?
It either went there or into property. Either way, it was conveyed to the appropriate people.
Dr. Exhibit 521, I'd like to focus on Ms. Feldman's nose, if you will. What are we seeing there?
You're seeing an abrasion going across her nose, probably some bruising underneath it. There's actually a small laceration on the upper part of her nose and a small fleck of some foreign material.
That, that injury would have, in your opinion, been caused how?
It was a blunt impact injury.
Did it fracture her nose?
I didn't see a fracture in the x-rays, and I couldn't feel a fracture.
Okay, now I'd like to move to her hands. Your Honor, what? 1149. Okay. Exhibit 524. And as sometimes happens with these photographs, I can't tell which hand this is.
This is the left hand.
All right. Describe for us what we're seeing here.
You're seeing the back of the lady's left hand. You're seeing multiple bruises, purple to purple blue bruises, primarily in her knuckle areas. You're also seeing some tan yellow discolorations that are probably splashed bleach.
And let's focus on the, I'm sorry, did you describe these as contusions?
These are contusions, that is bruising.
All right. Would there have been blood pressure when these were caused?
Yes, sir, the person would have been alive with blood pressure.
And they are a result of some kind of, are they a result of some sort of force?
Yes, sir, they're blunt impact.
So what are our options here?
She either struck something with her hand or somehow her hand was thrust in such a fashion that it struck something. It's either a blow or an impact.
Exhibit 525. Do we know which hand this is?
Yes, sir, it's the right hand.
Okay. Again, if you could describe any injuries that we see here.
On the back of this right hand, not on the knuckles, a little further back towards the wrist, there's multiple contusions on there. Then the yellow tan marks probably are splash bleach. They could be real abrasions, but either way, they're minor.
.532. Which hand?
It's her right hand. I'm dyslexic, so I have to do this all the time. Sorry. Showing a contusion at the base of her thumb.
.531.
This is showing her left hand. And actually, most of it that you're seeing is the effects of bleach, where the bleach is actually starting to corrode into the tissues. That's the yellowish staining. But you're also seeing that 2 of her fingernail extensions have somehow been broken off.
.533.
Yes, sir.
Which hand?
This is the right hand. And other than the bleach effects, this is the palmar surface of the right hand, excuse me. Other than the bleach effects, and I don't know why it's blackened at that edge, I just don't know, but it's not a bruise. You're not seeing anything. The darkening over the base of the thumb is the normal muscle there. That's called the thenar muscle. And her fingernails here are intact. You can see the red extension that's missing on the other hand.
.530.
Yes, sir.
Which hand?
This is the left hand.
And again, are we seeing evidence of the bleach?
Yes, we're seeing evidence of the bleach, and we're seeing evidence of where her, what are these called? My wife gets them all the time. French extensions, whatever they're called, have been broken off on the 3rd and 4th digits.
Were there any fractures of her fingers?
Not that I detected.
This, I'm pointing here to the up, like above, I think I'm pointing to above her thumb, close to the wrist.
That's the thenar eminence.
Is that an abrasion or a contusion?
I think it's a contusion we saw in a previous picture, but it is a contusion.
Your Honor, I think I've ended with the hands. I think this would be a good time to take a break.
Okay. So ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and break for lunch. We will see you back at 1:30, and please remember that admonition.
All right, we're going to go ahead and zoom, but my goodness, what a horrible place for the jury to break for lunch. Oof. And they break for lunch. This is a long lunch. What's it, it's an hour and 15 in. 2 hours and 15 is 1 hour. They come back at 3 hours in. Hour and 15, 2 minutes, hour and 45 minutes they had a break. Long break. Anyway, yeah, I would not want to be the jury. Having seen all that, and then going out to lunch. But we see that often. We do see that in other cases.
We have Dr. Please be seated.
All right.
Let the record reflect we are back in the presence of the jury, and we have Dr. Ferentz, who continues to be under oath, and we will continue with the direct examination of this witness.
Thank you. Doctor, a couple of things that I neglected to ask you. Showing you again Exhibit 522. I'd like to focus on the neck area of Miss Feldman. Are there any, I'll use the term scratch. It's probably not a medical term, but, so an abrasion on either side of her neck that we would be able to visualize.
They're on both sides of her neck. In the picture you're showing, actually, it looks more like a pattern injury, something that had a regular periodicity, meaning evenly separated lines, is going across the neck in front of and below the angle of the jaw.
Did you see anything in your examination of her neck that would suggest something like fingernails?
Yes, sir, I think it's more on the other side of the neck. Or it could be interpreted as fingernails. I don't know that it was.
Correct. Yeah, thank you. Exhibit 523. Where would we be looking?
You'd be looking at her mandible, her lower jaw, along the body, the long part of the jaw. There's a long part of the jaw. There's some abrasions there that could be interpreted as marks related to fingernails.
Now, I think earlier I recall you're describing the manual strangulation, and you demonstrated a pinching action using your fingers, correct?
My finger and my thumb, yes, sir.
Yes, sir. So if we assume for the sake of argument that the marks you observed were from fingernails, do you know whether they would be the person who strangled her or from her struggling with the ligature?
I can't tell.
Showing you Exhibit 540. Doctor, we're looking at a photograph taken at the medical examiner's office of Miss Feldman's legs.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what injuries, if any, did you observe?
In the picture, you can see on both legs, around the knees and on the shins, there are several bruises up to about 2 inches in greatest dimension. There's also a lot of splash effect that would be, or yellow damaged skin that would be consistent with a splash effect from bleach.
And the bruises or abrasions, would that have occurred while Miss Feldman's heart was beating, when there was blood pressure?
Yes, when she was alive, yes, sir.
Now, Doctor, are you familiar with the term defensive injuries?
Yes, sir.
And what would that mean to you?
It's an interpretation of what you see as injuries. The interpretation is that you see injuries on the outstretched parts of arms, like forearms or on hands, that indicate a person is trying to fend off an attacker. So it's a conclusion, but it's based upon what you see.
Okay. And do you see that anything consistent with that, with the injuries you observed?
The injuries on her hands are consistent with that, and some of the bruises on her arms are non-specific, but they could be part of that.
Doctor, I have a couple of photographs that are in evidence to show you. So what I need for you, for the purpose of my next questions, assume a couple of things. These photographs were taken of an area of the swimming pool in Miss Feldman's backyard. Number one, so showing you Exhibit 97. And I want you to, if you will, please focus on this, what appears to be a missing pool tile. All right, sir? I would also ask you to assume, doctor, that, again, assume that the other earring that was not, that matched the earring that was on Miss Feldman's ear, that we saw a photo later, the other earring was found in the pool, okay? My question to you is, given the injuries to her, any of the injuries that you observed that could have been caused by forceful contact with the edge of this swimming pool,
Yes, sir.
what would those be?
Well, I don't know that we've discussed it, I can't remember, from the morning, but that would be consistent with some of the injuries inside of her chest.
Would that be related to the potential compression asphyxiation?
Well, the compression, it could have also caused some asphyxiation, but all I can be sure is it's a blunt compression.
Did you see any evidence of compression asphyxiation?
I saw that inside the chest, the hilum of the right lung, I think, had some hemorrhage around it and slight tearing. There was also a collection less than a pint of blood in the right chest cavity, and there were bubbles of air going into the mediastinum, which is the soft tissue around the heart. And that there wasn't any single dramatic bruise on the front of her chest or bruise in the back of her chest, so it would be a very broad force that abruptly put a lot of pressure into her chest cavity, and that would be consistent with something like this tile.
Again, assume for me, doctor, showing you Exhibit 100, assume that Ms. Feldman's blood and her hair, part of her hair, was found on this tile. Would that be consistent with what you're describing?
Yes, sir, but it would also be consistent with that's how she could have gotten some of her head lacerations.
Doctor, when do you recall, doctor, giving the Scottsdale Police Department crime lab folks permission to take swabs of from Miss Feldman's body at the scene?
No, I'm not the one that did that. Dr. Who did that.
All right, sir. Okay. The last thing I want I think it's the last thing that I want to ask you about. In your examination, did you find any injuries to Miss Feldman's vaginal area, inside the vagina?
Yes, sir.
In doing that evaluation, are you familiar with the terminology sexual assault kit?
Yes, sir.
And did you utilize one of those?
I utilized at least some of the components of one. A lot of the components never matter.
Okay, so explain what you did.
Well, I followed whatever procedure we were doing at the time. There should have been a record of whatever samples were saved, but I basically saved any trace evidence I saw on the body surfaces, and then did at least under visualization a swab inside the vagina and a swab of the rectum, and I probably did a swab of the oral cavity, but again, I don't have those records.
And you would not have performed any testing of those items, correct?
No, I don't think we did slides back then. I do them now, but we didn't do them back then.
All right. And would those have been turned over to the investigative agency?
Yes, they would have been put into the chain of custody in our office and given to the police, yes.
Describe, doctor, what, if any, injuries that you observed to Ms. Feldman's vaginal area or internally of her vagina?
Near the outside of the entrance of the vagina, there were various tears associated with hemorrhage in the tissues, bleeding in the tissues, bruising, both on the right and left side. The largest one was on the left side, and it was rather fairly big. I'd have to refer to my report for the dimensions, but it's fairly big and it extended inside to the inner wall of the vagina.
Doctor, could you turn to page 5 of 10 of your report?
Yes, sir.
And I want to direct your attention to the paragraph entitled Injuries to the Genital Area. Could you read that to yourself? And
Objection, Your Honor.
Could you approach, please?
but to yourself. Section that I referenced to yourself, not out loud, but to yourself.
Yes, sir.
Now, one other preliminary question. Let's talk about this report for a moment. When you conduct an autopsy like you did of Ms. Feldman, is a written report prepared by you?
Yes, sir.
And does it document your findings that you saw at the time?
I hope so, yes, sir.
How long after you did your evaluation? Well, let me ask you this. Do you type it out yourself? Do you dictate it?
I don't know which one of those I was doing at the time, but if I dictated it, I used to use IBM type software. If I type it myself. And I actually always type my own reports since the 1990s.
Okay. So let me ask you this. You indicated that there was an injury that went internally, maybe not your words, but inside the vagina. What was the measurement of that injury?
I didn't measure how far it went inside the vagina, but the overall measurement of that laceration was 2.5 inches.
And describe the laceration extended internally, correct?
Yes, sir.
And what do you mean by internally?
Meaning past sort of the circle that forms the entrance to the vagina, so that it's extending beyond the vulvar structures into the wall of the vagina.
Showing you Exhibit 534. Can you describe for us what we're seeing here, Doctor?
Yes, sir. You're seeing a picture of her vagina showing that laceration. I should have really said it's extending from the labia minora there, but it's extending into the vagina. You can't see it going inside. You also see one or two other lacerations higher up and lower. Oh, and to orient yourself, the top of the picture is the anterior part of her body, and the lower part, you can barely see it, you can see her rectum is the posterior part of the body.
All right. But you yourself, if I understood you correctly, observed the laceration that went internally.
Yes, sir.
Doctor, in your experience, as a forensic pathologist, medical examiner, have you had any experience with injuries to the vagina of women caused by penetration by an object?
Yes, sir.
And I want to clarify that. I mean an object other than a penis.
Yes, sir.
Can you give us some examples of what you have seen?
I've seen a hairbrush pushed in to do damage with both ends probably used. I've seen bottles stuck in and that were the wrong size to be able to go in there. I've seen a crack pipe used, a metal crack pipe used to cause damage. I think I've seen glass used. I'm trying to remember that. I don't want to mix up cases between that and rectal injuries, but I've seen various things done.
So, do you have any opinions, doctor, as to whether or not the injuries that you observed were the result of penetration by a male penis?
It's extremely, extremely, extremely unlikely. This is a healthy woman with normal tissues, not an elderly person where it would tear very easily. And to be quite frank, it's extremely unlikely a male is going to do that kind of thing that would leave injuries on himself.
You mentioned, doctor, a bottle or glass could potentially have caused these injuries, correct?
I've seen that before, yes, sir.
So I want to show you what's in evidence, states Exhibit 10. Are you able to observe the glass bottle piece?
Yes, sir.
Could this have caused those injuries?
And in its current state in the picture, yes, the glass edges could have caused tearing, a tearing that's somewhere almost at the point of cutting. And also the bottle cap could also have caused those injuries where it's crimped.
Give me just a moment, Trotter. Doctor, one last question. The 2.5-inch long laceration that you described earlier that extended internally into the vagina, where did that laceration end?
It ended on the internal vaginal wall.
Can you tell us where in relation to the cervix it ended?
If the person was standing upright, it would be below the cervix.
Thank you. I have no further questions, John.
And cross-examination by the defense whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Did you speak with the state during lunch?
About Lubbock, Texas, and about other old cases, but nothing related to this case.
Okay. Other old cases similar to this case?
No.
Okay. Thank you. The state approached you about testifying in this case in September of this year, correct?
That sounds right. I don't have my calendar, but that sounds right.
Right. And it's been about 10 years, I guess not quite 10 years, since you were actually practicing as medical examiner in Arizona.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And one reason for that is that you had some medical issues, in California. I think you testified that you had gone to California, and those medical issues prevented you from traveling.
Yes, sir. I was on high-dose steroids, and I wasn't getting in an airplane.
Okay. And now those have subsided?
They're stable.
Okay. Okay. And because you're practicing in California, your Arizona license has expired?
Yes, a long time ago.
Okay. And from your involvement in February of 2025 in whatever time that you actually left Maricopa County, until September, you weren't involved in this case?
I don't think so. Maybe somebody made some phone calls, but I didn't have any defense interviews, prosecution interviews, and nothing like that. No, sir.
Okay. And you didn't testify in any other proceedings in this case?
No, sir.
Okay. Is that typical?
Is that typical? When I leave a state, unless there's something unique or a strong need on one party's part or the other, they usually just farm it off to one of the other people locally here.
Okay, so it's common practice that if a medical examiner leaves to another area, then a current medical examiner in Maricopa County is assigned to represent the medical examiner in Maricopa County in a particular criminal case in Arizona.
Yeah, I had to do it for Dr. Schwartz here. I did it in Maricopa County for Dr. Schwartz, so yes.
So the reverse has happened when you're in Maricopa County?
Yeah, and in New York City as well.
County. Okay, thank you. Okay, and when the state contacted you, did you ask them to send you some materials to review?
Yes, sir. I asked them, because I had nothing, I had kept nothing from the office, so I asked them for the autopsy report and relevant photographs.
Okay, and some of the records you reviewed were the autopsy report, the photographs, transcripts from another medical examiner from another proceeding in this case?
Dr. Wallace, yes, sir.
Okay, and transcripts of the defense interview of that other medical examiner in this case?
I don't remember the defense interview, but I'm pretty sure I had it, yes, sir.
Okay, and the transcript was from a proceeding where that medical examiner testified in this case related to these issues?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, and that
All right, so this is where they lose power. Okay, yep. So court just lost power, and then this is really funny. Then this is funny. Well, not funny, but just really interesting that this happens. All right. I think they send everybody here. Hold on. Yeah, they take a break. They call up the AV guy or person. They call it up AV, and they get things sorted out.
Please be seated. Let the record reflect we are back in the presence of the jury, and we'll continue on with the cross-examination of this witness.
back again.
Yes, sir.
Yes. So we're talking about, I think we're to the point that we're talking about what you looked at, prepare for your testimony today?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then you've also, the state gave us an opportunity to interview you, I think it was on September 25th.
Probably, yes, sir.
When I say us, that's the defense team, Jeff, I, and Martha. Do you recall that interview?
I recall the interview, yes, sir.
I think that was on Teams, a video interview.
Zoom or Teams, yes, sir, whichever.
Yeah, thank you. Okay. In that interview, I think I asked you whether or not you had talked to Dr. Wallace, and you indicated that you had not talked to her. You didn't think it was appropriate to talk to her before at least our interview about this case.
Yeah, I haven't been in touch with Dr. Wallace for several years. I just recently emailed her.
Okay, so that was my next question, and that was whether or not, after your interview with us, whether or not you communicated with her.
I emailed her recently to say I'll have lunch with you while I'm in Phoenix, and she's in Hawaii. So,
Wow, okay.
doing locum tenens work.
Doing what?
Locum tenens. She's covering for the doctors there. That's her
Oh, okay.
busman's holiday.
Okay, thank you. In the interview that you had with us, we talked to you about what your recollections were, and you were, you were transparent with us, and you indicated that you independently remembered broad generalities about the autopsy, primarily the smell of bleach. Is that still the case as far as the broad categories without looking at documentation?
Yes, sir.
And we talked about one area of disagreement that you and Dr. Wallace had, which really
Objection,
is
hearsay, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Sorry,
Sustained.
what was the objection?
Hearsay.
Your Honor, can we approach?
You may.
And your opinions in this case. Do you disagree with any of the opinions of Dr. Wallace?
No, not that opinions I can remember. I probably should have described the laceration extending out into at least the labia minora. So I agree with that part. That's the part I can remember.
Okay, and that has to do with the length of the injuries to the vagina that Mr. Imborghini was talking to you about?
Not the length, but where does it start? At what level?
Okay, and what was the difference?
I thought it started closer to the introitus, the actual entryway, and actually it looks like in the pictures, I should have said that it is starting a little further out.
Okay. And normally, would you have taken pictures of what you were describing?
I did take pictures of what I was describing, and I probably should have described it extending further out.
Okay. Did you take pictures of the interior of the vagina that you recall?
I thought I did, but there are no pictures in the file.
Okay. Is it something that you may have forgotten to do?
Yes, I can't prove that I didn't do it, but to be able to see where that laceration goes, I would have had to exonerate the entire area, and that means knowing my routine now and my routine over the past years, I would probably take a picture.
Okay, thank you. And I believe that you've also, well, is that tissue still available if the state wanted to look at it?
I'm told it's not.
What is, okay,
I asked.
okay, thank you. Okay. You went to this, I believe you testified earlier that you went to the scene of the autopsy, the scene of the murder after the autopsy.
Yes, sir.
So you would have had the autopsy in the morning, and then I think you speculated, but you said you thought it would be in the afternoon of February the 19th.
I know it was the afternoon, and I think it was the afternoon of the autopsy day.
Okay. Is that something that's normal practice for you?
In Arizona, well, it depends on what jurisdiction I'm working. It was routine in New York City, in Maine, San Francisco. It's fairly rare in any of the Arizona jurisdictions.
Okay.
I probably between Pima and here, I've probably done it a dozen times over those years.
Okay. What raised your interest in wanting to visit the scene?
The complexity of the case with the fact that there were things on the lady such as hairs, little pieces of probably nothing, but still there, broken fingernails to make sure they knew what the findings were. They still had their command center out there, so I just reported to them after taking a look at the scene.
Okay. And you'll agree that the injuries to the vagina were caused by blunt force?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. What does that mean?
Blunt force means something that can tear. It doesn't slice, it tears through tissue.
Okay. So how is that different than damage or an injury that occurs as a result of a sharp object?
A sharp object cleaves the lines of tissue and leaves usually even edges. A blunt force injury is something that tears, so there's undermining of the edges, bridging of tissue between it, irregularities, and frequently abrasion or contusion around it. It's just different.
And the injuries to Ms. Feldman's vagina were not those type of cutting injuries that you were just describing, correct?
Not by a very sharp object. Again, obviously, there's a spectrum from something that's very blunt like a baseball bat to something very sharp like a razor blade.
Okay.
I mean, what's a dull axe or a sharp axe? So it's somewhere in between. So there's things that can be in between.
Okay. So let me see if I'm saying this right. So if you had say if you had a knife and that was used to cause an injury, there's portions of the knife that are actually blunt and not sharp. Even though it's a sharp instrument, the blunt section of the instrument might be used, and that would cause a blunt type of injuries.
That's theoretically possible if the right surface of the knife was used in an incorrect fashion. Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's different than, say, a piece of glass, the sharp edge of a piece of glass.
Yes, sir. My next question to you would be, how sharp was the piece of glass?
Okay, if the piece of glass were sharp,
then it may produce injuries that are somewhere between a laceration and a incised or cut wound.
okay. You cannot prove or disprove whether the cap end of a broken beer bottle or the blunt end of the beer bottle could cause Ms. Feldman's vaginal injuries.
If there was a blunt rounded end to the beer bottle, it's less likely but not impossible. The capped end of the beer bottle would be more likely.
But you can't prove or disprove that proposition.
That's correct, sir.
It's a speculation.
No, it's not a speculation. It's a matter of probabilities.
It's a probability.
No.
Okay. You knew nothing about any bottle at the scene prior to your being brought into this case in September of this year.
To the best of my recollection, no, I did not.
Okay. You talked about what could cause those injuries to the vagina, and I think you talked about a myriad of things, like you talked about a crack pipe.
Yes, sir.
And I think earlier in your testimony, you had indicated that you had actually had that happen.
Yeah, the crack pipe was in New York. The hairbrush was New York. Some bottles were in Maine. And there's been others, but I can't put them perfectly in my mind.
Okay. And in those cases, did you absolutely know which objects had caused those injuries?
In the three specific cases I mentioned, yes.
Okay, and those injuries were similar to the injuries that you saw here?
They were tearing injuries with blunt force with contusion-type blunt force around them. Yes, sir.
Do you know what a Swiffer mop is?
I use it all the time.
Okay. Could the handle of a Swiffer mop be used to cause these injuries?
I don't know. I'm not sure, because it's not a very sturdy instrument. I don't know.
Okay, a hammer handle.
Hammer handle? Possibly. Again, you'd want something that is more likely to tear rather than just bludgeon. Because if it just bludgeoned, it would just produce bruises and not tears.
Yes, you're saying, so the head of the hammer hitting someone would be different than the handle of the hammer?
Yeah, we're talking about a typical hardware hammer. Yes, sir.
Okay. See. Do you remember having any conversations around the time of your autopsy with the police about whether or not it would have been a large instrument that caused the injuries to the vagina?
No, I don't remember. I probably had conversation with the police, but I don't remember any of those conversations, and I didn't document them.
Okay, and no conversations that it would have been a shallow object?
Same answer.
Okay. You indicated that it's unlikely that a penis could cause those injuries, but it's possible a penis could cause injuries, correct?
In a young individual, it's almost impossible. It's to the point of, in my opinion, being absurd for the depth of those injuries. In an elderly person, it is possible.
Okay. Yeah, I remember the conversation we had about that. Thank you. Do you recall whether or not there's any record, at least from your autopsy, of any shards of glass being found anywhere in or on Ms. Feldman?
I didn't find any, no, sir.
I want to ask you some questions about what your role is as a medical examiner. Your primary role is to document the injuries that you see. Is that correct?
That's a primary role, yes, sir.
In relation to the injuries?
Yes, sir.
And to determine the cause of death?
And in Arizona, I believe the manner of death as well.
Okay. And your job isn't to speculate about what might have been the cause of those injuries?
My job is not to speculate in general, to offer investigators insight as to what they might be looking for is part of my job, but I don't remember anything specific in this case.
Okay. And your intent is to be independent, not representing one side or the other?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to jump around, so now I want to talk about some of the statements that you made about strangulation. You didn't find any evidence that would inform your opinion as to how many seconds it took for Ms. Feldman to become unconscious, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. And you don't have any idea what the sequence of the injuries were?
Only that she's alive during the majority, well, all the injuries I've described, the face, the head, the neck, the chest, the vagina, she's alive. But I cannot sequence them. No, sir.
Yeah, thank you. And you can't say how many people might have been involved in those injuries from an assault standpoint?
Mean whether there's more than one perpetrator? No, I can't tell.
Okay. And generally, you can't say whether or not Ms. Feldman was conscious or unconscious at the time she got those injuries?
It depends upon the injuries. The asphyxial injuries are going to lead to unconsciousness if they are persisting. The head injuries could lead to unconsciousness, but do I know at what point she became unconscious or could have become unconscious? I don't know.
Okay. And you talked about collecting swabs from a sexual assault kit as part of a sexual assault kit?
Usually they have open box with the components to it there, still sterile. So I would have collected whatever made sense, knowing that her body had been hit by bleach.
Okay, so there's like a box of, are they swabs or what is in the box?
Well, we'd have to go back to whatever the list is, but in some places, if we're only using part of the kit, we save the other parts to be used later on if there's need, like,
Oh, okay.
I wouldn't be doing a breast swab on her because there's bleach there. I wouldn't be doing a pubic hair sample because her hair was shaved. So certain things in the kit wouldn't matter.
Right.
I know the minimum I would have done would have been an anal and vaginal swab and probably an oral swab. And I may have pulled head hair, I don't know.
Okay. Is a sexual assault kit, is that, in layman's term, is that a rape kit? Are they the same thing?
Very similar. California, we have actually specific rape kits now.
Okay. Okay. Do you know whether any of the swabs that were taken in the genital area came back as unknowns?
No, I don't know what any of the results were. I was under the impression they were negative, but I'm not sure.
Okay, thank you. When you talked about using the sexual assault kit and taking swabs under visualization, what did you mean?
I mean that I open up the area so that I can see into the vagina and see down to the cervix so that I'm sampling in the right place. Back in those years, it would have been the walls of the vagina near the cervix. And same thing with the anus, making sure that I'm not getting any cross-contamination.
Okay, okay. I was thinking when you said visualization, it was just what you could see with the naked eye, but you actually incised the area so you could see more clearly.
I didn't know if I incised the areas, but I was able to open it up enough to be able to see directly in those spots.
Did you notice any semen?
No.
Okay. Was there blood on the soles of Miss Feldman's feet?
No.
Okay. Did you notice a mark, or is there a record of a mark on Miss Feldman's ACF?
Antecubital fossa?
Yes.
I don't remember that unless it's a bleach mark, but you'd have to point it out in a picture to see that, but I don't remember anything, no, sir.
Do you recall making a swab of that area?
No, I don't remember. If I did, that's fine, but I don't remember doing it.
Okay, and what is that area?
That's just what it says, antecubital fossa, it's the opposite side from your elbow. It's a side where you bend your arm in. It's the place where doctors often put IVs or draw blood samples from.
Okay, so it's the inside of the elbow?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Okay. And I believe you indicated that you could smell the bleach on Ms. Feldman's body
Yes, sir.
during the autopsy and also at the scene.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. Can we talk about the blunt force injury that you talked about to Mrs. Feldman's chest?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I believe you may have not used, today, you may have not used the term broad blunt force, but was it a broad blunt force?
Broadly based blunt force, yes, sir.
And how do you know that?
When blunt force is more localized, then you tend to see something on the skin or at least in the subcutaneous tissue like a band of bruising, like I see with motor vehicles with seat harnesses and stuff like that. And there was nothing like that on the front of the torso, and I actually looked under the skin in the back of her torso to make sure I wasn't missing it, and it wasn't there. So for me to get the force into the torso, the upper torso, the chest, would require a very broadly based force.
Okay. So when the state was talking to you about the pool, was it your intent that it was the broadly based concrete that was the force that caused?
Well, that would be one side of the force, and the other side would be somebody pushing, kicking, somehow thrusting her, but in such a fashion that, again, the force is broadly based. So that the pool is a possibility.
Okay, so that explanation would be that she would have broad-based force on the front and the back.
Yeah, she was squeezed.
Okay, and that could have been someone thrusting her down, for example.
Onto the floor, onto the wall of the pool, onto whatever. Something sitting on a person, but very forcefully and abruptly.
Okay, that was the word I was looking for, abruptly. So
Yeah.
it'd be something that happened, bam.
Yes, sir.
Okay. wonder if I can just have a minute? Thank you. That's all I have.
And redirect by the state whenever you're ready.
Doctor, you mentioned to counsel that oftentimes when a medical examiner, a pathologist like yourself, leaves one office and goes to another, that you're not always asked to return to testify about the autopsy that you performed personally, correct?
You're neither asked and sometimes you can't.
And then you've done that yourself.
I've testified in New York City, I know for sure, in Arizona, again for Dr. Schwartz, who's retired now. I think in San Francisco, but I'm not sure. But yes, sir.
My question to you is, assuming that you're alive,
I believe I am still, sir.
That you still have your cognitive abilities. Who best to describe what you saw during this autopsy? Who's the best person to describe what you saw?
I would think that I would be pretty good to describe what I saw.
Counsel asked you, I don't remember the exact question, but referred to purposes of why, if I understood the question, you conduct an autopsy. And I think you said to determine a cause of death and or maybe perhaps a manner of death, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you determine a cause of death of Miss Feldman in this case?
Yes, sir.
And what was that?
I have to refer to my report for the wording. Asphyxia due to compression of the neck and possible compression of the torso, other significant conditions, blunt injuries with bleeding.
You also mentioned, counsel asked you, did you observe what might have been, I think he used the term semen. I'm going to use the term seminal fluid. And you said no, correct?
That's correct.
If the person who murdered Ms. Feldman did not penetrate her vagina with their penis, but with an object, would you expect to see seminal fluid?
Well, then it would have never reached that location, no, sir.
You also, if I understood you, when you were talking about swabbing, that some areas, correct me if I'm wrong, I may have misunderstood, of the sexual assault kit, you did not collect certain things because of the bleach?
Well, sexual assault kits have been evolving over the years. And what we used to do decades ago is different than what we do now. I don't remember exactly what the routine was in 2015. I just followed what the text handed me and to do things. But I know I wouldn't have collected certain things because they would have been irrelevant or downright misleading. I mean, there was no pubic hair. There was bleach over the body, so I wouldn't do my dry and wet swabs of the breasts and other places.
Because of the bleach?
Because of that particular case, its individual merits don't warrant it, in fact, contraindicated.
Can the bleach interfere with the collection of evidence by yourself?
Yes, of course, it's destructive. It's the best thing to disinfect anything, which would mean it would denature proteins, destroy things, destroy DNA, everything else. And If nothing else, it dilutes things, washes them away.
No further questions.
All right.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, if anyone from the jury has a question for this witness, we will collect it at this time. And counsel, you may approach.
Oh, I'm sure jury has questions. You know the jury has questions. Oh, it's going to be over in a second. Oh, no. Wait, are they coming back?
To be
Okay.
for you from the jury. In your opinion, how long would bleach have to be in contact with the skin in order for the yellowing of the skin to take place?
I'm not sure of an exact time frame, but it obviously has to be more than just a couple of minutes. It's probably going to be in the range of an hour, several hours, more likely than not, but I don't have a scientific paper to tell you that I can refer to.
Any follow-up by the state?
No, Your Honor.
Any follow-up by the defense? And those were all the questions. May this witness be excused, subject to recall.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, due to scheduling of witnesses, we're going to conclude for today. We will resume tomorrow at 10:30 a.m. Please remember that admonition as you go home tonight. Please do not watch any news stories about this case, read any news stories about this case or anyone involved in the case. Please don't talk to your friends or family about the case, and we'll look forward to seeing you tomorrow at 10:30. Thank you.
Please rise for the jury.
All right. Yes, Sharon, that concludes. That is our day for today. We've made it through days 4, 5, and 6. So yes, we are done for today. Hearing from the ME is always going to be tough. I knew this was going to be a tough one. When I heard opening statements, and I was like, oh boy, yeah. When we hear from the ME, this is going to be this will be a tough one. So, I don't know. I just, it's hard to wrap your head around people doing things like this, you know, it's just hard to wrap your head around it. So, hopefully, being in our community, you guys, you know, can take some comfort in, you know, just knowing that we're here for each other, and we support each other, and you know, we make it through things like this. But ultimately, it's about Allison. You know, this is going to be getting some justice for Allison, and that's why we do this. You know, that's why we do this. So, all right. Yes, we all need to recoup. We all need to do something good for yourself after this. Do something hopeful, beneficial. We're here. We don't have depraved minds. We are. Sorry about that. We don't have depraved minds. We try to love and support everything and everybody. So hopefully that will reflect back onto you guys too. So thank you guys for being with us. I know it wasn't the nicest of days to be watching trial, but again, it's all about justice for the victims. That's why we do what we do, and we make it through the crap. So do we have a picture of her? We have a few pictures of her. We have a picture of Allison there. We have a picture of Allison there. Is that what you're referring to? All right, Hell Rider, be good. Oh yeah, update on Walsh. Breaking news: Snow Caddish actually emailed us, and it's going to be Thursday now. Brian Walsh sentencing is Thursday. We don't know the time yet, but it's not going to be tomorrow. It's not going to be Wednesday. It's going to be Thursday. So tomorrow we're going to continue. We're going to pick back up on days 7, 8. They're in currently day 9, and there was only 1 hour of testimony today. Day 9 was today, and there was only 1 hour. So we're going to do days. Let's see. Tomorrow is. Yeah, we're going to do 7, 8, and 9 tomorrow, and then we will be caught up with them. We're going to be caught up with them. So, yeah, we're gonna catch this trial. We're going to be caught up with them by Thursday. So, all right. With that, we will see you tomorrow, 9 o'clock for days 7, 8, and 9, and then Brian Walsh will be on Thursday. We also have Courtney Clenny and Carlos Dominguez on Thursday too, I believe. Yeah, so there's a lot happening on Thursday. So, all right, you guys, thanks for joining us. Thank you to our mods. Thank you to Aaron. Appreciate you guys. And yeah, make sure that you do something good for yourself. Dwayne, if you're watching, I got Super Ball over here. She's looking at the chair out there that has some towels on it. But take care of yourselves, guys. Appreciate you joining me today, and we will see you. You can show photos from the mail. Oh, that's right. Sharon, you sent some stuff. I'm going to show those tomorrow. Let me see. Oh, you know what? Did I pull those down? Let's see. I didn't pull those down. All right, hold on. Remembering Allison. Let's see. Let me take a look at this. All right, I'm going to have to look through this, Sharon. Let me look through this before I pull things up, because there's YouTubes in here. I don't want to show something that's going to get us in trouble. All right, I'll look through that, Sharon, and we'll have time. We'll show that tomorrow. All right, you guys, thanks for joining us, and appreciate you guys, and we will see you tomorrow, 9 o'clock. Have a good one. Bye.